Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be recreating an awards level website. So let me just refresh the page and show you what we will be making today. And there's a cute little intro here. And we have a video playing of KDA pop stars from League of Legends. And we have a small cute little fish animation there. And we can go from day to night mode. And then when we scroll down, we have some slight animations, some currently just some dummy text there. And then we zoom in to focus on the work. So you can put your work here instead. And then you scroll down and then you get a mini platform animation like here. Very, very cute. And yeah, and you can go into light and dark mode whenever you want. So the site that we're recreating is from BoCoCo33, and his website won honorable mention. And it also has an insanely high user average score of 8.32, which is usually higher than many site of the days. So this is one of the best. And the reason I chose this is because it's very unique. It also got praises from Bruno Simon himself. So these are all the technologies we will be using. Everything in this orange, reddish, brownish color, I expect you to at least know the basics of. And everything in black, I will explain it as if you've never used these before. So if you want to catch up to speed because you don't know some of this stuff, here are some great GSAP resources. Of course, the documentation is also good as well, but you can also watch these YouTube videos. Here's one for a free Three.js tutorial. It's only 15 minutes long. And here is a good one for Blender. Now, if you can already make a house like this without any help, then you don't need to watch any more tutorials. You can follow along pretty easily. If you want the best of both worlds, definitely purchase this course called Three.js Journey. I'll talk about a little bit more about this at the end of the video, but I am not sponsored by him to say this. It really is just the best course on planet Earth. Now, I also wanted to say this is my first full course, so definitely leave some feedback in the comments below, like what did I do poorly, what did I do well, and what should I change, for next time? Like, should I leave and show my errors, or should I just edit it out? So definitely let me know in the comments below, and I hope you enjoy this course and learn a lot of new things. If you know how to model something like this in Blender and you understand assigning materials and modifiers, you probably don't need to watch anything that I cover in my Blender modeling section. Just make sure you come back when we prepare export to Three.js. But there are two things you should know before you start modeling as well. And the first one is if you're using baked textures, we're not going to cover this in this course, but if you want to, just make sure your meshes aren't inside of each other. So like this, right now the cube is inside of this house thing, and you don't want this because you'll get black outlines here. So here's an example of just what I mean. So all these wood planks, they're like inside of this house model, and you can see the result. You get this black outline here. So this doesn't matter for what we're doing in this course, but if you want to use baked textures, it definitely matters. But you'll see me move them out. So for example, let's go to wireframe here. So you need to find a workaround basically, and put it really close to the mesh, but not inside the mesh. And you can see the result is pretty much the same, but you have to do some extra work just to make sure it's not inside. And you can see from the camera angle, it's the same result as if the cube was actually inside. The other thing you want to do is delete faces that will never be seen, or edges and vertices as well. So if my camera is only moving like this in my scene, then I know I'll never see these back faces, so I can select this and just delete this face, and I'll go here and delete these faces as well. And you notice I'll never see those as well. So yeah, just keep those two things in mind. Okay, so I just added a reference image, and let's start on the desk here. So I'm going to Shift A MC for a cube, and then I'll just scale it on the y-axis, and then on the z-axis. Actually, let me turn on my screencast keys so you can see what I'm pressing. Not all the keys show. For example, when I hit S and then X to lock it on the x-axis, it's not showing. But That's fine. So I'm just gonna scale it up, and we can always change the dimensions later. So it's you don't have to spend too much time on this. Once you know the fundamentals, you can just do anything. And then I'm just gonna bring it up, and I'll come here and add a bevel modifier. Let's turn up the segments to like 4, and the amount to like 0.04. That's maybe a little too much, so 0.02. Is this curved? Yeah, it doesn't really look curved. I don't want to waste your time too much playing around with this bevel, but you can just play around with it and kind of adjust it. Then I'm going to shade smooth so we don't get those kind of choppy things, so shade smooth. And then we have to change on harden normals and then auto smooth here. And now you can see there's no more of those lines there. Okay, so let's start on this table leg here. I want to keep the same bevel modifier, so I can just Shift D and duplicate this, and then I'll just scale it down to get to a size that's similar to this relative to the table, and scale it down, and then just bring it down. Now it doesn't have to be too precise because we can always change all of this stuff later, and most of the time you're never going to get it on your first time. Okay, then I'm going to enter edit mode and wireframe vertices. Select these, enter side, and then I'm going to extrude out a little bit just to get this thing here. And then I'm going to move it down with GZ, and then move this out here. And then I can highlight these and S, Z, and then 0. And what it'll do, it'll line it out on each other. So you can see before, if I undo it, it's kind of tilted. And if you're like up here, it would be even more tilted. But S, Z, and then 0. And now you can see they're kind of even. But you can see it kind of thins out here. So you can just grab a vertice, well, both of the vertices, and then GX to kind of move it out. Or if you want this one, you can do GX and then I'll just add a mirror modifier so we don't have to do double the work. So I add a loop cut there, and then select these and delete these vertices. And yeah, okay, so now we can add a mirror modifier to this. Come here, mirror modifier, and turn on clipping so they don't go through each other. And there is our desk there. Okay, now let's start making this leg here. So I'm just gonna shift right click. Actually, I'll do select this, Shift S, and cursor to selection. And that'll put our cursor on the origin point, and I think that's in the center. And then I'm gonna Shift D this one, and then Shift S and selection to cursor. And then I'll just scale it to the however that looks. I don't think it's a complete cube, but something similar. So yeah, that looks okay. Now remember, we don't want it inside, so I don't know, I'm just really picky. Okay, that's fine. Then let's just move this up and then inset it. That looks a little too big, so I'm gonna scale it back up a little bit, and then I'll go one more. Okay, and I'm gonna enter local view so I can just see this a little bit better. Okay, so let's just make sure, yeah, this is inside. We can always just go back and adjust it later. And I also want to delete the bottom face because I know we'll for sure never see this ever. So yeah, depending on the angle, we might never even see these back faces either, but we can always change that later. Now I'm gonna add a mirror modifier here, and I'm gonna flip it on the y-axis and then select my mirror object as this table here. So it's flipping over there. And then I'm gonna do the same thing for this one. So I'm gonna add a mirror modifier to this one, and then I'll select my object, this table, flip it on the y-axis, and there we have our table. This next part is a personal preference of mine, but I like putting in materials as I go, just kind of see how my progress is going. But we will go over all the materials later. But I'm just gonna add dummy materials. So I'm gonna select this, come down to material tab, and give it a one called tabletop. Now it's my second time recording this, which is why you see 0.002 there. So I'm just gonna select reference from my color image. So if you want to copy that, here's the hex, and here's that. But we'll fix it up later. And for stylized scenes, what you want is to turn down specular and turn up the roughness. So that should be good. And then I'm gonna hold Z on my keyboard to go to material preview so I can take a look at how it's looking. This one, I'm gonna add a new one. I'm gonna call it table leg. And I'm gonna select this one, and we want to make this one the active object. So hold shift and select this one, and now you can see it's in the orange. Then we can do Control L and link materials. So now this one also has the same material as this one. But this one has an additional material you can see right here. So we can add a new one, and I'm gonna call it table leg black. And for stylized scenes, you don't want it to be completely black, but something close to black, and I think that's pretty good. And then we can adjust this as well. Okay, and then in edit mode, enter face select, and then hold shift alt on the edge to select these, and keep them selected. And then we can select this material, hit assign. And now these faces will have that material, and then we can edit. Enter back, and let's exit local view to get back to the screen. Then let's add, let's go to our render settings. Yeah, Eevee is fine, and just add a basic light, basic sunlight. Now we can always deal with this. We will cover this later, but this is just a personal preference. And then I'm gonna go to rendered, and I'm just gonna mess with the light settings, just to kind of get a feel of how it's gonna look when we put it on the web, and which direction I kind of want it to go. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's continue out modeling the desk. Okay, so now let's add this little box cupboard thingy here. So I'm gonna go back to solid, and then tab on this one, and then shift D on this face, and then with it still selected, separate by selection. And then I'll select it and just scale it down, SY, SX, and kind of just reposition it to the front of my table to a reasonable size, SX. Yeah, we kind of just have to eyeball it. And now that I think about it, it kind of looks, this table kind of looks too small in the Y width. So I'm just gonna move these out a little more to give it some room. And then I'm gonna GZ and move it down a little bit. Actually, I want to move it quite a bit because it looks like this comes outside. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm gonna enter edit mode, E to extrude this down, like follows. And we can just guess the size, like so. I'm gonna enter local view, and I'm gonna inset this one, and click to confirm, and then SX to scale it and make the sides a little thinner. Hit E to extrude and bring it down, so we have a little nice cupboard there. And it looks like this is kind of bigger. Now we could just extrude here and then make the sides bigger. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna extrude here and then select this with Shift Alt, get this loop here, Alt E to extrude along the normals, and just kind of bring it up there. And yeah, and then SZ to bring it up. Okay, let's enter exit view and see what it looks like. SY, GC. Okay, so let's start actually getting organized. I'm gonna click on these and start renaming them. So table top, table leg, table leg holder, and then table drawer. I actually don't know what that's called. And then I'm gonna select all of them, and then M and new collection, and I'll call it table. And I actually want to create one more new collection, so I'm gonna right click and I'll call this table all. And this is pretty much all the assets that are gonna be for or near the table, so like this drawer here. And then I'm gonna move the table into that table. And then we can add another collection here for this one, maybe for the plant too. And yeah, so it'll be all in table. And then we can just quickly do stuff like this or select objects, you know, so on and so forth. Okay, so let's start on this trash can. I'm going to shift right click M and add a cube, bring that up, and let's add a subdivision surface modifier. So let's crank that up to 2. Right click, shade smooth, enter edit mode. It's kind of thicker on the bottom, so I'm going to give it a loop cut and bring it down here. Then I'll select all ASZ to bring it up a little bit. And it looks like it's scaled on the X a lot smaller, so I'm going to scale on the X like so. And maybe a little on the Y as well, just a little bit. Then I can inset the face with I. And I think that's fine. And then I'm going to hit E to extrude down and Z. And that's a little too thin, so I'm going to S and just Shift Z to make it a little less, make it a little thicker on the edges. So let's go, yeah, that's fine. Then with this face select, it's still selected. I'm going to Shift D to duplicate it, and then right click to cancel, and then P and separate by selection, so now it's its own mesh. Then I'll go into edit mode, select that, bring it up, and this will be our lid. So let's give it a solidify modifier. Let's increase its thickness a little bit. And you can see the shading is a little off, so we can come here and enable auto smooth. And now it's kind of looking like a cap. And then we can just scale it up to cover our trash can. Like follows. And maybe I should have added some loop cuts because it's not really referencing the image. So if I add one here and one here, it's kind of looking more like the trash can. So let me add a loop cut here as well. And yeah, so it's kind of looking a little more similar. For this little step thing, I think what I'm going to do is shift right click somewhere near the center of my mesh. And then I'm going to click this and just duplicate it. And then I'll do Shift S and selection to cursor. But the mesh's origin point isn't in the center, so it's kind of offset here. We could just do GZ, but I want to fix it. So object set origin to geometry, and now you can see the origin point is in the center. And then Shift S selection to cursor. Then I want to add a loop cut, and I just want to make it a little flatter on this end, like so. And then I'm going to GX and just move it out so I can see what I'm doing. Very nice. And then SX, and then of course SY, and then S Shift Z to make it smaller, and then maybe make it GY again, GX. And of course we don't want it inside, so just make it really close, but not inside. And no one can tell from from the camera angle if it's inside or not. So that's fine. Yeah, so there's our trash can. Okay, so I'm gonna hit A to select everything and kind of move it off the ground here. And then I'm gonna do Shift A S and selection cursor to world origin and just add a dummy floor. We can always change this later, but I just want like something there. And I'm gonna select these objects, Shift right click, and then selection to cursor. And whoops, I need to do keep offset. Otherwise, all the origin points will go to that area. And I'm going to scale it down and bring it up and just kind of place my trash can where it's supposed to be. And the more I look at it, I feel like these are too thick. So I'm going to do SY and just scale them down on the Y-axis a little bit. Okay, so let's make this little desk thingy here. I'm going to shift duplicate this one. It's easy to move it up. SY, SZ, just kind of make it into the shape that it's supposed to look like. And SY, SX. Maybe actually I should have left it like that. Then I'll add a loop cut here. Actually, it's kind of thin. And I'm going to extrude that face out just a little bit. GX. Yeah, that looks nice. And I'm gonna delete this face here. And I think I can just duplicate my cupboard. This might be a little dangerous, but let's just see if it works out. GX. And then I think there are 3 levels here, so let's go add an array modifier, and instead of the x-axis, we want to do the negative z-axis, and let's just type 1.05. Oops, negative 1.05. That's a little too much. And then let's add one more. And now SZ just to scale it down until it hits the size. Yeah, and there we have our desk. So I'm going to move it to a new collection and call it Awwwards. Shift S, GZ, scale it down, GZ. Okay, and for this small little handle here, let's select this, enter edit mode, select this face, Shift D to duplicate this, GZ, Z, and just scale it up to make it the same size. Then I'm going to hit E to extrude it a little bit, like so. I'm going to hit Control L, and this will select the linked faces for us. And let's just get in there and delete this face, because I know we'll never see that. And whoops, select this, Control L, and then GX, and just kind of move it in there. And make it a little thinner. And yeah, so there we have our desk. Our drawers. So let's make this mini table here. I'm gonna Shift D, duplicate that, S to scale it down, SY to put about 70% of the table, and I think that looks good. So let's add some loop cuts. I'm gonna add one and put it near the edge, and then add another one on this side and just bring it to the leg size. Okay, and then let's just extrude this down a little bit. So easy. And yeah, it looks good. And then let's just add a mirror modifier so we don't have to deal with everything else on the left here. So wireframe, vertices select, delete these vertices. And then let's add a mirror modifier here. and y-axis, and then turn on clipping, and then GZ, and just move it on the table. And it actually looks like it's slanted here, so we can fix that with tab, select edge, and then just GY and move this in. And there we have our table. So yeah. It also looks like there's actually an inside area too. So we can actually make that. So let's just do that. I'm actually gonna bring this down then. I wasn't really thinking. So GZ. That might be a little too tall, but I think that's fine. Then I'm gonna add 2 loop cuts here. So yeah, and then SZ to make it really thin. GZ, it's pretty thin. And then I'm gonna select this and just extrude it out like that. Okay, so that kind of looks like our table. Let's add a room. So I'm gonna delete this plane with X and delete, and then cursor to world origin, Shift A, and add a cube and just scale it up. And then I'll enter edit mode, select these faces, delete them, and then select these faces, and then Alt-E extrude along normals. And then it's kind of glitching out here, so we can do S and then it'll scale evenly. I'll hold Shift to make it a little more accurate, and then just kind of guess the thickness that I want for the room. And that looks fine. So let's go to the side view. Whoops. Wireframe. Just bring it up. And I want to see how it looks in orthographic. So let's use Control-Alt-0 on the numpad to snap my camera to a view position. And then with the camera selected, I'll just use G to move it around. And GZZ to move it like this. And let's go to orthographic. And wow, that's kind of glitched. So I'm just going to turn up the scale a little bit. And hit 0 on your numpad to view the camera. And yeah, we can start adjusting the proportions so it matches a little bit better. Actually, I think the camera angle is like kind of too much to the side, so I'm gonna hit RXX to rotate on the local x-axis, and then GZ to move up my camera. And I might have made that a little too much, so maybe RXX. But we can always change this later just to see what camera angle works best. Okay, let's start on this thing right here. So I'm going to Shift A, add a cylinder, and make sure that's at 16 vertices. Okay, yeah, we don't want too much geometry. And I'm just going to bring that up, go into edit mode, wireframe, select the vertices, and let's add a loop cut here first, and then scale these down. And I think this might be too close to the bottom. We can just move it up like so. And this looks a little too tall relative. And I think that's good for the basic shape. Of course, we can always just play around with it. Shade smooth, and then we need to turn on this auto smooth thing here. And that already looks pretty good. Let's inset this face and just bring it down. And it kind of looks jaggedy on these edges, but from far away, I don't think anyone's actually going to be looking. I don't think, but if, let's just fix it and we can always get rid of it later. So maybe a bevel, and let's change it to like 0.5 and 4 segments. Yeah, it's still glitchy, so maybe we need subdivision surface. Yeah, but this adds a lot of geometry, so maybe it's not ideal, but I think it's fine. We can always just remove that stuff later. Okay, so let's start modeling this plant. So I'm gonna Shift A and add a circle, 16 vertices. Yeah, that's fine. Let's enter local view, go into 7 with numpad, and let's go into edit mode, vertices, and turn on proportional editing, which you can hit here, or you can hit O on your keyboard. And then let's just select this and move it out. You can use your mouse wheel to change the sphere of influence until you maybe find something that can make it look nice. And I'm gonna lock it on the x-axis. And then I'll do it for this side as well until I get a leaf shape that I like. Then let's hit Control F and do a grid fill. And we want a line down here and just some better topology. So let's do 6 and maybe put an offset of 1. And yeah, this is much better topology because we get the quads here. Now you could manually do it. Some people manually do it depending on the shape of the leaf they need, but this is good enough for us. So I'm gonna add a loop cut here and a loop cut here. And then I'm just gonna highlight these vertices and extrude them out. Let's just extrude it out at X. And let's just pick these center ones and then GZ, and then increase your sphere of influence to make it kind of curvy. And maybe because I need some more geometry here, so let's do that again. And we can do the same for this leaf here. Maybe select all of them. Yeah, and then let's do shade smooth, and then subdivision surface, as well as a solidify modifier, and turn up the thickness a little bit. And this looks kind of too big, so we can just add another loop cut here, and it will give us some nicer geometry. And that's pretty much all for the leaf. So, you know, if you want to make it go down, you can just move these vertices. Well, we can turn off proportional editing and just move it down and just adjust these. And if you need more geometry, you can add a loop cut, or you can just extrude. And yeah, just that's pretty much it for the leaf. And to make life easier, what we can do is go into edit mode, select these, Shift S, cursor to selected, and then we can go into object and set origin and origin to 3D cursor. And now the origin point of this leaf is here, so later if we want to scale it or something, that's fine here. And you can give variety to your leaf, so let's select these, and then if you want to do SX or something, and then proportional editing, you know, you can make it you can make it how you want it. So just play around with the leaf, and when you're done, you can do Shift S and selection to cursor and just scale it down. And of course, you want to look at your camera view just to make sure it's all looking good as well. And yeah, just play around with that. One more thing I want to do is prevent the selection of the camera and the light. So I can come up here and click this, and then I can uncheck it here as well as the light. So now when I press A, it doesn't select these because I was pressing A a lot and it kept selecting these, but I never wanted to select these. And if you want to select them again, you can just turn them on. So now you can see when I hit A to select everything, it selects that. But I don't want that, so let's just do that. So here you can see I was playing with this computer holder, but it kind of feels off in a low poly scene. So I'm not going to be making this table holder. I'm going to shift right click and add a cube, and then SX, SY, SX, SZ, and then bring it up and just scale arbitrarily to a size that I want. And then we can inset. So I'm going to select this face, inset it, and that looks, hers is actually really thin. I need to turn off proportional editing and then turn it in, so it's kind of really thin on the edges and it doesn't go that far back. But we wanted it to be noticeable when we actually scroll through, so yeah, that's definitely noticeable. And yeah, for the computer holder, let's just select this face down here, inset the face, and just bring it down, and then SX to scale it up a little bit, and just E to extrude it down. Let's enter exit so we can take a look. Maybe let's move all of it up so we can see it a little bit better. Make it a little bit larger. Let's just bring it down. And yeah, let's add a loop cut here. Go into face select, select all of these, and whoops, let me turn back on my screencast keys. Alt E, extrude along the normals, and then SX to scale that up. And then maybe SZ to make it a little thinner. Okay, so let's start on this keyboard here. I'm just going to duplicate the table and then scale it down, enter edit mode and local view and bring it up to the origin point of here. And then I'll exit local view and then I'll just shift right click somewhere on the desk and selection to cursor. So now it's on top, and then just rescale it down to like a keyboard shape or something. And it looks like hers is slanted, so we can just enter edit mode, grab a thing and bring it down with Z, and incline in the center so we can add a loop cut as well, and GZ, and then face select and try and get this loop with Alt, and let's just scale it in, I guess. So maybe let's crank this up to like 0.2 or something. Hard normals, auto smooth, yeah, okay. Let's go to render just to see how it looks. And of course we'll never need the bottom stuff side on this keyboard, so I'm just going to delete that face right now. And let's give this a different material, just so I can see it better. I'll call it keyboard. Keyboard. Down roughness, up the roughness. Base color, something slighter darker. Okay, so let's start on the keys. I'm gonna Shift A MC to add a cube, and then local view real quick. And let's go and put the origin point to the bottom of this. So whoops, I need to be in edit mode, and this will help us later when we want to scale on the z-axis. And let's also delete this bottom face because I know we will never see it. Then let's scale this down, this top face down. Then yeah, let's just scale it down, SC, and I accidentally scaled in edit mode, so it's changing the origin point. So make sure you're back in object mode and scale it in object mode instead. Then let's add a bevel modifier. Let's crank this segment up to 4. That looks fine. And you can manually rotate this to like RX, for example, RY to match the rotation of this slanted keyboard. But what else you can do is turn on snapping. So snapping and then face. And closest is fine, and align rotation to target. So let's just scale this down. Now when I press G to move, notice that it's snapping to the face of the keyboard. And when I click to confirm, notice it's perfectly aligned with the keyboard. And remember, if you move it, you know, you can see it snapping to the other things as well. Okay, so let's add an array modifier, and it looks like that's backwards. So let's just crank it that way instead. And let's add 4, or maybe we can make it smaller and add a 5th one and a 6th one. Then let's add one more array modifier, and instead of x, we'll do on y. Okay, so it's going to be negative y, and we can just increase that. So get as many keys as you want. Whoops, gy. Oh, and I should turn off snapping. gy, sy maybe, s shift z. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good. So now let's go into edit mode. So now let's apply the modifiers. And now you can see there's all these keys that we can select, and you can click on one and hit Control L to select the linked phase, the linked objects, and delete them. So here I'll want a shift key, so I'll delete this. So delete phases. What else I want to do actually is separate them by selection, by loose parts. So I'll do P and then select loose parts. And notice all of these are now their individual key. So you can just hit them like any other mesh and delete them. And I want a spacebar here and delete them. Now, when you're rearranging keys, you can turn on snapping again. So when you move, it doesn't start going inside. Or alternatively, you can lock it on the local axes. So GX, you can see this is the global, but if you hit X again, it goes local and it'll slide along its local axes. So when you move it around, you can come up here and just change it to local, and then G. So select the key G and then Shift Z, and it'll only move here, and you'll notice that it'll never clip inside the keyboard. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to rearrange delete keys with local and G and Shift Z, so it goes like this, and yeah. Okay, let's start giving these materials. I'm gonna select the first one so I can find where it starts, and then I'll just scroll down into the last cube, and I'll hold shift to select the bottom and select all the stuff in between. Let's add a material key. Let's make it a little pink, I guess. Let's just see. And specular roughness. And then with the active object on the one with the material, control and link materials. And let's just find something nice. And if you want to add these separate colors for these individual ones, I guess you can go for it. But I'm just going to leave it as is. Okay, let's start on this trackpad thing. So I'm going to Shift D and duplicate the keyboard and then just scale it down. And yeah, I'm gonna hit Alt to select the loop here and hit X and dissolve the edges because we don't need that anymore. And let's just move it GY, and that's kind of cool. And then I'm gonna select this edge and just move it down a little bit. Then let's just give it a new material, and I'll just call it trackpad. And let's just give it that wood color. And it's got white in the center, so let's select the face was 3, inset, and GX to move it up. And add another material, assign that material, and call it, yeah. Oh, I forgot to put up the roughness for the other one as well. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Let's see. Let's make this pencil holder thing. I'm gonna shift right click somewhere, Shift A, add a cube, local view, and let's go to solid and just select these edges. and Control B to bevel them, and then scroll up on the mouse wheel to get like a nice bevel. And then shade smooth, let's turn on auto smooth. Then let's just select this top face, inset, and bring it down with extrude and Z. Let's get out and then scale it down. Let's just take a look at how it looks. Actually, let's turn on snapping, and then let's just G. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I should also change this back to global. And let's just scale it down a little more. And yeah, that's why we should make the origin point at the bottom. So when we scale it in object, it goes from there. And let's turn on snapping again. And yeah, let's turn it off and then let's scale it. Whoops, I guess the origin point wasn't completely at the bottom. And yeah, we'll never see this bottom face, so let's delete it. Delete faces. Now let's add a pencil. So I'm just going to Shift A and add another cube in there. Let's just SZ it up, GZ. And let's just extrude this and scale it down to like a pencil or something. Whoops, whoa. S, Shift Z, SZ, GZ. And let's just move it around in there. Well, I made the lamp, but it kind of looks out of place, so I'm just going to delete that. But it's just one half a sphere and another sphere if you wanted to make that. And let's make a more cliche sort of a lamp. So 16 vertices is fine, and let's just scale it down and scale it like so. And let's enter local view and just delete this face. Then bring it up off the ground. And what we can do now is inset and then extrude up, maybe make it a little bit bigger. And yeah, if you want to add more geometry, you can, and you know, just play around with it, add bevel modifiers and stuff, but I'm just going to keep it pretty simple. And then we can shift right click here and just add a cylinder and scale it down, scale this down, and just delete the face here and as well as here. And then we can select the loop and Alt-E along normals and just drag it in like so. And because no one will ever see inside, we don't have to deal with that. And shade smooth, turn on auto smooth, and shade smooth, and also turn on auto smooth here. Next, let's just add a random box. So Shift A, M. Actually, so let's just make a box now, and I'm just going to duplicate this SY and GY, and then move it up, and then enter edit mode and just bring this one up. And then add a loop cut. Well, actually, let's just extrude from the top. Select these faces with Alt and try and get this loop. And extrude along normals. And SY to make it kind of even on the sides. Okay, let's model buck. So I'm just going to Shift A MC to add a cube. Scale it down and scale it to the Y, scale it to the X, scale it down, and try and get a book shape. And when that's good, I'm just going to select 3 of the faces. So let's enter local view and delete these, inset them with I, and then Alt-E extrude along normals and hold Shift to be more precise and just bring it in. And you can add bevel here if you want it to not too square with Control B on the edges, but I think that's fine. So let's start adding a window. I'm going to shift right click where I want a window and add a cube. And I'll use this cube to cut out my window from the mesh. So just scale it up and find a window size that you like and make sure it goes through here. And with this selected, you can add a Boolean modifier go to difference, and then with the eyedropper for the object, select this object. And now when I click on this object and hide it, you can see it cut through the mesh. I'm gonna undo that and show you a much quicker way to do that. Whoops, let me leave that cube there. If you go to edit, preferences, and search in bool, you can activate this. And now you can select your cube and then the active object you want to cut out of, and then hit Control minus on your numpad. And I guess if you're on Mac, it's probably going to be Command minus on your numpad instead. And you get the same thing. You can see when I move it. Yeah. So when you're ready, you can apply it. But before I apply it, I'm just going to Shift D and duplicate this and then hide it just to make sure later in case I want to change it if I ever mess up. And I don't want to select that and disable it in renders. And I'll call this backup. Okay, so I'm going to select here and hit Control A to apply it. Okay, so let's start on our window. I'm just going to Shift right click somewhere here, Shift A and add a plane, and then RY90 to rotate on the y-axis. And then just kind of scale it up over my window. Now, of course, if you're using baked textures, remember, you probably want some workaround to this, like expanding this slightly to match the window and being more precise, but for us, it doesn't matter. And then I'll add a loop cut, so let's go into edit mode and scroll up for 2 loop cuts. And whoops, click to confirm, SZ to scale it down to a thinness that you like. And let's do another one for the vertical, and then whoops, SY, and scale that down as well. Then we can enter face select and select the faces, the 4 faces. Whoops, going too fast here. And then hit I to inset them, and then just E to extrude them out. And then at the end, just delete them. And yeah, so now GX to move it out. Let's go back to solid so I can see it better. GX, and maybe just scale it down so we don't see the edges. And this feels kind of thick, so what we can do is do let's go into face select and Shift Alt to select the entire loop. Well, it's just Alt, but I want to hold Shift to select another loop as well. So, and then we can just scale it SZ when we select it and get to a thinness that we like. Same here as well, Shift Alt, and with Shift we can do that, and then SY, and then scale that down as well to get a desired that we want. If we want to like add an additional frame, we could just extrude these faces right now. But if we want like an inner frame, what we can do is hit Alt and select this edge loop here, hit E to extrude, and just right click to cancel, and then scale it up with S. And of course, if you want to make it even, you can lock it on an axis as well. So I'm going to do SD just to make it a little more even. Then we can enter face select, select this loop, and just E to extrude it out. So now we get the outer frame as well as the inner frame. And we can just move this in just a little bit. Just kind of adjust it to how we want it to look in our screen. So let's start modeling a chair. We're not going to be doing this chair. It's too complicated for a low poly scene. And don't worry, in future videos, we're going to cover these more complicated meshes, like a figurine and these other ones. But in this tutorial, I just want to keep it really simple. So let's just make a basic chair. I'm going to Shift A and add a cube and bring it up and bring this down with SZ, and then just scale it up to an arbitrary size. And you don't really have to be too precise. Then I'll add 2 loop cuts for my armrests, and then hit SX to move them to the side. Now, depending on your axis, you might do SY instead, of course. And then we need one more, and this will be for the back. Then we can just select these faces and E to extrude them. And then we can take the back ones only and then extrude those. And now we have our basic chair shape, and what we can do now is add a subdivision surface and crank that up to 2, and then right click shade smooth. And if you already like what you see, you can just use that, or you can just start editing it. So for example, let's move this in a little bit, maybe SX, and let's just just play around with it Now, I'm not doing anything in particular. You know, just play around with it until you get something that you like. Yeah. And maybe it would be easier if we just add a mirror modifier so we don't have to do double the work. So I'm going to put one right through here. Right click, enter wireframe, vertices select these, and delete. Whoops, delete vertices. And now we can go back into object mode and add a mirror modifier here. And yeah, this is fine. So now when I go back, I only have to, whatever I change on this side will change on that side. And honestly, I think that looks pretty good, but you know, if you want more customization, you can, you know, add a loop cut. And I don't know, just play around with the chair. Start on the chair legs. So I'm gonna shift right click somewhere and add a cylinder. 16 vertices is fine. Then I'm gonna right click and shade smooth that and turn on auto smooth down here. Then let's go up here and inset and then extrude and then inset again and then extrude that. And then I'll just scale it up and just kind of adjust it to how it looks. Let's see, GZ. Okay, and for the wheel, I'm gonna go Control-3 to go into a side view. Then let's go into wireframe. I'm gonna Shift-A and duplicate, and add a cube, and then just scale it down here, and kind of put it in a shape that I want. So GY, Z, and then kind of move it down, and maybe make that a little like that. And let's just move it out a little bit. And let's just keep moving it out. Yeah. Now let's go back to object mode and add like a wheel holder thing. So let's add a cylinder and just scale it down. And I'll right click shade smooth that and turn on auto smooth. And let me duplicate that again and RY90 to rotate on the 90 degrees and scale it up. And this will be a wheel. So like follows. Let's go back into solid mode. We don't need a wireframe anymore. And let's just align this better. So yeah, let's thin this down. So SX. That might be a little bit too thin. Let's just put it in the center here. And let's scale this down as well. And then GX and just kind of line it up. This might be a little too small. So let's just adjust this. Now we also want that wheel cover thing. So let's go into this one, and to pick the shortest path from one to another, you can hold Control, and I'm guessing it's Command on Mac, and you can see it selects all the faces in between. So Shift D to duplicate, right click to cancel, GZ to move it up a little bit, and then Alt E extrude along normals, and then just bring it out a little bit. And so there we have our wheel cover in the wheel. Now what we can do is select this. Actually, yeah, it's already in the center, so select this and Shift S and then cursor to selected. It'll be in that origin point in the middle. Then you can come up here and change it to 3D cursor, which is that thing. And now notice when we select this stuff, I'm actually going to press Control J to join them. So now it's one object. And when I hit rotate RZ, notice that it rotates around the cursor. So what I can do now is Shift D, don't click anything, then hit R, then hit Z, then type in 60, since we want 6, and then still don't touch anything, hit Shift R, and it'll repeat the last action that you did. So just hit Shift R a bunch of times until you get a completed one. And if you want to just variety it, you can just RZ it again. And make sure you change this back to whatever you want instead of the cursor. So there we have it. Let's go back to the wireframe, select this, and just kind of line it up with our stuff. And yeah, so there we have our pretty cool chair. So let's start on our fish tank. I'm going to shift right click where I want my fish tank, add a cube, SX to, just scale it out as usual. And let's just make it bigger, and let's just bring it up. And I just want to scale it up on the Z a little more. And that looks good for the base. Let's go to face select, extrude out our top, and then extrude out a lid. And that looks like, looks kind of weird. So let me just bring this down a little bit. Okay, then what we can do is enter face select, hold Alt to select this loop cut, P, this loop, and then separate by selection with P. And now this is a zone mesh. And let's just enter local view real quick and fill out this. Since our mesh is going to be transparent, we want to fill out this face here, but we don't need to fill out this because the camera will never see that. Okay, so I'm going to show you 3 ways to make low poly rocks. The first way is just to manually do it, so I'm just going to add a cube and enter edit mode and just subdivide it a bunch of times for more geometry. And then you can turn on proportional editing and just select vertices and kind of just move them around until you get something you like, as like a low poly rock or something. The other way is to use the bisect. So if I add a cube here and go into edit mode, there's this thing called bisect tool. It looks like this. You can go here, and you can also see the shortcut there for the default, but I'm just gonna click here. And now with the cube selected, you can just click and drag and slice, and then you can do clear inner or outer. In this case, it's going to be outer, and then just fill it. And you can see, and if you want to do it again, when you just slice again, and then clear inner, and then fill to fill the faces. And then you can keep just going around and slicing it. And this seems to be pretty common. So just make sure you select all of it when you want to cut. And yeah, so yeah, you can see we already have like a low poly rock. Of course I didn't cut there, so it's kind of more square. But the third way that I want to show you is using the rock generator. So if you go to edit preferences and search in extra objects and check mark this box, if you go to Shift A, you can have the rock generator here, and you can see you have a lot of parameters to play around with your rocks and adjust them. And if you come to the modifier tab, you'll see how they actually made it, a bunch of subdivision surfaces and displacements. So just apply all of them with Control A. But if you go into edit mode, that's a lot of vertices for like a low poly rock. Whoops, sorry, I'm on the wrong tool. So what you can do is go into modifiers and decimate, and then just bring down the ratio. And then you can add another decimate modifier and do the same thing. And you can see it's like really low poly now. And if you hit Control A to apply them and go into edit mode, you can see the topology isn't that bad. And then you can just adjust them to how you want. But I mean, you already have a low poly rock right there. So let's start making an aquatic plant. I'm just going to Shift A and add a cube and give it a subdivision surface modifier and crank that up to 2. Then I'm going to right click shade smooth and just bring it up so I can see what I'm doing. Enter edit mode, and I want to be in face select for this, and just kind of make a general shape and add a bunch of loop cuts where I want to like have extrusions, so maybe like here, and extrude out, and then just move it and rotate it. So let's do RY and extrude it again. And yeah, so that's pretty much all there is to it. And then you can just keep extruding faces, whoops, like I'm doing, and rotating them. So RX, E, yeah, and just kind of shape it out how you want. So I guess maybe a loop cut here, and then I don't know, extrude out here. I'm not doing anything in particular. I'm just kind of finding out what works and experimenting. And on the edges here, you can select them and hit I to inset them, and then Alt E to extrude along normals and just bring them in. So there you have your really weird aquatic plant. You can put it, you can obviously make it look nicer, but that'll be good enough for me. Okay, let's make some seaweed. I'm gonna shift right click here and add a plane, RY to rotate it 90 degrees, and then just scale it to like a seaweed shape. Then I'm gonna add some loop cuts, so I don't know, that looks good. And let's add one down the center. And let's merge this at the center. And I don't know, just move these around in like an arbitrary shape of seaweed. I don't actually know how seaweed looks. And let's select this vertice, hold control and get all the ones in between and just move that back a little bit, I guess. Shade smooth, sure. And maybe let's give it a solidify just to give it something. Maybe turn on auto smooth here. Yeah. And let's just increase to solidify a little bit. Yeah, I don't think anyone can tell from far away, so that should be fine. And selection to cursor. Well, we should change the origin point, so let's just bring this up here. And now we can just do selection to cursor. Let's model a low poly fish. So I'm just going to shift right click somewhere, add a plane RX90, and then go into a side view so I can see where it's at. Let's just go to wireframe and enter edit mode, and I'm just going to go and just extrude it 3 times, maybe 4th, and this will be the fin. And I'll just scale that up on Z, and this on Z as well, and this on Z a little bit, and maybe just scale this down. And yeah, I guess that's it for our low poly fish. Let's actually extrude these faces. So yeah, and let's give it a material, call it fish. Oh, and it's probably important to actually name this one, so it's called Plano 5. I haven't been organized, but this is going to be important, so let's rename it something. I'll rename it fish. So now it's fish. Yeah, okay. And let's give it a bevel modifier. Let's just change the material real quick. So let's give it a bevel modifier. Let's crank this up to like 4. Yeah, okay. That'll be our low poly fish. And we'll get to animation later. Start on a mini nightstand. I'm just going to add a cylinder, SZ to scale it down, and then just scale it out like so. And let's go into local view and just delete this face so we don't have to do it later. And get back out there. And then G, Shift Z, and just kind of move it. Let's do Shift Z. SZ just a little bit. Okay, let's duplicate it down. And I'm just adjusting it here. Okay, now we can just duplicate this and also use it as a leg. So I'm just going to scale it down and just scale it up on the Z-axis arbitrarily. Let's position it to one of the legs here. And let's just move it down. Let's just scale it up. Now I want to enter edit mode and select this bottom loop here and just scale it in a little bit. Awesome. Now we can come here, add a mirror modifier, and I'll select this one, and let's add one more mirror modifier and also select this table, but instead of X we'll do Y. And yeah, so let's just adjust this a little more and put it near the edge. Let's model a mug. I'm just going to shift right click somewhere and add a cylinder with 16 vertices is fine. Let's bring that up and let's delete this bottom face because we'll never see it. So let's go and delete that. And then I'm going to shade smooth and then turn on auto smooth here. Then let's select this face, inset it with I, and extrude it down. And yeah, okay. Now we can go to a side view. It doesn't matter which side view. And just add a cube. So let's do a cube and scale that down. Let's go into wireframe. And let's go into edit mode. And let's just scale that down a little more. And then we can extrude this. And then G and then rotate it. Like so. And then we can do it one more time, and let's just move it and do it again. And let's do it again and just rotate it around. And yeah, so there's our handle. Let's go back to solid. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Then we can come here and give it a subdivision surface, and let's give it 2. And then let's create shade smooth. Now let's just scale it up a little bit. And GZ, GX. And I'm going to Control J to join these. And if you want to join objects, you have to make sure you apply the modifiers first. So now join it. And there's our mug. And let's just shift right click here. Shift S selection to cursor and scale it down and bring it up. Okay, let's make a clock. I'm just going to copy and paste from this one. So Shift D. And then Shift S selection to cursor, and the back face is deleted, so we want to RX and then let's type 90. And whoops, let's undo that. RX 90 and then hit minus. Now flip the other 90 degree negative 90s instead. And then let's bring that out. And I realized I forgot to shade smooth this, so let's shade smooth and auto smooth. And let's do the same thing for these as well. So shade smooth, and turn on auto smooth. Then I'm going to enter face and just inset it and then extrude in just a little bit. Okay, so there's our clock. Then we can make the handles, and let's just Shift A and add a cube here. And let's go to a side view. I don't actually know which side view this is. Oh, it's 1. I guess it's Control 1. And then I'm going to go to wireframe and just scale it up. So X and then SC. And let me go to edit mode and move the origin point here. So now when I rotate it in object mode, it's like this. So let's just scale it down a little more. Now let's duplicate it. And then let's just make this one SXX to go to the local and make this longer. And let's make it a little more noticeable. So let's bring that down. And let's select both of them, enter edit mode, and just delete these faces back here. So for some reason, I can't select these. Okay, delete faces. Nice. Let's start modeling the mini floor. So I'm going to select the house thing and just select these 3 faces with Shift and Shift D to duplicate them and just move them out. Then I'm just going to scale it down arbitrarily. GY, GX. And you can see it's kind of slashed here. So what we can do is go into, oh, I forgot to separate them by selection. So make sure to separate it so it's its own mesh now. And let's go into edit mode and go into wireframe. Vertices select these and SX and then 0. And now they'll be flattened on the 0. And I think, yeah, these are already flat. Well, we'll never see this, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just do SY and 0, and that's also, now it's a square. Okay, so let's start on this lamp here. I'm going to Shift A and add a plane. And I'm just going to move it up a little bit. Then what we can do is enter edit mode and just extrude up. And then let's inset a face and just bring it in a little bit. And then let's extrude again with E. Like here, this is fine. And then let's extrude again, but right click to cancel and then just hit S to scale it up a little bit. And then let's just E to extrude again and scale that down. And then let's inset a little bit. And then let's E to extrude that out and then hit S to scale that out. Then let's E to extrude again, right click to cancel and then scale this one out. And let's E to extrude that. So maybe like something like this, and then S to scale that in. Like that. Then we can do one more inset and extrude out and scale that in. And the last inset, I to extrude in, inset, and then E to extrude. And then let's just scale that in. Yeah, so there we have the lamp pretty much. It's pretty good. Now let's select this loop here with Alt and getting the loop here. And let's hit I. And we press I again, and it'll make them not connected. And we can just eyeball it, so like this. And let's do Alt E along normals, and then just bring it in. Now I'm gonna hit P and separate by selection. So this is a different object. Let's start on this mailbox. So let me go to a side view. Then I'm gonna right click somewhere and just add a cylinder, RX to rotate it 90 degrees and 90. Then I'm gonna enter edit mode, vertices, wireframe, and select these and just delete them. Then what I can do is select this with Alt and then just fill that. Then let's go back into side view and select these and then extrude down on Z to go to 0, like follows. Now let's select both of these faces and inset them like this. And now you'll notice that this part isn't supposed to be pink either. So we can fix that by selecting this edge and deleting it. And we can just move this down. So like follows. And we can do that trick again. So SZ0 and it'll flatten them out if we didn't get them flat. Okay. So now we can just select them again and E to extrude them down on Z. And this will be our brown part. Now let's go back to solid view and bring that out. So let's do shade smooth and turn on auto smooth. And let's see how we did by assigning some materials. So these will be, I'll just reuse some other ones that we already have. So let's see, I guess I'll just do key. And then let's select this loop here. So let's just select all of these. And let's add another material and give that book and assign that to there. And then let's just hit Alt to select this here and add another material and give it, let's just give it mini. And yeah, so there it is. Now we just need to cut out that hole there. So let's do Shift A, somewhere in there, add a cube, S, scale it down, SX. And that looks good. So we remember we can hit Control minus if you have the Boolean tools, or you can come here and with this selected, add modifier Boolean, and then select the object here, and with difference, and now you can hide this and it's gone. And there we have the mailbox. And of course, lastly, Shift S selection. Cursor to selected, let's just add a cylinder. Let's scale that down, scale that up, and GC, shade smooth, auto smooth, and yeah, so there we have our mailbox. Okay, so let's start on this flower thing here. I'm going to shift right click somewhere and just add a circle and bring it up. Then I'm going to enter edit mode, hit F to fill, and then E to extrude that out. And then I'll do a subdivision surface. Let's put it up to 2. Right click, shade smooth, and let's just scale that up a little bit on the Z-axis. Awesome. Now we can start on our pedal. So I'm gonna shift A and add a plane and just scale that down and enter edit mode. Let's go to wireframe and just bring it. I want my origin point to the center, so we'll bring it here. And let's just E to extrude this and E to extrude this again. And let's just give it an arbitrary pedal shape. We might need more loop cuts, so I'm gonna give one more here, and let's just bring that out. And I'm gonna scale this out in GX and move it out. Just scale it like that. So that will be our pedal. Now let's give that a subdivision surface. Let's crank that up to 2. Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually, 1 is fine. And I'll just apply that. Now the last time we did this, so oops, let's bring this back up to the center here. The last time we had to make something go around the object 360 degrees was these legs, and I showed you the Shift R method, which I actually really like. But this one I'll show you the array object offset, which is pretty popular as well. So select this mesh and add a array modifier. Then instead of relative offset, uncheck that and do object offset. Open that and select this middle thing. And you'll see it's kind of glitching out here, and that's because we have to apply our scales. So I'm going to hit A to select everything, Control A, and apply scale. And now it's working. So if I crank this up, let's say to like 9, and when I rotate this, you can see what happens. It starts working. Now it's still not working because we need this to be in the center, so we can adjust it by moving it here. And now if you go to the side, you'll notice that, well, it's now going down. Well, that's also the issue. You just have to move this behind, just like that. And now you can see you have a flower. So, okay, so let's just adjust this thing. I'm just gonna scale it down a little bit and Control A, apply scale. Yeah, now let's edit this leaf here. So I'm just going to go into top view and just, I don't know, make it kind of look a little more like that. So SY, SY, SY. And yeah, I mean, you can use proportional editing. Maybe it will speed stuff up. Let's see. SY. Yeah. Okay, so there we have our flower. And I'm going to apply this one and these modifiers, and then Control J to join them. So now it's one object. And just scale it down like follows. Maybe I should have gave the leaves a solidify modifier. I think we can still do that. So let's see, add a solidify modifier. Yeah, so it'll still work. And let's just shade smooth and turn on auto smooth. Okay, yeah, so for the stem, let's do Shift A and just add a cylinder. Well, actually, let's do Shift S selection to cursor. Wait, let's do cursor to selected, and let's just add the cylinder right here. So right here, scale it down and scale it up. GZ and S, Shift C, and this will be our cylinder, our stem. So right click, shade smooth, and if you want to deform it, you can just give it some loop cuts and move it. I have proportional editing on, so I'm just gonna give this a bunch of loop cuts. Let me undo that loop cut, Control R, and let's go into wireframe, and I'm gonna turn on proportional editing and just I guess adjust it how you see fit. I'm not gonna be too precise on that. So there's our flower, pretty much. And what we can do now is make the other leaf. And this one's not as complex as the other leaf that we did earlier, so I don't think we need that good of topology. So I'm just going to shift right click and add a plane. And remember what we did last time, so we just kind of extrude it out. Whoops. X, yeah, X. And yeah, so make it smaller here and much wider on the edge. Let's turn off proportional editing for this one. That's why. Now we can just add one loop cut down here, and it looks like it's bent down, so I'm just gonna hit G and Z to move it down. And yeah, let's right click shade smooth. Let's give it a solidify modifier and some thickness. Then let's add a subdivision surface. And let's give it 2. Yeah, so that's pretty much our leaf. I guess if you wanted to, let's go to wireframe. And let's just select this edge loop and Control B to bevel it. And you can scroll up to make it more beveled, but I'm just going to give it 2 more, like this. And now it should be, yeah, you can see we have that defined line like they have there. Yeah, so their leaf actually goes a little more, it's a little more down, whatever, but yeah, that's pretty much the gist of our leaf. So let's go into edit mode and let's just adjust the origin point. So GX, put it there. And let's just shift right click and then selection to cursor, scale it down, shift D, and then RZ, and then GZ. Hello, welcome to the materials section. So in this section, I just wanted to talk about some tips and tricks and the materials that I used. So here when we were modeling our flower, I pressed Ctrl J to join them, but what I should have done was apply the materials and then join them. But now I have to deal with what I have here. So there's 2 easy ways to fix this. Let's go into edit mode and hold shift and just select a random vertice or a random face or a random edge of the loose parts of the mesh. Then you can hit Control L and let's add 3 materials. So 1 for the center, 1 for the petals, and 1 for the stem area. And I'll just do book 2, and this will be our stem. And then let's choose our petal. I'll just choose book 7 and then click assign. And now you can see all the ones that I selected are that. And then I can just click one in the middle here. Let's just go to face so it's cleaner, and then hit Control L. And let's just give that, I don't know, let's find something. Pen 2 and just assign that. And now you can see we have, whoops, we have our materials. Alternatively, let me get rid of these materials. You can go into edit mode and separate by loose parts. And now you can see all of these are their individual part. And you can just select them. And then with this active object, give that one the material that you want. So I think I was, let's just type it in, book 7, yeah. And with this as the active object and all these selected, Control L and link materials. And now you can join them back. So obviously do the same thing for these and then join them back. But yeah, that's for that. And so let's just give this some random one, and let's give this like, I don't know, lamp, and then Control L, copy link materials, and now you can just select them, Control J, and now you can see you have your flower back. So if you want to see the materials that I'm using, it's just down, I drag down the specular and turn up the roughness. But obviously it depends on your scene. The default is 0.5 for specular and 0.5 for roughness. But if you want the materials that I'm doing, it's just random colors. and also bring down specular and bring up roughness. And when you're applying materials to things, just remember to also delete faces you'll never need. So I'll never need this bottom one here, and the back of the computer, and probably the bottom of this. So I'll just select those with Shift Select, and then I'll enter local view with slash on my numpad, and then hit tab to go into edit mode and wireframe, and then I'll just select, actually let's go into solid so I can select through here, and select this one, and select this one. Then I can hit X and delete the faces, and you can see there's no more faces, but it didn't change what I'm looking at all. And then you can just exit local view, go back in object mode, and continue working. Also, if you have a difficult time like determining meshes, you can come up here and viewport shading. So this doesn't affect anything, it just affects how you see the world. You can come here and click random, and now each mesh will have a random color. You can also turn on cavity here, and you can see what that does. And you can also switch to these other options. Matte cap is really popular, and basically you just pick one of these matte caps that work for you, I guess. But I'm just gonna stick with studio and cavity. You can always change it whenever you want. So pause the video now, add materials, and delete extra stuff. So let's give our fish a basic animation. Now we're just gonna do a really basic animation, and you probably should do it in JavaScript, but just know that you can do a lot more complicated Blender animation and export it in the same way. In future videos, I'll cover some more complex animations, but for this time, I'm just gonna keep it simple. So go from the layout tab to up to the animation tab, and so here's my fish. And I'm just going to press I to insert a keyframe, and I'll do location and rotation. Then I just want to make it go into like a square oval thing. So 240 frames is fine. This doesn't matter too much since we can change the timing in Three.js, but I'll just leave the default of 240. And 240 divided by 4 is 60, so let's go to 60. And let's just move the fish here, and then hit I to insert location and rotation. And I'm just going to slightly move it to Z, and we need to press I to insert that keyframe again. Then let's go to 120, and I'll bring it up here, and I'll rotate it 180. And now I'll insert location and rotation. And then let's go to 180 and move it up here. And I'll also insert, let's rotate it a little bit, and then insert location and rotation. And for this last one, since we want to make it loop perfectly, we can just copy and paste this. So Shift D, and then drag it to 240. And there's one last problem here, because if you see, when we play this animation, it actually flips that way, and we don't want that. And the reason for that is because you're going from 194 degrees back to 0 instead of the equivalent. So, and we can just come here and change this to 360 instead. And then insert location rotation again. And now you can see it's fixed. So I'm just going to hit spacebar to play it, and you can see how it's looking. Now, of course, you can adjust this. You can, turn on auto keyframing and just start going wild with the animation. But yeah, I'm just going to keep it simple, and that's all for this part. So let's start preparing our screen. So I'm going to switch from object mode, from the 3D viewport to the shader editor, and make sure you click on use nodes. Then I'll hit N to close this panel, and then I'll zoom in right here. Then let's click on the screen. So click on the screen here and hit P to separate it by selection. Now this is the new plane that we're gonna apply our video texture to. So I want to keep it a separate mesh. So it's called cube 0.087. So If you were organized previously, you probably won't have to do this step, but let's just find it and rename it to screen so we can easily find it later. So now it's called screen. Yeah. And let me just make sure. Yeah, so that's our screen. Okay, now let's just prep the UV for it. I'm going to Shift A and search for an image texture. And then I'll just open an image. So I got this off of the internet. If you want to see my query, it's just 1920 by 1080 image, and I just downloaded this off of Google. You can see 1920 by 1080 there. And then I'll put my color into the base color here, and we can see how it looks. Now we need to go to the UV editor, so drag down another screen, and let's go. You can hit the middle mouse button to drag around this smaller menu here. And then let's go to the UV editor and take a look at our UV, and it looks pretty good. So you can see when I unwrap it, what happens. Our UV is kind of messed up, so we can fix that with just, SX, GX, and the whole, the classic stuff. And it actually looks like I accidentally rotated it, so we have to rotate 90, and then SY and scale it down, SX and scale it up. So to whatever resolution you want it to look. So now when we put a video with the same resolution on this screen in Three.js, it'll look, it won't be stretched at all. Of course, you can also edit the plane itself if you want to. Okay, but we're not going to export this material, so let's disconnect it now that we have our UV sorted out there. Now let's do it for this one as well. So I'm going to select, so this is just a cube with an inset face that I made it. And the center one has a material profile pick, and the frame is just profile. So in profile pick, you'll see our shader editor is now on that material. Let's do it again, and let's do image texture and open. And I just have this low resolution Pikachu image here, and I'm just going to select that, put it into base color. And your image might not update here, so you can come here and update it to that image. And now you can see the unwrap and how you can just play around with it. So sometimes when you rotate it here, it'll be upright in Three.js, and sometimes it won't. But yeah, you can just play around with this. So that'll be good enough for my UV. And maybe I just want to scale it on the x-axis here. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. And the last thing I want to do is bring back the hidden aquarium tank. So I'm going to hit Alt-H and just find this name, okay, Cube68. And then let's undo that because I have other stuff that I hid. So let's hit Control-Z to undo that. And let's search for Cube 0.68, and let's open this back on and call it Aqua Glass or something. So yeah, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. So we have our screen and we have our Aqua Glass, and I think those are the only two main things that we want to target. Okay, let's get ready to export. So let's come up here and fix our normals first and select face orientation. And every face that you want to work properly should be blue. So I'm just going to select these objects with shift click and then enter edit mode and A to select all, and then Alt N, and then just hit flip, select flip here. And now those are blue, so we're good to go there. Now we can just, let's go into wireframe, select everything. Okay, and let's hit Control A and apply scale. Now, if something messes up when you apply scale, it's probably one of your modifiers that you didn't apply that depended on scale to work properly. So with everything selected, let's go to File, Export, GLTF. And let's choose a GLTF binary. We can check this to remember our export settings. In include, we just want to limit to the selected objects. In transform, we'll leave this checked. In geometry, we'll do apply modifiers, UVs and normals, and export the materials. And we also want to checkmark compression. And this will just reduce the file size of our model. And we're not going to touch with any of these options here. And in animation, we want to leave all of these checked as well. And then you can name your object final room and just export where you can find it later. In this section, we are going to be setting up our bundler. And if you don't know what a bundler is, basically it takes all your fancy development stuff and allows them to work together. And when you're ready to push to production, or in this case, the browser, you can run a build command and it'll start the build process. And the build process converts all your fancy development stuff into readable and optimized code for the browser. Even if you just used code that the browser can already use, you probably still want a bundler for the optimization. Now let me actually show you an example by going on his website himself. Here on one of his JavaScript chunks, and you can see it's one big line. No one actually codes like this, but it's extremely optimized. So if I come down here and select this formatting option, you can see now it's formatted and it kind of looks like code that someone would write. But when you investigate further, you'll notice that it's only the bare minimum. So example, variable names are single letters, and still no one actually codes like this, but this is the work of the bundler. And yeah, that's just a quick explanation of what a bundler does and why we need one. So I have my command prompt open and I'm on the Vite.js docs, and Vite is going to be our bundler. I'm going to navigate to my D drive, but you can navigate to wherever you want to create your project. Then I'll enter my directory called tutorials, or basically enter my folder tutorials. And then I will create a new Vite project, and this will create the folder for us, so we don't have to actually create a folder. And I'll install that. Then I'll name this Boko tutorial. And then I'll just hit enter again. I'll select vanilla.js. And then I'll select vanilla. And this is vanilla TypeScript, but we just want regular. And now you can enter your directory that they created for us called Boko tutorial, or whatever you named it. And then you can run npm install. And you can see when I go to my D drive into tutorials, you can see my Boko tutorial folder is right here that we just created. And you can see when I enter it, we have our project set up. And if you have VS Code downloaded, you can just do code dot and it will open into VS Code for us. Or you can just go into your VS Code, file, open folder, and navigate to the Boko tutorial folder or whatever you named it. Okay, so let's see what they gave us. So they gave us a node modules folder, and this just contains all our packages. You can see when we install Three.js, a new Three.js folder will show up in node modules. Now they also gave us a git ignore folder, and this kind of just tells Git not to push up these folders when we upload to GitHub. Then we just have a favicon SVG for the browser icon, index.html, main.js, and style.js. And then we have package.json, which will list our dependencies out, as well as our scripts. So let's start by installing Three.js as a dependency. So I'll type in npm install, or you can just type in I short for install, and then type in 3. And you can see now it's listed as a dependency. Now usually it doesn't really matter if you put it in this one or this one, and for us it doesn't matter either, but I'll keep them to development dependency just to show you how you would remove one. So I'll type in npm remove 3, which is the name of the package. And now you can see it's gone. Now you can remove packages several other ways. For example, you can do npm r or npm uninstall. They all mean the same thing, they just are different aliases. And let's do npm i3 and then --save -dev. And now I'll save it as a development dependency, and you can see it in there. Now if I come up to node modules folder, you can see now there's a Three.js folder here. And I brought up the open source repo, so Three.js is fully open source, just to show you what they gave us from here. So you see the source file, you have materials, geometries, cameras, all this other stuff. And when we come up to our source file, it's exactly the same. And I just wanted to point this out because it'll be useful when we're transferring things from this folder into our project that we need to do, like the Draco loader. Okay, so let's close the terminal. Let's head up to index.html. I'm going to hit Control X, which is cut on my hotkeys, but it just removes a line really easily for me. Then I'll do Shift Enter, and that adds a white space above. And then I'll do .experience. So create a div with the class name of experience. And inside of this div, I want to create a canvas element, canvas, and give this a class name of experience.canvas. And then when that's done, I can hit enter, and you can see we have our div and our canvas. So the canvas is where our Three.js scene lives. It's just like a painter's canvas, but for us, it's going to be a 3D painter's canvas. And then I just put a simple wrapper around it. So let's go to style.css, and we don't need any of this, so I'm going to get rid of that. Now, of course, we just need to do some resetting. So M0, and then P0 for padding 0, and then we want box sizing, and then border box. Okay, now let's target the div. So I'm going to do .experience, which is the class name for the div wrapper. And I'll do position fixed. And this will just keep it in place. So when we scroll or move around, it doesn't go anywhere. It stays on the screen. I'll do width 100 viewport width. So, it will take out the entire, it'll take up the entire viewport width. And then I'll do height. I also want it to take up 100% of the viewport height. That's all for that. And then let's actually target the canvas itself. Canvas. And then let's just set its height to width 100% and height 100%. So it's pretty much just taking this as itself. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to hit Control-Shift-S to save all. Your saving all files might be different. To check, you can come down here to the settings and then go into keyboard shortcuts and then type in search, save, and then all. And you can see my save all hotkey is Control-Shift-S. And if you want to customize it, you can just click on it and then hit edit and then enter a new desired key combination. Okay, so let's head up to main.js. Let's highlight this stuff and exit it out. We'll keep this because we never linked the CSS here, so let's leave this. Then let's create a new variable called constExperience. And I'll do equals new experience. And then pass in our canvas element, so document.querySelector, and then that'll be experience.canvas. Now Three.js needs the canvas, so we're passing in the canvas element by selecting it to this class. Now we haven't created this class yet, but this class will hold everything related to our Three.js experience. Okay, let's come up here and create an experience folder. And then let's create experience.js. Let's export the class, so export default class experience. Let's give it a constructor. And this will take in that canvas element that we passed in here. And then it will just set this experience's variable named canvas to the canvas that we passed in. And then let's go back to main.js and import this. So import experience from // and then experience and then experience.js. Let's go back to experience.js and let's just do console.log. hello world just to make sure it's working. Okay, so let's launch our development server. And if you go to package.json, you can see the script for it is dev. So let's open control tick to open the terminal. And then let's do npm run dev. Now you can see I have a local dev server at here. So I'm just going to copy this and then go to it. And now you can see we have our dev app. And then I'll hit Control Shift I to open the console. And you can see hello world is here. It's being outprinted by experience.js. Okay, so let's go to Three.js.org, go to their documentation and creating a scene. Now, if you're completely new to Three.js, I highly recommend you read through this and play with Three.js on your own before continuing on to this video. For now, I'm just going to come down here and copy and paste the So I'm going to Control C, then I'm going to highlight console log and just replace it over and then save it. Now let's come back to our Vite app, and you can see we have uncaught reference error, 3 is not defined. So let's come to the start, Shift Enter to give some white space, and then let's do import everything as 3 and then from 3. Now because we have a bundler, we don't need to type the path in node modules to 3. It will automatically type that path for us. We just have to give the name. And now you can see everything works. But we have an error here, and I've never seen it in my life, but it says 2 output files share the same path but have different contents. So this might suggest that our package.log.json file was messed up when we were transferring dependencies between the two. So let's delete this package.log.json, and then let's exit the live server with Control C, and then let's do npm install, and this will reinstall our dependencies. And then let's do npm run dev again and see if that fixes the situation. And now you can see I no longer have that error. It was just something messed up with package.log.json not updating when we were transferring our dependencies. Okay, so let's start splitting it up. I'm going to be using the Singleton method that I learned in Bruno Simon's course. Now I'll have some slight modifications, but if you came from Bruno Simon's course, it's pretty similar. So we'll be using the Singleton design pattern, and this just ensures that a class only has one instance and that class has global access. So here I've split up our starter code into several JavaScript files. Each of these JavaScript files plays a specific role. For example, the cube will take care of the cube setup, and the camera will take care of the camera setup. But if you look at the code, a lot of these things are dependent on each other. For example, the renderer needs the scene. It also needs the camera as well as the sizes in order to complete its role. Because all of these things are in separate files when we split up our code, it needs to access them somehow. And to access the stuff in these other files, it would look something like this. So you would import that class that you need stuff from, and then you would instantiate it here so you can use it. But take a look here between cube and sphere.js. Both of these need to access the scene. So what do? They import the scene and then create a new scene so they can access the scene. But when you make a new instance of the scene, it's no longer the same scene that it used to be. It's a completely new one. Imagine every time you created a new mesh, you created a new scene. You'll just lose your old mesh that you added to the old scene since you just created a new scene. So you can solve this by making scene.js a singleton. That way, every time you call new scene, for example, in cube and sphere, it doesn't actually create a new scene, but returns you the original one you first instantiated. This way, I can add more of these and keep calling new scene and adding to getting the same exact scene, not a new scene, and adding all my meshes to that same scene. So for every shared resource that is impacted by multiple instantiations, for example, the scene, we could make them a singleton. Well, this kind of defeats the purpose of trying to split up our files into messy code because we'll have a bunch of imports in each file. However, this is where experience.js comes in. Experience.js will be our singleton and has access to all these other files. As a result, all these other files will only be instantiated once as well. Since it's a singleton that is globally accessible, all these classes no longer have to talk to each other. They can just ask experience.js what the other classes have in order to get what they need in order to complete their roles. So then it'll look something like this in pseudocode. All you have to do is import experience, and then you can just get the scene from the experience. Here you can get the scene from experience, and experience will always only return that first instantiated scene. This might not make any sense currently, or maybe I explained it poorly, but it'll start to click once we start coding it out. So let's create our singleton design pattern with experience. I'm just going to get rid of all of this starter code. So let's create a static instance variable. And if experience.instance exists, then we can just return that instance. So if this is true, if this exists, we just return and nothing down here executes anymore. Otherwise, if it does not exist, experience.instance equal this. And what this does, it just sets everything down here into this variable. So the next time we call a new experience, it'll be true, and then it'll just return it, and nothing down below here will execute. Okay, so let's create our first utility function. I'm going to come up to experience.js and type in utils to create a utilities folder, and the first one I want to do is size.js. So let's do export default class sizes. Whoops. Sizes, and then let's give it a constructor. The main thing I want to do is give the width, so equals window.innerWidth, and this .height equals window.innerHeight. Because our canvas takes up 100% of inner width and inner height of the window, I'm just going to select the window, but you might want to select your canvas if your canvas your canvas's width and height if your canvas does not take up 100%. Okay, we also need this aspect ratio for our camera, so I'm going to do that, and this will be this width divided by this height. Now on resize, we want to update these values, so let's do window.addEventListener on resize. Whoops. Just update these values, and we can just copy and paste that here. Now I also forgot to set the window pixel device ratio, so let's do that right now. I'm going to do this pixel ratio. Whoops. Equals math.min window.pixel ratio, and then 2. And this should be device pixel ratio. Device pixel ratio. And this is just a min function to select the lower one. So if this is 3, it'll pick 2, and if this is 1, it'll pick 1. And we also want to update that as well. And the reason we have this min function here is because going higher than 2 doesn't really have any benefit. So we'll just leave it at 2 at the maximum and a minimum. Okay, so now we can import sizes into our experience. So import sizes from /util/size.js. Now it depends on your bundler, but you might not even have to put .js. I just put it just to be safe. I forgot if Vite needs the .js or not. Then we can set this one. This experience is variable. This .sizes equals new sizes. Okay, next let's just create our scene real quick, and I'll do that. And we don't have to split this into a separate file because it's just one line. Let's go back out of the utils folder and start creating our camera.js file. So I'll do export default camera. Export default class camera. And let's do that. Give it a constructor. Like so. So the camera needs the sizes It also needs the scene, and we're going to be using a tool called Orbit Controls, and that needs the canvas. So remember, we can just get it from experience because it has it all for us right here. So let's import experience. I'm going to come up here, shift enter, import experience ./experience.js, and then just set this .experience equals to new experience. And then I'll set this .size equals to this .experiences.sizes. So essentially, we get the experience, and the experience has the sizes here from this file here. So it's all good. We also want the scene, so this .scene equals this .experience.scene. And then we want the canvas, so this .canvas equals this whoops, I've been putting this .experience.canvas. So let's just make sure we're getting this stuff first. So let's go to experience.js and import the camera. So this is not going to be a utility function, so I'm going to put a space in between. So import camera from ./camera.js. Then let's come down here and do this .camera equals new camera. Whoops. Now open your terminal with control backtick, and if your Vite server is still running, you can go there. But if it's not, remember you can run npm run dev, which is in the package.json. So let's go to my local host here and make sure I save my files. And it looks like we have no errors, that's good. So let's go to camera.js real quick and console.log this.sizes, this.scene, this.canvas. And you can see we have the scene, we have the canvas, and we have sizes. And let's also log out this.experience. And you can see our experience has the camera, the canvas, the scene, and the sizes. Very, very awesome. Okay. Now I'm going to create two cameras. We only need one, but you'll see why I create two cameras. The second camera that I create will be helpful for us when we start with the pathing. So let's start. I'll do this create perspective camera, and that'll be a function. And then I'll do this create orthographic camera. And this is the one we're going to be using because that's the one that Boko used. Okay, so let's just do it. Let's do create perspective camera. And this perspective camera equals new 3.perspective camera. And then we can set those defaults. So I'll do 35 field of view. You can see for us, it pops up here, so that's really helpful. Then remember, we have the aspect ratio already. So what we can just do is this .sizes.aspect, and then we can do 0.1 and then 1000. This is the near and far numbers, and we can always change it later. Okay, so now let's add the perspective camera to the scene. Remember, we have the scene here. So let's come down here, this .scene.add this .perspective camera. Now let's copy and paste this, but let's create an orthographic camera instead. Oops. Let's come here, you can hit Control D to select the next instance of that, and then just type in orthographic camera. And my artificial intelligence is messing up, so let's just get rid of that. And then new 3.orthographic camera. Then it takes different values. Okay, so let's set a frustum size for our orthographic camera. I'm just gonna call it this .frustum, and I'll set it to 5 for now. So let's set the left view to be negative this .sizes.aspect times this .sizes.frustum, and then divide that by 2. And then let's do the same for the right one, except this one will be positive. And then let's set the top value. So this will be this.sizes.frustrum divided by 2. And then the bottom one will just be the same thing but negative. So let's just do Shift Alt down arrow, and then you get the negative. And then we need the far and near values again. So let's just put it at -100 and 100. And then I'll save that. And let's check periodically to make sure I get no errors. And this is 3 is not defined. So indeed 3 is not defined. Let's do import all as 3 from 3. And now if we go back, there are no errors. Okay, so we also need to update this stuff when we resize our screen. So I'm just gonna click here and hit Alt with Alt down and click again to get 2 cursors. Copy and paste this and then create a resize function and just post those in here. And I'll do the update the aspect ratio of this camera, and I'll just set it equal to this.size.aspect. And for this.orthographic camera, I have to reset the left value, and let's just Control Shift down arrow to quickly get more. So let's do top and then bottom. And then we can just set it to what we put up here. So let's do the left to the left, the right to the right. And let's get rid of these and save that. Now we also need to update the projection matrix for both of these cameras. So this dot perspective camera dot update projection matrix. And let's just copy and paste that, and then change it to orthographic camera instead. Let's just put some comments. Updating perspective camera on resize, and updating orthographic camera on resize. And since we're going to be using orbital controls, we also need an update function. And I'll get back to this later, but let's just put it here for now. Okay, so I'm going to hit Control A and Control C to copy everything. And let's work on our renderer. So I'm going to call that renderer.js. And I'm just going to paste this stuff in here and change this to renderer. And of course, let's get rid of these functions. Now let's keep resize. Okay, so the other thing that our renderer needs, in addition to all this stuff, is the camera. So this dot camera equals this dot experience dot camera. Then let's do this dot set renderer, and this is the function that will be setting up our renderer. So let's copy that. Oh, let's copy that and give it an enter here. So this dot renderer equals new 3 dot webgl renderer, and we want to give some parameters here. So we need to pass in the canvas, and that's going to be this dot canvas that we got from experience. And then we want to turn on anti-alias so we don't get those jagged, edgy lines. Then I'm going to quickly go through some parameters that I'm going to set up for the renderer. So I'm not going to explain these in depth, but Three.js has like really good documentation on each of these settings. For example, tone mapping. I'll be setting one of these. You can play around with your examples and just take a look. Sometimes the name is more than descriptive enough. For example, tone mapping, it's kind of like the tone. And then you have the exposure, which you can play with, and this is kind of like the brightness. Same with another one we're going to be used, like physically correct lights and stuff like this. So I'm not really going to explain each one, but they help contribute to our scene in some way. So I don't want to bore you typing out all these settings, so I'm just going to paste them, and you can copy them. And if you don't understand any of these, you can leave some comments down below, or you can read the documentation on what they actually are. So here we just getting physically correct lights, Here we're putting out some encoding, some tones, some exposure. We're enabling shadows and setting the type of shadow. And then we're just setting the size of the renderer and its pixel ratio. So of course we also need to do this for resize. So when it resizes, let's update this stuff. Okay, and in this update function, I'm gonna put my this.renderer and tell it to render. Remember we had the request animation frame in that regular one. So we have to pick a camera to render. And I'm just going to pick the perspective one for now. So remember we named it perspective camera. So this camera just points to this class. And to get the class variable, we also have to do dot perspective camera. So we can just console.log this real quick. So console.log this.camera, and then this.camera.perspective camera. And let's go back here. And I didn't print it out because it's never being called anywhere. So let's just do this and then Control D and then type in renderer. And then let's just shift alt down, new renderer, and then renderer. And here you can see what we logged. We logged the camera, and inside that camera we have all that other stuff, and we have our perspective camera, which is what we selected with the dot notation, and now we printed out that as well, and that's what that is right there. So very cool. Okay, so let's create another utility function called time.js. So I'm going to select this folder and call it time.js. And then I'm going to come into sizes and just Control A to paste it in here and get rid of everything in this constructor here. So let's start by setting the start time. So this is the time that the experience was initiated. And then let's set the current time. So the current time is going to be this.start on initiation. And then we'll have the elapsed time. And this is the elapsed time that has been passing since we started the experience. And I'm going to currently set that to 0. And then we'll have the delta time. And this will be the time between each frame. And I'll set it to 16 seconds. And this is because this is about the amount in milliseconds between each frame at 60 FPS. Then let's start this.update. And then let's create an update function here. Oops. Update. And here we're going to do our window.request request animation frame. And we want to do this.update and then .bind this. Now you can also just use an arrow function to keep the context. So you can also do this update.this. This.update, sorry. Whichever you like. Okay, so let's update our time. So I'm going to do, let's do a const, and I'll call it current time equals date.now. And then let's calculate delta, this.delta time equals current time minus this.current. So by creating this here, we get the time one after this.current between the frame. So we just subtract those times, and then we get the delta time between each frame. And then after that, of course, we need to update the previous one so it matches on each window request animation frame. And then for the elapsed time, so let's say you wanted to play an animation 5 seconds after the Three.js scene started. This is what elapsed time is for. So this.elapsed equals this.current, which is the current time, minus this.start, which is the starting time, which is this, what we set up here. So let's console.log this stuff. Let's do delta. And let's come back into experience and import that so we can take a look at it. So I'm going to come here, time, and let's put it up here. So this.time equals new 3. Oh, whoops. New time. Okay, let's go to our dev server and refresh. And for some reason, it's only printing once. Let's see. So, oh yeah, this should be time. Let's save that. Still printing once. Let's see. Oh, I think this needs parentheses. Yeah, okay, so yeah, there we have it. And you can see when we subtract the current time from the previous current time, it's about 16. And that's why I just put it here. Now this is already updating itself because of the request animation frame. And we don't want to put another one in each of these since we already are having it. So for example, we wouldn't want to put another window request animation frame to keep updating this one. We just want to use the one that's already in here. So how do we do that? How do we tell these other classes to update with this request animation frame? So how do we do that? Well, we can use something called an event emitter, and basically it just emits events that can be listened to and acted on. So for each update, we want to emit an event and then listen to that event so we can do some actions in the other classes. Luckily for us, Node.js provides a really convenient event emitter. And it's supposed to be built in and come with Node.js, but for some reason it doesn't work for me. So I have to come here and install events. And you can see right here, it says you usually do not have to install events yourself. But for us, well, for me at least, we have to install this. So let's open my terminal. And I'm just going to create a new one. I don't want to cancel my server. And let's do npm I events and then -s save -dev. And then let me close my terminal. And if I go to node modules, you can see I have events here. You can see there's events here. And we want to use their event emitter class. So event emitter. You can see it's one of their exports in their file. Okay, so let's go here and export default class time and extends event emitter. And of course we need to import that as well. So let's get that module. So event emitter from events. Remember, since it's in our node modules folder, we don't have to write a path to there. And let's save that. And if we go to the documentation, if you want to emit a message, you use the command emit. So now that we're extending from event emitter, if we go to the browser, you can see must call super constructor. So this will give us access to the stuff in event emitter. We can just do this.emit, and we can give this any name we want. I'm just going to call it update. So now let's go to experience.js. And in here, we'll do this.time.on. So .on listens to that event that we created. And we named it, I forgot what we named it. So you can hit Alt back arrow to go to the previous area your cursor was at, and left and right like follows. So what did I call it? Oh, update? Okay, yeah. So this.on update. I want to do something. And I'll call the experience.update. So when time is updating, I want to update all the other stuff that have updates as well. So I'll put that in a separate function in experience. And I'll just call this.update. And then let's create that function. So this.update. And whoops, sorry, getting too fast here. And in this update function, we have camera. And it will call this one, and it will also call this one as well. So let's do this.camera.update, which calls this one right here, and we don't have anything in here yet. And then let's do this.renderer.update, which will call this one right here. Okay, let's go to the browser and make sure we have no errors. And now you can see our screen is black, which means we got a render and it's working. That's great. Now, notice when we resize our browser, the sizes aren't updating. So we can do the same exact thing with sizes. Let's go to sizes. let's just copy this stuff, and let me shift enter. Import event emitter from events, extend event, extends event emitter. Okay, and remember to call super so we can access the event emitter stuff. And let's do this dot emit, and let's call it resize. So when the window is resizing, emit this event. And experience, let's do this. It'll be this dot sizes this time. And on resize, let's do this dot resize. And then let's just copy this. And this will be called resize. I like having my update function at the bottom, but let's just move this up. I'm gonna hit Alt up arrow to move this up a line. And now let's call this resize instead. Okay, so now it will call the resize here every time we resize, and it'll call the resize here every time we resize as well. So let's make sure that works and resize our window, and you can see it works properly. Now let's go back to time.js and get rid of this console.log. So let's set up a world class, and this will contain all the stuff like our house mesh and our floor mesh into a single class that we import into experience, and this will just make our life a little bit easier. So I'm going to come to the experience folder and create a new folder called world, and let's create a class called world.js, and I'm just going to copy one of these classes. So let's just copy the renderer, and let's clean this up. So highlight this, let's highlight this stuff. Yeah, let's get rid of that function, and yeah, I'll just leave it like this for now. And we have to adjust this path because we are one directory in, so we have to go back one directory. And yeah, so there, let's change this to world. And now let's make one for our room. So room.js, and I'm just gonna copy world and put it in room, and I'm gonna leave it like this for now and call it room. So I'm gonna quickly go to the docs and copy and paste this cube here, and I'm just gonna put in the constructor just so we have something to see. And let's do this.scene.add cube. Of course, we need to get that scene from the experience class, right? So this.experience equals this.scene equals this.experience.scene. Of course, this is the same scene, so we add the cube to that scene. And now we can import it here. So let's do import room from ./room.js. And down here, let's just do this.room equals new room. And then come down into experience.js and import world. So import world from ./world/world.js. And then make sure order does matter here, so make sure to put it below everything else. So this.world equals new world. And now let's save all our files and go back to our app. So no errors, but we can't see our cube, and that's probably because our camera is positioned too close to it. So let's just pick this .perspective camera, and let's just do position.z equals 5. And now you can see we're 5 units away in the z direction, so towards our screen, and now we can see our cube here. Okay, so let's begin by importing our static assets, which is going to be our video texture, as well as our model that we exported from Blender. So the way Vite handles static assets is creating a public folder. So I'm going to make a public folder, and in here I'm going to create 2 folders, one for models, and go back to public, and then another one for textures. And then navigate to the place that you saved your models, and you can pick whatever video you want. So I have a really low quality video of Popstars KDA from League of Legends. So that's going to be my MP4 file, and I'm just going to click and drag that into textures because it will be a video texture. And this is the one that we exported together from Blender. So let's click and drag that file into the models. Okay, so let's close these tabs. The hotkey is just Control W. So just to clean up the tabs real quick. Okay, so let's come up to our utilities function, and I'm going to add a new file called assets.js. And this will hold a list of our assets, the name of the asset, the type of the asset, and the path to that asset. So it'll be an array with a bunch of objects. So the first one will be name, and I'll call our GLB model. I'll give it a name of house. You can name it whatever you want. Actually, room, sorry. And you can name it whatever you want. I'll give it a type. I'll call it GLB model. And then I'll give it the path there to that area. So this is the path that the loader needs when you're loading models. So that's what this is going to be. And because of Vite, we don't have to put public here. We just do /models/finale.glb. So when we put in this path to the loader, Vite will automatically take care of that public pathing there. Okay, so let's just do the video texture. So I'm gonna give it the name. So let's just make this bigger so you can see. I'm just gonna copy and paste this, and I'll call this screen for the computer screen. And then the type here will be a video texture. And then we want to do texture. Did I call it textures? Yeah, textures. So textures and then KDA. And don't forget to change the file extension to match. Okay, so there we have our assets. Okay, now let's go to the utilities again, and then create a new class called resources.js. And this will load all our resources and store it. So whenever we want to access like the GLB file, you can just access it from the resources class that has already loaded it. So I'm going to go to sizes and just copy and paste this. Let me just expand this so we can see what we're talking about. And I'll do resources here. And we want the event emitter, and you'll see why soon enough. And let's get rid of this. And we also need to import the experience so we can get the renderer, and you'll see why in a little bit. So this dot experience equals new experience, and then this dot renderer equals this dot experience dot renderer. Okay, so we need to grab these this array here somehow. So let's go back to experience.js and import resources. So let's do that. Let's Control D, Control D, and then type in resources. And then below the renderer and above world, let's do this dot resources equals new resources. And then let's pass in assets here. And then we also need to import assets. So let's do that. So import assets from utils assets.js. So we imported assets from here, and we're just passing it to this class right here. So we can grab that here. So assets. And then let's just set a class variable, this.assets equals assets. Now if we console.log this, we should see that array of objects in our browser. And indeed we do. You can see we have that first object with the name, the path, the type, and we have that second object with the name, the path, the type. Okay, let's get rid of this, and then let's create an object. And this will hold all our loaded items. And we will import this resources into these other classes and use this object with all the loaded assets to access them. Okay, so let's have a queue. So I'm going to do this.queue equals this.assets.length. So this would return 2 because we have 2 assets. And this is just letting us know how many items are in queue to be loaded. Then we needed the loaded counter itself. and we're just going to set it to 0 because nothing's been loaded yet. Okay, let's do this dot set loaders to set our loaders, and this dot start loading to start loading. So I'm gonna double click those, copy, Control C, and then let's just paste them like so. Okay, I'm gonna set another loaders object, and this will just contain our loaders. Okay, in order to load a GLB file, we need the GLTF loader. So let's come up here and import the GLTF loader. I'm gonna import GLTF loader, and this will be from 3/examples/JSM/loaders/GLTF loader.js. So if we come to the repo, so let's go to the 3.js repo. Let's check 3, and then let's go to examples. And then we want to use the JSM version. And let's go to loaders. And you can see we have the GLTF loader here. And we also want to do the same thing for the Draco loader. So we can just do Shift Alt down arrow to copy that, and then just change this stuff into Draco loader. Whoops, should be all capital. Draco, and then loader. So now we are importing this. And one last thing we need to do to use this effectively is come into node modules and go into the 3 folder. Let's go into examples, JS, and then let's go to libs, which is short for libraries. And then you can see this Draco folder here. And what you want to do is select that folder, hit Control C, then we can close the 3 folder, and then select our public folder and hit Control V to paste that entire folder right there. Okay, so now let's set up our loaders. So this .loaders.gltf loader, GLTF loader equals new GLTF loader. And let's add another loader, and this .loaders.draco loader. Draco loader equals new Draco loader. And this .loader, then we need to set up some stuff for the Draco loader. So this .loaders, and grab that Draco loader that we just created. And we want to set its decoder path. So set decoder path, and it's right here into the Draco folder, and we don't have to do the public, so we can just do /Draco. /Draco. Then we need to assign the Draco loader to this GLTF loader. And the reason we're using a Draco loader instead of just GLTF is because we exported with compression in Blender. So if you remember when we went up here to File Export GLTF, in Geometry we turn on compression, and if you actually hover over it, you can see right there Draco mesh compression, compress mesh using Draco. Okay, so this .loaders.gltf loader, so grab that GLTF loader and set the Draco loader to it. So this .loaders, and that will just be our Draco loader that we created. Now we don't need a separate loader for the video, but we pass it here anyway so we can get it all in the list of items and the queue. Okay, so now for each of our assets, we're going to check the type of the asset, and then we're going to give it its appropriate loader and then put it into the items. Now you might be wondering, why did we do all of this if we only have 2 assets? Well, it makes life really easy if you want to easily add another one, and especially if you have more loaders, for image textures, cube textures, basis textures, and you have all these different loaders for each different item. Honestly, you could even split the loaders into their own file if it gets too big. So for us, this seems like overkill, but it's good to structure code in a good way. Okay, so enough chat. Let's go loop through each of our assets. So for const asset of this .assets. So remember, assets is everything in here. If asset, and then because the asset is an object, we can just use dot notation and grab the type. If asset dot type equals GLB model. Oops. If the asset type equals GLB model, then let's pick the GLTF loader. So we can just copy and paste this line here. And then we can tell it to load. And then we want the asset.path. So remember, the asset.path is right here. And then we can provide a callback for the loaded file, which is file, and pass it into another function that we'll create right after, single asset loaded. And I'll pass in the asset itself. So that's just each of these objects. And I also want to path it. And then I'll also pass in the loaded file. And whoops, this should be single asset loaded. Okay, so let's create this function real quick. And this function will create key value pairs for us in our items object. And this will just make our life a little bit easier. So let's grab the asset and file. And then let's do this.items. And then asset.name. So we're grabbing the asset's name. Remember, each one of these is an asset, and then we're just grabbing its name. So that'll be our key, and the associated thing will be our loaded file or our loaded asset. So we have key value pairs here. Let's also increment our loader count. So this dot loaded ++. Remember, we set that to 0 up here. Okay, so now we can check if this dot loaded equals this dot queue. And if this is true, it means all of our assets are loaded. And we want to create the world when our assets are loaded. So how do we make other classes react to this event? Well, that's why we have our event emitter here, because we want to emit this event. So let's just do this.emit ready. Let's come back up here to this if statement and do an else if the asset.type equals video texture, which is right here. So we don't have a loader for the video texture, but we need to perform some operations in order to use a video texture in Three.js. So here's their demo. In order to use a video texture, you need a video HTML element, and you can see they have it here. And when they create their texture, you can see they grab the element by ID as video, and then they create the video texture from that DOM element. So I don't want to hard code that in my index.html, because imagine we had multiple videos. You could just list them in assets and automatically create them, generate them in resources, instead of having to manually create them in your HTML. Okay, so let's just using, create element, typical JavaScript, to create the div element. Okay, so let's create two objects, and these will just be dummy objects to help us. And let's do this.video texture equals. So video will hold everything related to the HTML part, and this will just hold stuff related to the Three.js configuration for video textures. So what we can do is do this.video and create a key value pair asset.name equals document.createElement, and we want to create the video HTML element. And then let's set some parameters for this HTML element. So I'm going to just shift alt down arrow like 5 times. And so for this video asset.name, let's set its source equal to asset.path. So we're just setting its source to asset.path. Then let's make it plays inline equals true. Let's make it autoplay. You can not, this is an optional setting if you don't want to do autoplay. And I'm just going to set that to true. And then I want to set it to loop automatically. So dot loop equals true. And then I just want to play this. So dot play. Then from this div element, we want to create that video texture. So this dot video texture, we'll pick that asset name again, and I'll put it new 3 dot video, video texture. And then we can just pass in our video, which is going to be this dot video dot asset dot name. This will be our div element. Then let's set some stuff for a video texture. So I'm going to do this dot video texture dot asset dot name, and depending on how you did your UVs, you might not have to flip this. We'll see it when we put it onto our screen, if this should be true or false. Then let's set some filters. So I'll set the min filter. Let's set the mag filter. Let's generate bitmaps to false. And let's do encoding and set it to that 3.sgbe encoding. Let's do 3.nearest filter. And let's do the same thing with here. So this should be mag. And this should also be nearest. Okay, let's go back to our browser just to make sure we don't have any errors. And it says this .loaders.gltf loaders is not a function. So let's see what the problem here is. And the problem is this should be all capital. Let's go to console. And 3 is not defined, so let's import all from 3. Let's just find where we have one and just copy and paste that. Shift that, save. Let's see if we get any errors. And we have a Draco error. So let's go back to resources. And I think I need this slash here actually. And yeah, so that's good. Okay, so what is this error? Play failed because the user didn't interact with the document first. Let's just copy and paste that and see if we can get something from Google. Accept all cookies. To make autoplay on HTML works, you just need to add the muted property. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's just shift alt up arrow here to copy that line and let's change muted and set it to true. So does that work? Yeah, it solves our error. So Stack Overflow to the rescue. Okay, so let's make sure we're actually getting our files. So I'm going to do console.log file. Let's print out the file. Okay, so nice, we're getting our GLB file. You can see, let me zoom in here. You can see we're getting our GLB file. That's good. Now, where is our video file? Oh, that's because I never called this again. So let's put it in here. Let's just find that, paste this here. And we want to pass the video texture, so we can just copy and paste this instead of file. Now let's console.log and see what happens. Okay, yeah, so we get our video texture and we get our GLB file. Okay, so remember we want to create the world when the assets are all ready. So let's listen to this event and create the world when everything is loaded. So we can come to world and we can just do this dot resources equals this dot experience dot resources, and remember that's from here. So experience, remember new resources here. And then when this dot resources on ready, so from the event emitter, and sorry, it should be this dot resources dot on ready. Let's create the world. In this case, all our world so far has this room. So let's just Control X and paste it in there. So now when the resources are ready, our room will be created. So let's console.log this, created room, and let's go back into assets resources and console.log asset is loading. And then let's console.log all assets are done. All assets are done. And let's save that and go into the browser. And now you can see asset is loading. So this is true. Then it logged all assets are done, which is what we see here. All assets are done. And then this listened to it. So we created a new room, and then it logged out and created room. And this is the order we expect, and that's great. Okay, so let's get rid of the console.logs that we did. And let's go to room. Okay, so let's get rid of our dummy cube, and let's actually get the room GLB file that we loaded. So we'll do this.resources equals this.experience.resources, and then this.room equals this.resources.items.room. So remember when we came in resources here, we gave items the key value pair, which is asset name, which is here. So what we're doing here is we're getting the items object with all our items in there, and then we're using dot notation to get the room. So let's do console.log this.room, and we should see our GLB file. Cannot read properties of undefined reading items. Oh, this should be, I misspelled it. This should be resources. And yeah, you can see it. It's outprinting from room.js, and we have our scene here. Now here we get a lot of things, but we actually just want the scene itself. So let's just do this dot actual room equals this.room.scene, and let's console this.actual room. And now you can see we have our group, and in our children we have our 154 meshes that we created in Blender. So let's actually try to look at this. So I'm going to expand the window here, and let's actually take a look at this. And you can see our names are here. And if you open these arrays, you can see all our meshes exactly how they were in Blender. So look, cube 20, we have fish, we have cylinder 013, plane 007, and that's just everything, here. So, and there's our fish, and there's our fish here. It's between cylinder 16, plane 005, plane 005. Very, very awesome. Okay, so let's create a function, this.setModel. Let's just do this.scene that we got from the experience, and then .add this.actual room. And let's save that and go back to our browser. And we can't see anything because we need to add some lights. So let's go to world and create a new file called environment. And this will deal with things related to lighting and environment. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this and call it environment. And we don't want any of this stuff. Then let's call set sunlight here. Then let's create a new sunlight. So new sunlight equals new directional light. And let's just make it white. So hashtag FFF, and then let's put an intensity of 3. Then let's tell this light to cast shadows. So cast shadow equals true. Then let's set up its shadow camera. So we can always adjust these later. I'm just going to set it to 20. Then let's set the quality of these shadows. So shadow.mapsize.set. And let's just do 1024 by 1024 or 1K currently. And if it's too pixelated or messed up, we can increase this later. Then let's give it some normal bias. equals 0.05, and then let's just set a position for now. I don't actually know where it's going to be, but let's just put something arbitrary. Okay, and then let's add it to the scene. This.scene.add this.sunlight. Okay, so let's see if we can see our mesh. And oh wait, yeah, well, we need to instantiate this first. So let's go into room and world, and let's import environment, and this dot environment equals a new environment. So let's save all our files. And now you can see our mesh here. So we're either way too close to it or it's way too big. Let's just go to camera for now and instantiate our orbit controls. Okay, so let's import orbit controls. Let's do import orbit controls. And I forgot the path. Let me check real quick. Node modules. Let's go to 3. I know it's examples, JSM. Okay, controls. Yeah, okay, so orbit controls is here in this path. Let's do from 3/examples/JSM/controls/orbit controls.js and save that. Now let's create another function, and this will just instantiate our orbit controls. So set orbit controls, and let's go just down here and do set orbit controls. Then we'll do this.controls equals new orbit controls, and we want to give it to our this.camera and this.canvas. So we passed up the canvas here earlier. Then let's just enable some dampening. So this.controls.enable damping equals true. And I'll mess with this later, but let's just put zoom here. Enable zoom. And I'll be setting this to false later, so let's just leave it like that. Okay, so let's make sure we don't have any errors. Let's go back. Uncaught type error, cannot read properties of undefined reading position. Okay, yeah, and that's because we forgot to we have to update the controls. Let's see, what seems to be the problem? Oh, it's not called camera, it's called this.perspective camera. Okay, now you can move around with click and drag, and you can zoom out with your middle mouse button. And there, okay, so we can see our scene. That looks pretty cool. Okay, so I want to put some helpers so we can see our scene. So I want to put a grid and axes helper, so I'm just going to go to the docs and copy their code. So this is the grid helper, and for now I'm just going to put it in the orthographic camera area. And I'll just change it to this.scene add grid helper, and let's change this up to 100. Actually 10 is fine, let's leave it at 10. And let's do the same with the axes helper, so let's just copy and paste this. And let's just change the length of the axes to 10, and then let's change this to this.scene. Now let's go back to our scene and take a look at our axes and stuff. And wow, that's really small. So our stuff is really big because it's larger than 10 units. Now size doesn't really matter when it comes to Three.js, but I don't like working with bigger numbers. So I'm just going to go to room.js, and I'll do this.actualRoom, and then this.actual.room, and then scale, and then set it to like 0.1, 0.1, and let's just do 0.11. Let's just see what that gives us. And yeah, so now our room is, it looks to be exactly 2 by 2. No, not really, but that's kind of planned. And you'll also notice that the z-axis is that way, the x-axis is that way, and the y-axis is that way. So we could just work around with the orientation currently, or we can do this.actualRoom dot rotation dot on the y-axis equals math dot pi and math dot pi. And now you can see we have the x, the z, and the y oriented correctly. And so the light's somewhere here, that's why it got brighter all of a sudden. Now, what I actually want to do, instead of hard coding it in here, we can just do it in Blender and re-add the mesh. So let's do that instead. I'm back in Blender. Let's go into wireframe and select everything we want to rotate. And then I'm going to hit R to rotate, lock on the Z-axis with Z, and then type in 180 on my keyboard, and then hit enter to confirm that, and you can see it. We rotated 180 degrees. Let's also move it, so like GX a little bit, just a little more centered. But this one doesn't matter as much. So let's take a look at Kamaboko's portfolio. And notice when I scroll, it goes to the right. So if you think about it, let's put my camera from this corner like he does here. It's oriented from this corner. Let's just do Control-Alt-0 to put my camera at that location. And this is what it would also look like. So let me just do, this is also what it would look like in Three.js. So let me select everything. Let me turn off selection for the camera and select all of this. So here I have a screenshot. If we want this to go to the right, let's take a look at how that would actually happen. Well, we would have to do this, right? But wouldn't it be easier if we could just do GX? But take a look at what that does. It goes down. We would have to move both on the Z and the x-axis in Three.js to make it move to the right. And that's kind of complicated instead of just moving on the x-axis. So what I think he did was he rotated this another 45 degrees such that this becomes the x-axis. And this is the z-axis. Currently, let me change our color. Currently, from our camera angle, our z-axis is going this way, and our x-axis is going this way. So if we want to move it to this area in the same place, we have to adjust both z value and x value, when instead we could just adjust an x value just by rotating it. So I think that's what he did. It makes a lot of sense. So let's highlight everything. So make sure you get everything. And let's do RZ and then 45, but not that 45. Let's do negative 45. And now it'll be on that direction instead. And so let's just make sure it's a little more corner to corner. So it looks like our building wasn't actually a cube, which is why I can't align it. But as long as it's a little bit closer, it'll be a lot easier for us. Whoops, I accidentally selected local. So now let's put my camera here on the z-axis and Control-Alt-0. Let's go back to my camera. So yeah, let's select my camera so I can move it a little bit. G. So we have the same exact result here, right? And now let me deselect camera again. If I want to move it to the right, all I have to do is go on the x-axis. And this makes our life a lot easier. And before we export, notice that our fish is no longer inside its cage, and that's because it has keyframes associated with it. And depending on where you playhead, it'll be there. So we have to fix that before we export it. So let's go back to the animation tab and fix our fish up. Okay, so let's select our fish so we can see the keyframes and re-add keyframes. So let's see, my fish is here. I'm gonna hit Alt-R to reset its rotations. And then let's come back here and let's just rotate it here like so. And then we have to hit Insert Location Rotation, and this will turn yellow. Then let's come to 60. And let's update this. So what was the previous rotation? It was 137. So let's also make this 137. And let's just rotate a little bit more on the z-axis like we did previously. Then let's come to 120 and do the same thing here. So 180 is not enough. Should be like this. Yeah. RZ. And insert location rotation. Then let's do 180. And this should be, let's just use the camera there. This should be close here. And then insert location rotation. And then remember, when we come back, we want to Shift D duplicate. And let's just highlight these and delete them with the delete key. Or you can do X and delete keyframes. And then let's put it to 240. And you can see that that glitch again. And let's just, this is clipping, I think this is clipping through the side, so let's just move it a little bit. And let's reinsert location rotation. Yeah, so we have to do 137, and then let's do plus 360, and reinsert location rotation. And now you can see it's back. So it's back to what we had originally. And I must have not inserted my keyframe for this one. So let's go back to 60 and update this. And insert location rotation. And now let's just play our animation to make sure it's working. And it looks like it's clipping through the wall here. So let's just move it back a little bit. Or maybe that's just my camera that's looking through it. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, now we can go back to wireframe and just file export it. And if you have remember export settings, then you'll have all the same variables. Then you'll have all the same settings you had last time, and you don't have to touch any of these. So I'm gonna call it finale. And let me find finale, original finale, and I'm just gonna delete that. And I'll just export the new finale. Okay, so let's come back to our code and navigate to that finale object or whatever you named it, and I'm just gonna drag it in here and replace the old one. Then let's come back into my scene and take a look at how it looks. So let's finish setting up our room. So remember our actual room is this.actual room. So this.actual room, and let's grab its children. And for each of these children, for each of the child, we want to tell it to cast shadows. So what we can do is do child.castShadow. Cast shadow equals true. And we also want them to receive shadows as well. So child.receiveShadow, receive shadow equals true, and save that. Now let's go back to our scene and take a look at what it looks like. And you can see we have some shadows. But some things aren't showing shadows. And the reason for that is because they're groups. So if let's go back to console.log. Actually, let's just put the console.log inside the for each loop here. And let's take a look. You can see some of them are groups and some of them are meshes. So let's fix that up a little bit. So we can also check if they are a group. So if child.instant, so if the child is an instance of Three.group, then so for each child in that group, So we can grab the child's children for each child, and I'll just call it, let's call it group child. For each group child, and let me put some parentheses. So for each group child, we want to group child dot cast shadow. So let's copy and paste this and change this to group child. And we have an error somewhere, so let's just check. Right hand side of instance of is not an object, and this is because this should be capitalized. And now you can see everything is casting a shadow. So let's get rid of this console.log. And now you can see everything is casting a shadow. Pretty cool. Now the shadow is extremely dark, and if you take a look at his portfolio, it's a lot lighter. And we can fix that. Let's go back to environment.js, and let's come here and add another light, and this will be an ambient light. So this is just light in the entire scene. So new 3.ambient light, and let's also make it white, hashtag FFF, and let's set its intensity to 1, and then this dot scene, let's add let's make this dot ambient light, and let's add this to the scene. Okay, so already with that ambient light, you can see we get pretty much the similar shadows to Boko's. His are a little sharper, I think. And I think we can fix that a little bit by turning this up to 2K. So let's do 2048 and see what happens. Yeah, yeah, I think they're slightly better, but no one can tell when you're far away, and we're not gonna let them zoom in that much either. So, yeah, it's kind of already looking like this. But you can play around with these settings as well as the renderer settings. So remember tone mapping, you can, play around with this. So if I change this to 0.5, you can see what happens. But it depends on your scene. I'm not gonna play too much with all the customizations because it'll probably take a long time, as long as we get something close to it. Okay, so let's add our video texture and change this to a different material so we can see through it. And remember, we named this screen and we named this aqua glass. So let's go back to our room. And in this for each child, they shouldn't be a group since we separated them. So we can just do if the child's name equals aqua glass, the name we gave it to in Blender. Then let's update the child's material. So let's set the child's material equal to a new 3.mesh physical material. And this is the material we need to use if we want to create a glassy effect. So you can come to the Three.js docs here, and here is an example of using the mesh physical material, and you can see when we play with this stuff like transmission, opacity, index of refraction, roughness, and you can play around with this stuff. Okay, so let's set the material's roughness to 0. Then let's set the color. Let's just set the color to white for now. So I'm just going to do 0x FF. Then let's just guess an index of refraction. I'm just going to put it like 3 or something. We can always change it later. And let's put the transmission equal to 1. And then let's put child.material.opacity, and let's also put that to 1. And let's save that and go back to our browser and see what that gives us. So undefined reading color, and that's because I misspelled this. So usually when it says undefined, you probably misspelled something. Let's see. Okay, yeah, and you can see, we can see through it now. That's pretty cool. Now if you wanted to make it realistic, you could add an environment map, and the glass could reflect that map. But it kind of looks weird now. So let's simulate some water, and all we have to do is just adjust the color. So I'm gonna go to CSS gradient .io. Now there's some other great color picker sites, but I'm just gonna just randomly pick one from here. So let's see. Maybe something like this. So let's just copy the hex code for this and put it in here and take a look at how it looks. So, you know, maybe that's a little too bright, so let's give some black to it. Okay, so I found a color that I like. You can see it here. But yeah, you know, choose any color that you want. Okay, so now let's check for our screen. So if child.name equals screen, I think we called that in Blender in screen. So we'll find out. And then let's just create, let's just directly set the material. So dot material equals new 3. And we just need a basic material because we're not going to be putting anything fancy for this one. New 3 basic material. And in basic material, I'm going to map, and this dot resources dot items dot I forgot what I called it. Let's go back to, so I'm gonna hit Control P to quickly navigate and just type in assets, and I called it screen. Okay, and then Alt back arrow to go back to my previous file, and I'll just map that video texture straight here. So let's go back to our browser and see if that worked. And it says 3.basicMaterial is not a constructor. Yeah, of course it's not. This should be, sorry, this should be mesh basic material. Okay, cool. And now we have KDA Parp stars playing on our computer screen. Now remember, if this is upside down, you want to go back and flip Y, or you can go into Blender and flip the UVs. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now let's start playing this fish animation. Let's create another function, and I'll call this dot set animation. And let's copy and paste this. Let's just put it down here. Okay, so now let's create a mixer. New 3 dot animation mixer. And let's put it on this dot actual room. And let me actually console.log this so you can see console.log this dot room. And remember, this is the entire GLB file, and actual room is the scene within the GLB file. So if I console.log room, you can see our animation clip is an array, and we only have one animation, which is our fish, so it's actually here. Now you'd think, so it's not actually on the fish, but it belongs to the entire GLB file. So then we can use the mixer to clip action this animation, and then just simply play it. So this dot swim, I'll just call it swim for the swim animation, equals this dot mixer dot clip action, and this dot room dot animations and 0. So remember, this is animations, this is room, and then we want to grab the animation and grab the first one. And then all we have to do is this dot swim and tell it to play. Now we also need to update it in our updating function. So we have to tell the mixer to update this dot mixer dot update. And here we can use the time, our delta time. So this delta time right here. So let's do this.time.delta and save that. And let's make sure I have time. So I don't have time, so I'm just going to import time. And let's just change this to time. So now let's go back to our scene, and it should be playing. And it's not playing, and the reason for that is because we never updated it here. Nothing's ever calling it here. So we can go to our world, and in this update function, so experience world, and in this update function, if this.room exists, then let's update it. So this.room.update. Let's call the room's update method. So if it exists, then update it. And the reason we need this conditional, condition is because before things are loaded, this is already going to be called by our experience class, and then you'll just get a null error because it hasn't been created yet. So when it's been created, start updating it. Awesome. So let's make sure we're actually calling this update in experience, and we are not. So let's just do it right now. This.world.update. So this.world.update, and let's also do this.world. Oh, sorry, I put it in the wrong one. This.world.resize. So now it should be playing, and yes, our fish is playing its animation, but it's going extremely fast. And we can fix that just by multiplying it by a speed factor. So I'm just going to pick something like 0.0009 or something. Let's take a look at how that looks. Yeah, and there we have our fish animation. So let me just close this so we can see it a little bit better. And yeah, so there we have our pretty cool fish animation. It's floating around, and we can see it. So that's pretty much all for the room setup. I just want to show you one more thing when you play around with your scene. You can come to here and add a shadow camera helper. So I'll just call it const helper, and let's get this.sunlight and get the shadow camera and then add it to the scene and save that. And now you can see the shadow camera and which direction it's coming from. So you know our shadow is going this way and our shadow camera is pointing that way. And notice when you adjust the light, so let's move this to 3 in the X direction. Let's do that. You can see our shadow camera also updates as well regarding the position of the light. So I actually want to move it this way, so I'm going to put it -1.5. And yeah, so now our shadows are going this way, and there's not as many shadows here. Do my environment and just comment out the helper for now. Let's start working on some controls. So I'm going to go into my world folder and create a new file called controls.js, and this will handle all of our controls. So I'm just going to go to room and copy and paste this into controls, and I'm just going to get rid of these functions like so, and I'll leave this Control X to quickly remove things, and I don't need any of this. And I'm going to change set animation to set path. And let's export the default class controls. So the first thing we're going to do is create a path that the camera can follow. So let's do that. And to create a path the camera can follow, we can use the Three.js curves. So if I go to Three.js curves and go to Three.js docs, you can see we're going to be using the curve and a bunch of these methods. Specifically, we want the catmull rom curve 3. So let's just copy and paste this into our set.path. And then I'm going to rename this to this.curve. This.curve. And let's also update it wherever it says curve. So this.curve. Then of course we need to add it to the scene. So because we copied and pasted it from the previous class, we don't have to work with that. And then let's do this.scene .add curve object. Okay, so let's see if we can see the curve. Let's refresh just to make sure. And I can't because of, I keep forgetting to instantiate this kind of stuff. So let's go to world.js and import it. And I'll call it controls. And I don't think the order really matters here, so I'm just going to add this.controls equals new controls right here. And if this.controls exists, we want to update the controls. So let's save that. And there, now you can see our curve. So it's kind of a pain that every time we refresh, we have to zoom out to take a look at our curve. So what I'm going to do is go into camera. And in the update function here, I'm just going to console.log my camera position, this.perspective camera.position. And open the browser window just to take a look. And it says 29, 14, and 12. So I'm going to set that as my defaults. So for the Z, it's going to be 12. For the X, it'll be 29. And for the Y, it'll be 14. And let's just be a little more organized and move X, Y, Z. So now every time I refresh my page, I don't have to zoom in and out, and I'll just stay there. So let me get rid of that. Let me just comment it down for now. Okay, so before we make our orthographic camera follow this path, it would be helpful if we could see where it actually is. So I'm going to do that in camera.js. I'm going to find my orthographic method and add a helper here. And we already created one for the environment, and we can just copy and paste this helper. And I'm just going to paste it. I'm just going to copy and paste it right here. And it looks like I never even added the orthographic camera to the scene. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do this.scene .add this.orthographic camera. Then I'm going to change this to this.helper so we can access it. I also want to change this.helper, and I also want to change the camera that we're getting the helper for to this.orthographic camera. Now for a helper to work properly, we need to do some things in update here. In the update function, so firstly, we need to this.helper matrix world needs update. We have to set that equal to true. Then we have to tell the helper to update. And then what we also want to do is have the helper and its position to copy the camera's position. So this dot camera, this dot orthographic camera dot position, and we also want to copy its rotation. So let's save that and go to the browser, and we can't see it. So let's check for any errors. 3.buffer geometry is not a number. The position attribute is likely to have not a number values. Okay, well, it sounds like for some reason this isn't a, let's just copy and let's just console.log and see if it's a number or not. Well, it is a vector 3 and it's got numbers in there. Okay, so we know the position is a number. Okay, so let's just console.log our orthographic camera and see if we can like find something or something. Let's see. So let's open this up and oh, right here, bottom, not a number. So we have NANs here. Wait, so far is right. So what seems to be the problem here? This dot sizes, dot aspect, this dot sizes. Oh, let's check sizes. Oh yeah, there's no frustrum here. So actually let's just move the frustrum into sizes. So I'm gonna put this frustrum here, and maybe on resize we want to adjust the frustrum or something. So now it should work. Make sure to save both files. Okay, and yeah, okay, nice. Okay, nice. So now we can see our orthographic camera. That's pretty cool. Now we're going negative 100 to 100, and that's kind of overkill for our scene. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit smaller. Let's make it negative 10 and 10. And yeah, that's good enough. Let's take a brief look at the documentation to see how we are going to do that. So we created a catmull rom curve, and if we go to the constructor here, it takes an array of points, and these are just vector 3 points, so x, y, and z. Now let me show you where these are actually coming from if you want to count them. So I'm going to go back to let's go to controls.js. Now let's go to camera.js, and let's find our helper and increase this to 20. Both of these to 20, so they remain on scale. And let's go back to our Vite.js app. And notice if we go to controls, the first point is at negative 10 in the x direction. So positive x is this way. You can see from the axes. 0, well, that's 0 in the y, and 10 in the z. So if we want to count, notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we can also count in the positive z direction. So I forgot where it was. Yeah, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you can see our starting point is at negative 10x and positive 10 in the z direction and 0 in the y direction. You can also see that for our middle point here, 0, 0, 0. And that's right there. And then for our last point, we also have 10. So if you want to count, you can count 10 and then 10. And here we have 5, 5. So somewhere in the center of the grid in this quadrant, and negative 5 down y. So it would be right here. And on this side, we have the same thing, except on the other side and positive y. So we get a curve like this. So if we go back to the docs, notice that there are also some other properties that we can have, like closed, and this is a boolean. So it says default is false, but let's make that true. So let's come here and pass that boolean value of true in there. And let's see what that does. And now you can see our two ends are now closed, and that's very helpful. The rest of this stuff is just creating a geometry so we can see the line. We will later remove this line so we can't see it. But for now, it's very helpful so we can see the curve. And notice, catmull rom curve 3 is a child of the curve class. So let's click that and take a look at the method that we're going to be using that's going to be really helpful. And it's called getPointAt. It takes a float, which is a position on the curve, so a three vector, a Three.js vector 3, and it's on the curve, and it must be in the range 0 to 1. So basically, if we get the point at 0, what we will get is we'll get this point. We'll get this back. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to create a dummy vector. Vector equals, so equals new 3 vector, and it doesn't really matter, but I'm going to reset these to 0. And then let's do console.log this.dummy vector and make sure that works into our console. And indeed it does. So let me just zoom out. I think that's too close. Now let's use the get point at on our curve. So this.curve equals this.curve dot get point at and get point at, let's enter 0, and it says position on that curve will be copied into this optional target vector. So let's use our dummy vector as that, and then let's move this down here and let's console.log, and we should get this back. So let's go back to our screen, and you can see we get that exact vector. We get -10, 0, and 10. So essentially, you can think this float value, since it goes from the range of 0 to 1, as a percentage along the curve. If you're at 1 inclusive, that's just 100%. If you're at 0, you're 0% along the way of the curve. So how is this helpful? Well, if we animate the float value and get the point at this position, and then use the camera to copy this position, we can make the camera on each frame follow the new vector3 position by copying it. So let's actually take a look at that right now. And let's just do it statically for now. So this.camera, .orthographic camera, .position, .copy, and then we want to copy this dummy curve. And take a look at what happens. And look, our orthographic camera is now at the end of this curve. So if we animate this by animating the point that we get at, and we call this updating each frame, we can animate the camera along the curve. Okay, so let's give it a try. I'm going to come up here and create a new variable called this.progress, and I'll set it to 0. Then let's change this to this.progress, and let's move dummy curve up here next to progress. Then let's get rid of this, and let's copy this, and let's put it in our update function. Now we can do on each frame this.progress plus equals 0.001. Now if we save this, and go back to our scene, you can see the camera is traveling along the path. Pretty cool, right? Now, notice when we get to the end, it says undefined reading X, and this is because it's 0 to 1 inclusive, which means when we go past 1, we're going to get like an out of bounds error basically. So what we can do is modulus this by 1. So let me just make this a little bit faster. And you can see it just loops back when it's going over. So it's technically, this.progress is technically like 5, but modulus 1 is going to be 0, right? So let's actually console.log this so you can see what's happening. Console.log this.progress and this.progress modulus 1. And you can see what happens. So the modulus always remains between 0 and 1, while the actual progress itself keeps going up. Okay, so now let's come back up to the curve here and put true, and take a look at that. Look at what we have. We have an infinite loop. So that's pretty cool. Okay, well, what if we wanted to go backwards? So let's change this to minus instead. Well, we get that out of bounds error basically, and that's because it will be below 0. And you can see, of course, we get this error because we're going below 0 and it only goes between 0 and 1. So this is a really simple fix. We can just add an if statement. If this.progress is less than 0, set the progress to 1. This way, it'll become 1, and then it'll start subtracting from 1. If it goes below 0 again, it will be set back to 1. So now let's play. And now we have a infinite looping camera that goes backwards. Pretty cool, huh? That's pretty cool. Okay, so we know how to do it automatically. Let's do it manually now. So I'm going to comment this out. And let's create a new function here called this.onWheel. So when we wheel our mouse, we'll listen to that event and then update the progress value. So let's create this function on wheel and window.addEventListener, and let's do wheel. And we could split this up into another function, but for this purpose, I'm not. And let's log the event object. So console.log e. So let me scroll, and you can see when we scroll, we get that wheel event. And notice delta y goes between 100 and negative 100. And we can use this to update our progress. So if e.delta y is greater than 0, which means it's positive, then this.progress plus equals 0.1. And otherwise, this.progress minus equals 1. 0.1. And I'm gonna comment this out. And this is just the Vite bug, just refresh the page. And you can see when I scroll, our camera loops infinitely. How cool is that? Now wait a minute, if we go back far enough to get back to 0, we get that same bug. And that's because this if statement doesn't help anymore. Well, what we can do is put it in here. So if the progress is 0 and we subtract this and it becomes less than 0, then just reset the progress to 1. And now you can see we have an infinite loop. We can zoom. We can go forward and backward as much as we want. And let me go to camera real quick and disable the zoom so it becomes more manageable to see. And let me make this a little bit bigger. And you can see no matter which direction I move, it's always moving. Now the problem with this is, take a look. When we scroll up and down, the camera jumps to the next value. And this is messy and it's choppy. And even if we make this really, really small, like something like this, it's a lot smoother, but it takes an insanely long of time to get where you want, right? So it's a smooth movement, but it takes really long. So this is where we can incorporate lerping, or a linear interpolation function. So if you watched my previous videos, you already know what a lerping function does and what it's for. But for the newcomers, let me tell you, a lerping function, or linear interpolation function, returns a value that is slightly lower than what you have depending on your ease. So let's say you're at 0 position and 1 position, and this will be your current position, and this will be your target position of 1. So when you pass in a lerping function, you don't go from 0 to 1. Instead, you get a value like this. So I don't know, maybe like 0.3. So if you put this lerping function to calculate the new position on each frame until you get to your target, what you get is something like this. You get an even smaller arrow, an even smaller arrow, an even smaller arrow, smaller, 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 and you get the point until you get to your target. And remember, speed equals distance over time, right? Like kilometers per hour or miles per hour. This is distance over time, and that equals your speed. So if the time remains the same between each frame that the lerping function is calculated, but your distance is getting smaller, then what that means is your speed is also getting slower and slower. So you start really fast here, and as you get closer and closer, you get slower and slower. And this is what gives us that smooth effect. So let's go back to our code and start implementing that. First, I'm going to do this.lerp, and we want the current value. Then we want a target value. Whoops. And these are, so we're going to be updating the target value on scroll and then lerping between the current and target value. And then let's set an ease factor. And this will determine how smooth it is, basically. Then let's come in here, and instead of this.progress, let's do this.lerp.target, and let's reset this back to something like 0.01, and the same here as well. And we're going to do minus instead. And let's get rid of this stuff. Then in our update function, let's get rid of this console.log stuff. We can use the gsap utils lerp function. Now, if you watched my previous videos, you can hard code your own lerp function, and it'll work exactly the same as the gsap utils function. If I go to gsap utils and go to their docs and take a look at interpolate, you can see right here that it's part of their utils. So let's do that. So we'll do this lerp.current equals gsap.utils.interpolate, and we want to interpolate between this lerp.current, the target, this.lerp.target, and we'll have the ease here. So let's from our parameter object above. Okay, so let's create a position vector, and let's just put it up here. I'll do this.position. Well, actually, let's just use our dummy curve as the position, and save that. And now we will just copy it into this.position, and let's put this.lerp.current here instead. And now we want to copy this.position, not this.dummy curve. So this should work. And gsap is not defined, so let's go to our package.json. Yeah, gsap doesn't exist. So let's open the terminal, and I'm going to hit a plus sign here, npm install gsap -save-dev. And now gsap is here. So let's go back to controls. Let's close our terminal and import gsap. Import gsap from gsap. Oops, this should be in quotes. And now it should work, so let's save. And look at that. We have a really smooth camera that's moving along the line. Now if you want to control the ease, you can change this. So the higher it is, the more close value you'll get to the target. So you can see when I put it at 0.9, it's pretty much just jumping like it used to. 0.1 seems to be the most common, and anything low is kind of overkill, but it kind of depends on your scene and what you're looking for. Take a look at that. Now obviously if we go out of bounds here, we get this error here. And we already know how to fix this, so I'm not going to cover that. But let me show you another utility function with gsap, and it's called clamp. And basically it guarantees that your values are only in a certain range. Of course, we could check it ourselves with if statements, or we could just use gsap.clamp. And let me go to here and take a look at clamp. And you can see clamp a value to fit within a specific range. So you have the lower and the higher value, and then you have the value that you're passing in, and it'll clamp this value to the lower one. And it'll clamp the value to the lower one, in this case, since it's -12. Okay, so let's use that. I'm going to do gsap.utils.clamp, and I want to do 0 and 1, and I want to clamp this.loop.target, and I also want to do that for the current as well. Okay, and we also need to set them equal to each other. So I'm just going to copy them and put my two curly's here, equals, and equals this. And now, take a look at this. If I scroll up, I don't get any errors. I can still scroll forward, right? And that's because gsap is clamping my value, anything lower, to 0. So I don't get any errors. And take a look. If we go to the end, no errors at all, and I can still go back. Now, if you wanted infinite looping, we already covered that. But here's another thing to use, and this prevents anyone from infinitely looping. Now, of course, we can combine both automatic and a lerp.current. So let's just do this.lerp.target and plus equals. Let's just do like something really small but noticeable, so maybe something like this. And you can see it's moving, and when we scroll, it goes faster, and when we stop scrolling, it's still moving. And then we can go backwards, and it'll still continue moving forward. So that's pretty cool as well. And it's like you're kind of fighting against it. Now, of course, you can win. You can win this speed, or you can help it out. So that's pretty cool. Now, of course, you can also do booleans depending on the direction you want to look. So let's do this dot back equals true. Otherwise, this dot back equals false. So if this dot back, we want to automatically put it forward. Otherwise, actually, we want to put it forward here. Otherwise, if it's true back, then we want to subtract instead. Okay, and now let's take a look when I scroll up. Oh, I got these backwards. Let's do false. Let's do true. So now when I scroll down, you can see it helps it. And when I scroll up, it goes that way, and it goes that way, it speeds up that way. Now, isn't that kind of cool? Oh, that's one of the coolest things ever. Okay, so let's go over some more common ones. And what if we want our path to look and follow the curve? Well, that's actually really simple. What we can do here is get the next point after the current target's point. So let's just do this, and let's create a new position curve here. And let's call this look at position. Look at position. And let me just copy and paste this so I don't forget what it is. And we want to get the point at this.loop.current. And let's just do plus 0.01 or something. And this will just get the next point on the line. And let's copy it into this.look@position. And then what we can do is just use the built-in lookat function, lookat, and lookat function, and look at the next point on the line. So now when you save it, take a look at what happens. It's following the curve. It's looking at that. It's looking exactly where it is. How cool is that, right? Isn't that amazing? That's actually so cool. So let's do a little more complex camera movement with some vector math. Let's say I have a camera like this, and I want it to always look on the outside of the curve, no matter where it is. Now, I have a circle curve, but this applies to any curve that we're going to be using, and you'll see when I start it. And you'll see once we start in the code. So how do we do that? So the camera is always pointing outside the curve. So if you've ever taken a course related to vectors, you've probably heard of the cross product of two vectors. But basically, when you take the cross product of two vectors, a resultant vector is perpendicular to both of the vectors. So this would help, but how do we get two vectors? So pause the video and think about how we can get two vectors such that the resulting vector is pointing outwards of the curve. Did you figure it out? If not, don't worry about it. Let me show you the solution. In Three.js, all vectors start at 0, 0. And remember, we know how to get the current point on the line, and we also know how to get the next point on the line. So these are going to be our two vectors. And when we subtract the next point on the line and the current point on the line, you subtract two vectors, you get a result like this. So here we're minusing C from A, and we get a vector pointing from the tip of A to the tip of C. So when we subtract the next point on the line with the current point on the line, we get a resulting vector, and that's what this is right here, this small bar right here. So where does this one come from? Well, this is a static vector that we can create ourselves. So if it's straight up, then we get a vector pointing along the line. And if you rotate it, you can see that's exactly what we get. And all we have to do is make the camera look at this vector, and the result will be exactly what we wanted here. So what if we wanted to make it look inwards, like we had an object here? Well, all we have to do is flip this result. All we have to do is flip our static vector down this way. And now we'll get a vector that points in, and our camera will always point in. So I've updated my curve to kind of go into a circular shape. Now it would probably be easier if you want to use some other shape, some other curve like ellipse curve to get a perfect circle. And they're all childs of the curve class, so they all have these methods, so it works exactly the same. But I'm just going to keep it like this for now. And you'll see later it applies to any curve. Okay, so you can copy this if you want, but I'm going to go up here and instantiate the three vectors that we need. It'll be this dot directional vector, and this will be the resulting vector from the subtraction of the 2 points, the current and the next point in the line. So I'll do new 3 vector. And you actually don't have to put 0, 0, 0. If you leave it empty, it will be default 0, 0, 0. But I like to put it there anyway. Now let's create our static vector. And let's put 1 up. And let's put it up 1 in the y direction. And then let's do the cross vector. And this cross vector is the vector that our camera is going to be looking at, because it's the result between the cross product between this one and this one. So let's also make that a empty vector. So I've updated the update function, and you can see we just have our lerp.current. And I got rid of everything we did previously. So let's do this dot curve dot get point this dot lerp.current modulus by 1. And this is just to prevent those out of bounds errors. Now let's use our position curve that we used previously. And this is just so we can get our camera on the line. So remember, get point at copies the point on the line, gets the point on the curve, and copies it into this target vector. So this dot camera dot orthographic camera dot position dot copy this dot position. And now you can see it's on the line instead of at 0, 0. Okay, so let's start doing the math. This dot directional vector. Okay, so how do we subtract 2 vectors in Three.js? Well, lucky for us, they have these built-in methods for us. So if we go to the Three.js docs and search for vector, and click here at vector 3, and scroll down, we can find Control F and do subvectors. And you can see it sets the vector that's calling this method to a minus b. Okay, so we can use this method. Let's do subvectors. Then let's do this lerp.current modulus 1 and get the next point in the line. So I'm just going to do plus 0.00001 or something like that. And then this dot position, which is the current camera position. So we're subtracting the next point in the line with the current point. Now, I also want to normalize this directional vector. So I'm going to call it dot normalize. And it should be listed in the docs. And you can see right here, it converts to a unit vector with the same direction. Awesome. Now let's target our cross vector and use cross vectors. And if you take a look at the docs, cross vectors is a method, sets this vector, so in our case, this vector, to the cross product of the two vectors passed in its constructor as parameters. So let's take our directional vector, and let's also take our static vector. Then let's make our camera.orthographic camera.look at the resulting vector, or in this case, this .cross vector. Okay, so let's go to our scene and see if we can see our camera. And we can't, so let's see, open the console and see if we get any errors. And we don't get any errors, so let's go back to our code and take a look at what we're missing. So we're getting the current point at the loop.current value and copying into this position, and then telling the camera to copy that position. Then to get the directional vector, we want to subtract the current position. This should also be get point at. And let's put parentheses around this. And additionally, it's a curve method, so this .curve.getPointAt. Okay, so let's take a look at our camera. And it seems to be working, but it's actually not working. And it's kind of hard to tell on an orthographic camera. So let me switch to a perspective camera. I'm going to go to my camera and briefly change my orthographic camera into a perspective camera. You don't have to follow this step, it'll just be easier to visualize. So now that's the perspective camera, it's easier to tell when we mess up. So if you can take a look, I'll zoom in on the editing. This actually isn't the perpendicular vector that we're looking at, and the camera isn't pointing to the outside. Instead, it's pointing inside. So why is that happening? Well, remember in Three.js, all vectors start from 0. So when I subtracted these two vectors and normalized it, what I got instead was a resulting vector that starts at 0, but is equivalent to the other ones. Remember, so our static vector is also up here as well, right? It's also here. So as a result, what we get is something like this as the cross vector product, for the cross product in the code. So when we look at the cross vector, what our camera is doing is it's looking at this right here. But we want it to shoot out to where we want it to look, right? So how do we make it look over here? Luckily for us, Three.js has this thing called multiply scalar, and that just increases the vector length. So this .cross vector dot multiply scalar, and let's just put some large number. Now if we go back to our scene and take a look, you can see it's actually accurate now at the same position. It's following the curve, and it's no longer looking at our small mini thing. Okay, so what if we wanted to point to the outside of the curve? Of course, let's just switch the static vector to point it to the -1. Now we have a camera that's always looking on the outside of our curve. Pretty cool, right? That's pretty sick. Now just to put this home scene, if we get rid of this multiply scalar, we expect it to look at that resulting vector of the subtractions. And yeah, there it is. You can see it's going back, and it's starting to looking at that rotating vector around the origin there. So let's multiply that and take a look. Pretty cool. Now let's adjust our curve, and I'm just going to put some random values in no particular order for no particular reason. And let's just see if it holds out. And exactly it does. So you can see when it loops around, what happens. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so I'm gonna undo my changes and revert back to that circular thing. Okay, so now we're back. Now, wouldn't it be helpful if we could actually see what this camera is looking at? And we can do that by using Three.js split views. So if you go to 3js.org and go into examples, let's open this up a little bit and let's search for view. And you can see they have multiple views for different cameras. And this is what we're going to be using. And in order to use multi-viewports, we have to edit our renderer. So let's go to our renderer. So basically what you do is you define cutout points for your screens, and then you tell the renderer to render that, and then you tell the renderer to render a specific camera for that viewport. Okay, so this .renderer.setViewport. So we're setting the viewport, and we want to provide a left, a bottom value, and then the right value basically. So sizes.width, and then this sizes.height. So then we have our right value and we have our top value. So basically right now we're just setting the viewport from 0, 0 all the way to up here. Then in order to have another screen, we have to do this .renderer.setScissorTest, set ScissorTest to true. And to close this, we can come down here and change it to false. So this will be our second screen. Then let's copy this set viewport and set a new viewport. So for the left value, I want it to be this.sizes.width minus this.sizes.width divided by 3. And then I'll come here and I'll do the same thing for the bottom value, except with height. And for the width, and height values, I'll put it at 3. Now it's still not working because we have to set the scissor itself. So let's copy this and paste this. And let's change set viewport to set scissor. Now we can do this .renderer, .render, this .scene, and we want to make this .camera, .perspective camera. And let's change this one up here to this .orthographic camera. Remember, both of the hours are currently perspectives. Okay, so now when we save that, we get probably an error, undefined, and yeah, this should be renderer. And now take a look at what we have. So up in this corner here, we have our perspective camera with the orbit controls. And here we're actually looking at our camera. But we can't see anything because we're looking in the black abyss. So let's go back to our controls. And let's flip the static vector. So we're looking at our house. And now take a look at that. Up in our corner here, we can move around our orbit controls. And in this screen, we can see what this camera is actually looking at in real time. So how cool is that? Now, if at any point you want this tiny screen to be up here instead, all you have to do is go back to your renderer and change these cameras around, right? So let's change this to perspective camera. And now you can see our orbit controls is here, but you have a mini view of what you're looking at over there. And this is really helpful. And this is really helpful in so many ways. So this feature alone is absolutely amazing. I spent hours just scrolling when it's working like this. So right now you should feel really excited because, or maybe it's just me, but this is like really cool stuff. And yeah, this will just help you a lot with your paths. So let's just randomize our path and let's go back to controls. And I'm just going to put a bunch of new values in my path in no particular order for no particular reason. And let's just do, I don't know, like 10, 20. Let's do 12, 5, 6, I think 12. And if we take a look at our camera, you can see all along the way, it goes on the outside of the curve. Pretty cool. Now, if you want to, you can use a Boolean value. So when you scroll up, it looks on the other side instead, just by flipping our vector curve. So let's just have some fun, and let's look at 0, 0 instead. And now you can see, take a look at that. So our camera is always looking at 0, 0, no matter where it's going. And since our scene's at 0, 0, it kind of stays always in the focus. Absolutely amazing. And now depending on the position you're on your curve, so let's say if you're 70% of the way, you can change the look at target or something else. Just change it to the other one. Let me go back to the renderer and undo these changes. So we go to the perspective camera instead. So now we can see our main camera. So enough with the camera playing. We only covered the basics. You can do a lot of stuff, you can do conditionals. You can use GSAP to rotate the camera depending on the point you are in your curve. You can also lerp the rotation, and we'll cover lerp rotations when we rotate the house. But it's exactly the same concept. Yeah, in future videos we're going to be covering some more advanced camera movements, but for now that's a nice introduction to some basic camera movements. Okay, so let's clean up our control stuff. Let's get rid of all of this stuff. And let's get rid of this. And let's get rid of set path as well. And make sure to get rid of these functions, as well as this stuff, and this stuff. So here you can see the reset controls. Now I decided to reset it so we can work on the controls when we start having some HTML content. For now, let's just finish setting up the room. So let's go back to the room. And what we want to do in the room is get this slight rotation when you move your mouse to the left of the screen, and this slight rotation when you move your mouse to the right of the screen. Notice when I move my mouse, the building slightly moves. So let's do that. The first thing I want to do is go into controls and Control X to cut this and remove it from controls and put it in here in the room instead. And I want to create another function called this.onMouseMove. And let's just copy and paste this down here. And we need to listen to the mouse move event in order to recognize this event. So let's listen to the mouse move event, window.addEventListener, mouse move. And let's do E and listen to that event object. And console.log the event object. And whoops, wrong site. And I accidentally exited my dev server, so let me open the terminal and run it again. Cool. And now you can see when we move our mouse, we get the error. So it looks like we get an error. So let's see. Oh yeah, that's because of this. So let's also copy and paste this and put it into our room.update instead. Now when we refresh the page, we still get an error. GSAP is not defined, so let's just go back to controls and copy and paste this in here. Awesome. So now notice when we move our mouse, we get the mouse event. And we get this thing called client X. So if I come to the side, it's 0. And if I go to the right, it's whatever the size of the screen is, its width. So let's use this. And we want to calculate a ratio such that when our mouse is here, we are in -1, or at least an equivalent negative number, such that it's the same when our mouse is here, except positive. And in the center, we want it to be 0. So let's do that calculation right now. That'll be this.rotation equals e.clientX minus window.innerWidth divided by 2. So let's console.log this.rotation along the way. And it says it's undefined because this should be capitalized X. And it's still undefined because this should be this.rotation. And now you can see what we get. When we're here, we have -348. And when we're here, we have +348. So let's try to make sense of what's happening here. Client X, so let's actually log this. Client X When we're on the left, it's at 0, and we're on the right, it's 694. So let's see, we have 0 to 694 for client X, and the window.innerWidth divided by 2 is always going to be 694 divided by 2. So 694 divided by 2. So 694, so if we are farthest on our left, if our cursor, we want a value between -1 and 1, because that would be easier to work with. So what we can do then is just divide it, everything, by window.innerWidth. So it's just like creating a ratio. And it looks like we have an error here, and oh yeah, obviously, because of this. Let's take a look. Now when we're at the side, we get -5, -0.5, and when we're on the right, we get 0.5. But that's all right, but let's just make it 1 and 1. Let's just make it -1 to 1. And we can just simply do that just by multiplying the top by 2. So now when our mouse is to the left, we get -1, and in the center it's 0, and to the right we get 1. Perfect. So let's make the lerp target, this.lerp.target equals this.rotation. And then we have to come to our update function and do this.actualRoom. Remember, actual room is our actual room. And we want to rotate it on the y-axis, like so. Then let's do equals this.lerp.current. And let's save that and see what we get. And it's not moving because, whoops, I'm going too fast here. It should be rotation.y. And now you can see, so you can see from my camera up there that it's rotating depending on my mouse. So let me just adjust my camera real quick. I'm going to copy this and let me change it to orthographic camera. Let me get rid of this and change it back to orthographic camera. So what we had originally. Now you can see, take a look at that. So let's just update some of its stuff. So let's just update its position. So let's just do orthographic camera dot position dot y, and let's set it to, like, I don't know, 4. And let's do the same thing for its z. I don't know, like 5 or something. And let's just save that and see what we get. So let's just save that and see what we get. And okay, so we need to rotate it. We could use look at 0, 0, but maybe, or like look at an empty, but I think I'll just do rotation instead. Orthographic camera rotation dot x equals, I don't know, let's do math. Well, we don't want 90 degrees, so let's do, I don't know, like, let's try this. And that's rotating the wrong way, so let's do negative math divided by 4. That looks like overkill. Let's do 6. And let's bring this up a little bit, so we can do that by moving the y down. And yeah, so that looks pretty nice. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And this is rotating too much. We just wanted a slight rotation, right? So let's go back to room, and let's go to the style rotation and multiply it by a factor like 0.0. Let's just try 0.01. And that's overkill, so let's do 0.1. And now we have that slight rotation. Pretty cool. If we're at the start, no rotation. If we're on the right, that's pretty cool. Now I'm going to get rid of my orthographic camera helper so we can have better vision. I'm also going to get rid of my grid helper. I'll leave my axis helper for now. Undefined cannot set properties of undefined. Let's click this and see what's happening. Oh yeah, we need to comment this stuff out. We could probably put this in little GUI so we don't have to keep commenting stuff out, but that's going to be the last time we have to mess with things. So yeah, there we have our stuff. Actually, let me get rid of my axis helper as well. And there we have it. Now I also want to get rid of the split screen. I don't think we're going to need that anymore. I might be wrong, but so let's go to our renderer. I'm just going to Control P, type renderer, and get rid of this one. There. And this is fine to leave, but I'll just comment it out just for the sake. And yeah, so there we have it. So now let's put in our floor. I'm going to go back into world, and I'm going to make a new class called floor.js. And let's go into room and copy and paste room into floor. And let's just get rid of this stuff. And we don't need any of this stuff. And we don't need this. We don't need this. And we don't need this either. Okay, and we'll call this set floor. And let's get rid of this. So this is the new function. And let's do set floor. Don't need to import, and let's go to this floor. Yeah. And let's just create a new floor. Let's just create a new plane for the floor. So this.geometry equals new 3.plane geometry let's just put it at 100 size, and this.material equals new 3.mesh standard material, and we'll give it a color. So let's do color, and let's just put it at white for now. OXFFF. And let's do yeah, so that should be fine. Let's do this.plane equals new 3.mesh and create a new mesh from the geometry, geometry and the material that we created. So let's save that. Then let's add the plane. So this.scene.add this.plane. So let's refresh and see if we get any errors. Let's go to the console. And we didn't, because let's go back to the world and import floor from floor. And let's just put it down here. This.floor equals new floor. And there we have our floor. And it actually looks like it's vertical instead of horizontal. So let's go back to our scene here, our floor.js, and just rotate it. So this.plane rotation.x equals math.pi divided by 2. So let's rotate it 90 degrees. And we still can't see our plane, and that's because the texture is on the other side. So there are a few solutions. You can just rotate on the other way, and now you can see our floor, or you can set the side the material's on, and that'll be 3.backside, I think, and save that. And let's refresh, and yeah, we get the same exact result. Now, the most common one that people use is double side, but we're only looking from one side, so we don't need double side. But double side gives the same result as well. So it looks like our camera isn't going far enough. That's why the plane is clipping. So let's go to camera.js, and let's increase its far value. Let's just put it at like 50 for both of them, and refresh our page. And there it is. Now let's go back to floor.js. Let's go to floor, and let's set it a little bit below so our floor isn't inside. So let's do this.plane.y equals its position and the y to like 0.3 or something. Let's save that and see what happens. Looks like, oh wait, I accidentally moved it up. It should be negative 0.3. Okay, so now it's down there, but we can't really tell the distance, and we don't have the shadow. So like the other ones, we have to do this.plane.receive shadow, and we have to set that to true. And now let's save this and see what happens. So we have a shadow right beneath our stuff. Okay, so let's head back and actually start adding some HTML in our index.html file. So I'm going to come down here and create a div with the class of page. And inside there, I want another one called page wrapper. And this is just to implement our smooth scrolling. So we wrap the entire page, and this page will remain stagnant on the screen, while all the other content will be sliding up and down. And that's kind of how smooth scroll works. Actually show you. So let me actually show you what that means. So imagine this is page, and this is what we can see all the time. When we implement smooth scrolling, basically we're just translating this on its Y position, and that's what gives it. And what we're doing is we're translating this on its Y position. Now, of course, we also add lerping, so that's what gives us the smooth scroll. Now, we can implement this manually, but I'm going to be using a library called AskScroll, and it's the same one that Boko used here, and you can see here AskScroll. And this is a really popular library. I think it's second most popular to Locomotive Scroll, but I don't actually know on Awwwards.com. But yeah, you can see what happens here. It's lerping between the values. Enter down, and I'll do create a section. So section.hero. And inside there, of course, I also want a hero wrapper. In the hero wrapper, let's do another div with the main content. So one, let me go up, one wrapper for this one and one wrapper for this one. So hero main, and let me just backspace so I can get my emit again. And let's do an h1, so for the main title. So h1 dot, let's have some hierarchy. So h1 dot hero slash main slash title. And I'm gonna put the name of the client in here. Then let's do the same thing but with a p tag. So p.hero.main.description. And I'll do digital media student, and then that line thing, and then let's do 3D artist. Okay, so let's just copy and paste this. So Shift Alt down arrow, and let's put some spaces here. And instead of main, let's use Control D to select the next instance and call it hero second. And hero second, these are going to be the same, so I'm going to call them subheading. And it looks like he so let's just do that. Abigail Bloom portfolio. So this should actually be section. I accidentally typed second. And let's start splitting up in sections. So I'm going to call this experience. And I'm just going to add a bit in here. Itself. Page itself. And let's set some basic styling. So dot page. I'll put its z index to 99999. Let's put its width to 100%, its height to 100%, and its overflow to hidden. Then let's target the page wrapper, and put its position to relative. And let's do dot hero, and let's set its width to 100 of the viewport width, and its height to 100 of the viewport height. Okay, let's save and see if we can see stuff, and yes we can. So let's go to hero-wrapper, and let's put its position to relative, and that will enable us to position these elements absolute to the hero wrapper instead of whatever parent element it was. We also want this height to be 100%. We don't want it to take the full width. So if you take a look at his site, his main section in the center doesn't take the full width of its container, but it takes its full height. So let's do a calculate function. So width 100%. Whoops. Width calc 100% minus 160 pixels. And then let's do margin 0 and then auto. And save that. And now you can see. And now you can see what we have. Like so. So auto just puts, it fills it with empty space on the left and right here. And now let's start positioning the containers absolute. So I'll do .hero-main. And I think what did I call it? Yeah, hero-main. And I'll do position absolute. Let's put it on the bottom and let's just put it at like 200, I don't know. We could put a percentage or a calculation or just a hard-coded value, but I'm just gonna see what happens. You know, it's really up to you how you want to do the CSS and stuff. Oh yeah, it should be going down lower. Okay. And we also want the left to be 0, but it looks like it's already being there. Okay. So let's calculate the second section, hero-second. And let's also make that position absolute. And let's put it top at like, down from the top to like 100 pixels. Let's put it right at like 0. Okay, so actually let's just move that up a little bit. And let's do calc 50%. This is like minus 120 pixels or something. And it's kind of more up there, like his portfolio. So let's import the font he used, which is Montserrat. So I'm gonna go to, and then I'm gonna select Montserrat. So let's go to Montserrat. And I'm just gonna select all the styles and import them. Later, we probably need to upload like WAF files for the actual fonts if we want to deploy it, just so we don't get like a glitch. But for now, I'm just gonna import it into my CSS. Then I'll come back here and let's put some resets, so HTML and body. And let's just put the font family to Montserrat. Montserrat. And if it doesn't work, we can just put it at sans serif as backup. And there we have something nice here. Okay, so I just realized these shouldn't be different. So let's go back to index.html and put this as P. Now let's go to style.css and finish styling our text. So I want to target the hero.main dash title, and I'll put its size. So let's just do font size, and let's try like 64 pixels. And let's copy and paste this for the description, and maybe like 32 pixels. That might be a little overkill. Let's change this to 18. Okay. And then let's target this stuff. So .hero-second, that's subheading. And let's do font size 18 pixels. And then let's make it uppercase, so text transform and uppercase. Uppercase, and actually let's make this bigger, 32. Okay, so now if we resize our screen, looks pretty, it's not bad. And this is overkill, so let's actually put a max width on the hero wrapper. So I'm gonna do a max width, and I'm just gonna do like 1100 pixels from memory. This seems to be not too bad. Yeah, so now we have a max width. Okay, so let's come here, and I'm gonna do another div, and I'll just call it section margin. So this will just be a dummy section to give some margin when we're moving our scene. And so I'll leave it like that. Then let's create another section, so section, and I'll call this first section. And I'm gonna give it a class of section and left as well. So it's gonna be on the left side. Then we can do the section title. So let's just do this section title. And for each of these boxes, it might be easier just to use an SVG and put it in a background image or whatever. But he did it with spans, so we're going to be doing the same thing. Either spans or divs, I forgot. So let's just do div dot section title decoration and ×3. And let's give them their own distinct name. So we could just do select child in CSS instead of giving different class names, but it's fine. But let's just give them different class names instead. Then let's have a span, and this is going to be that mini number that you see. So I'll do section number, and I'm going to put 01. Now in this section, let's have a section detail wrapper. So section detail wrapper. And I'll do an H3 called section heading. And I'll also do a P tag with section text. And I'll just do lorem ipsum. And remember, you can just use the default lorem and hit enter with emit. Or if you want more paragraphs, you can multiply it by like 2 or something and overkill it. But I'm just going to stick with the default lorem and hit enter. And then I'm going to select these 2 lines and then shift alt down arrow 3 times. Twice to make 3 times. Then let's copy the section margin and put it below after the section. So for some reason the section isn't, because I put it here. So let's cut that out and put it in here. And now let's save that. Let's reformat this. So unfortunately my prettier isn't working. So yeah, this is fine. Let's do this. And I also want a wrapper to wrap this part, like we had a wrapper to wrap this part. So let's do, let's call it section intro wrapper. Let's cut the endpoint and put it here. And let's just tab everything over. Let's just copy everything here and put it down here. And instead of calling it first section, I'll call it second section, and I'll put this to right. Okay, so let's jump back to our styles.css, and I don't want to put it in my hero section. I want to put it, let's put it below the page, and I'll call this section formatting. Section formatting. Now for the margins, I'm just gonna select the section margins and I'll give it a height of like 3000 pixels and a width of 100%. For the sections with the class of section, I'm going to give it a width of 50%, so it takes up 50% of the screen. And I'll give some padding to the top and bottom, so I'll just put 1000 pixels, and I'll give like 4% to the left and right. And then I don't want any margin. And we'll reset it depending if it's left or right. And then let's set a background color. And instead of hard coding it, let's actually get a little more organized and set some variables. I'm gonna make the root. So let's make some variables. I would first want to do the font color, and usually so I'll call it text black. And usually nothing is 100% black on an award site. You only use something that's really close. So let me just type black and then pick something that's like close to black but not black. So that looks good. Okay, so I found some colors I like, and you can set that if you want. And let me just come up here and put the default color as var and --text -black for the default color. And now you can see we don't have that that black anymore, but we get our 333222 thing. Awesome. So let's go back here, and our background color will be var, and let's do --primary color. Now let's adjust the margin auto depending on if it's left or right. So we gave those classes to each section. If it's left, I want to do a margin right auto. And if it's right, we want to do a margin left auto. Oh, shift. Whoops. So let's do shift enter, margin left. Whoops. Right. Let's see what that gives us. Yeah, so we get that nice long, we get that huge padding. Just realized I forgot to fill out the title, so I'm going to go back to index.html and fill that out real quick. And let's add a span here. Span.section.title -text. I'll call it about me. And whoops, this should be span. And let's add that to the first section as well. And oh yeah, let's change this one to my work. My work. Yeah. Let's select our intro wrapper. So let's select our intro wrapper. And let's position it relative so we can position stuff absolute later. And I'll give it a padding on 20% on the top and bottom and a 5% on the left and right. And then let's give it a border bottom of 2 pixels solid, and let's use our primary pink. And then let's give a padding bottom so we have some separation between the sections, and take a look at that. So as you can see, we have about me and we have 5% padding. So let's take a look on the sides, and our border comes outside. So the border isn't affected by the padding. So there we have it. Okay, so let's do it for the same thing for this one. Let's do section detail wrapper. And I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Now let's give some formatting to section height, heading, and section text. So let's do section heading. Section heading. And I'll do font size 18 pixels. Let's do font weight to be like 700, so it's bold. Line height to be like 1.8 or something. And margin top to give some spacing between the sections at like 64 pixels. Then let's adjust the section text. Let's put the line height at like 2, so there's spacing between the lines. And margin top, so there's spacing between the title and the text. And let's put the font size at like 16 pixels. Okay, so it's starting to look a lot like Boco's. Now, of course, you can adjust it how you want to adjust it. So far, we're just covering basic CSS. Okay, now let's actually target the fancy stuff. This part right here, and start working on this. So I'm gonna call this fancy decoration part of section. Yeah. And I'm gonna grab my section.title and I'll position it relative. So we can position all these other stuff absolute within my section.title. And I'll set the color, the font color, just to my primary pink again. Now let's grab the text itself, so section.title.text. Let's put font size to like 40 pixels, and its font weight to like 500. Let's put its transform origin. You can think of this like the origin that we worked with. So you can think of this just like how we did it in Blender. We put the origin to, the left or the center, depending on how we want to transform it. It's the same concept here. So we're putting the transform origin to the left of the span. Then let's just skew it on the y-axis, like 25 degrees. And let's give it a z index so it can be in front of the other divs. So I'm just going to put like 5 or something. And then let's make it uppercase. So text transform and uppercase. We also need to make a display block. Okay, and now we have that. So now let's style the title decoration. To put my cursors here and copy that, and let's go in here and put some dots here. Let's give some cursors here, dot, and let's put a comma, and let's put this right here. And these, we want them to be positioned absolutely. Let's make display block again. Let's put width to be 100% and max width to be like 278 pixels, and max width to be like 278 pixels or something. Give them a height, so maybe 60 pixels, and a border of 1 pixel solid, and then we can do our primary pink again. And we want to transform it, same up here. Let's just copy and paste this to 25 degrees. And we also want to set its transform origin to left. And you can see we get that. Now, if it's style 1, we want to change its position. So I'm going to put top 0 pixels, and it's already positioned absolute, so we don't have to set it. And now you can see it's on top of that one. And if it's style 2, we want to put it like 80 pixels on the top. Okay, nice. If you notice, this starts at the same place as this. It's just skewed in a different direction. So what we can do for style 3 is copy the top 80 pixels and transform it, but skew it negative 25 instead. So let's take a look. Pretty cool. Now I just realized that this should be 25 and this one should be negative 25. Yeah, now looks better. And then we can just fill this in one. So background color, bar primary pink. And now you can see we have that. Okay, and for this tiny number thing, you know, we can just use position absolute and put it right here on the bottom 0 and the right 0. So I think I called it section number. And let's do position absolute and put bottom. I don't want it directly on the line because that would be too close. I'm gonna put like 15 pixels, and let's put it 0 on the right. And then let's set the color, and that'll be, you know, our primary pink. And then our font size, let's increase that to like 24 pixels. So now you can see it's 15 pixels from the bottom of the container, and it's right 0. So the next thing we're going to do is when we scroll down, this moves. And when we get to this section, it hits here, like so. And there are a ton of ways to do this. I'm just going to pick ScrollTrigger because I think it's the easiest to understand. But I just want to let you know that there are tons of ways to do this, and it's kind of a matter of preference. Okay, so let's go and start in ScrollTrigger. Let's go to controls.js, and we need to import ScrollTrigger. So let me check my node modules and go to GSAP, and where's ScrollTrigger? Yeah, ScrollTrigger is right here. So import ScrollTrigger, and from, whoa, that's not right, GSAP / ScrollTrigger.js. Then we need to register the plugin. So we can do gsap.register plugin, put in ScrollTrigger in there. So now we can use it. Then let's create another function called setPath, and I think we actually called it originally setPath, but I got rid of it. Let's create a new timeline. So this timeline equals new gsap.timeline. The timeline, like so. And let's just start our first animation. So this timeline.2. And instead of moving the camera, let's actually move the mesh instead. So let's grab the mesh. I'm going to do this .room. And this time, instead of going to the resources, let me show you, you can also get it through the world, since here, and our controls comes after the room. So There's no reason why I'm doing it this way. It's just to show you that there's multiple methods depending on your preferences. So this dot room equals this dot experience dot world dot room. So we just grab this, and now we can grab its class variable of actual room. And if I console.log this, console.log this dot room, and go to my browser, you can see we get our group scene. So this is an error because we haven't filled this out yet. Let's animate our room. So I'm going to do this dot room dot position, and let's put it in, and let's just try the X value. So let's just put it to like 5, and let's just give it a duration of like 20 seconds so we can see it. So we can see, whoops, this should be a comma. So we can see it before it goes away. And let's refresh our page, and indeed, we can see it moving. How cool is that? Okay, so now let's actually put it up with ScrollTrigger. So I'm gonna get rid of this line, and instead I'll put ScrollTrigger here, like follows. And we want our trigger to be, our trigger is an element, an HTML element. So let's go to index.html, and we want it to trigger at the top of our section margin. So that's the section right underneath our hero section. So we want it to trigger as soon as we get here. So we can, that's this one right here. Now we have a bunch of section margins, so it might be easier to do it systematically later. But for now, I think it's fine if we just do it manually, especially if you know that you're never gonna change any of this stuff. So I'm just gonna call this first move. I'm gonna give it a class called first move, and let's just select it in here. Then I want to put some markers so we can see our markers. And I'll put the start, so I'll put the starting marker at the top. And I'll put our activation also at the top. And whoops, these should be commas. And I'll put the end at the bottom. So the marker at the bottom and our trigger end also at the bottom. Now let's see what happens. It says element first move is not found. Oh, I didn't save this, so Control-Shift-S to save all my files. And now you can see our starting point is at the top of first move, and our scroller start is on the top of the screen. So this is the top of our screen, scroller start, and this is the top of the marker right here. So as soon as we get to scroller start, it instantly plays the animation. And instead, what we want to do is scrub it. So we can just activate scrub, and we can set it to true. And now, when we play it, you can see it scrubs along with our animation. And when we get to our end, it ends. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Now, we want to give it some easing. So we could scrub along our custom ETH path if we want, or we can just mess with the parameters here and put it a scrub of like 0.5. Yeah. So this is how long it takes to catch up. So it's kind of like the ease factor on Lerping, but pretty much. So if we put 1, it's like a lot smoother. You can see. Let me check his. Yeah, it's a little choppier. So I think like 0.6 or something is fine. And it's going really fast because we have this at overkill. So let's just move it at like 0.5 or something. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So we have everything working, but let's actually take a look at this closely. When I scroll, it's going to the right, so that's good and all. And when we get here, we can see our room. but it's not that cool because we're chopping off like half of it with this. And if we expand our screen, take a look at this. Our room is still here, but this entire space is empty, and that's just kind of weird, right? So we need to make the position of the room responsive to the screen size. So how do we do that? Well, we can set x equal to this.size.width, which is the same thing as window.innerWidth, and multiply it by like some small factor. So let me just guess 1 and see where it goes. And it says cannot read properties of undefined. And yeah, that's because we never imported sizes. So let's fix this. And let's see where it goes now. And take a look at that. It's a lot better. But for some reason, it doesn't update on resize. And that sucks, right? But to update something in GSAP on resize that is dependent on resize, you need to provide a functional value. So if I do this and wrap this in curly braces and return it, I am now providing a functional value. Okay, so let's give that a try and resize our browser. And it's still not working because we forgot one more setting, and we have to put invalidate on refresh. Invalidate on refresh. And we have to set that to true. Whoops, comma. And now when we scroll, let me open it, let's small my screen, and take a look. Our house is updating based on the width of our screen. How cool is that? Now we can make it a little more centered just by increasing this a little more. So let's do like 1.2 and see how that looks. So our thing is centered, and when we resize, you can see it adjusts, and it adjusts, and it remains in the center. So how cool is that? Now we have a responsive scene. Hey, it's me from the future. I just wanted to say you'll be seeing this progress bar as well as this border radius being animated, but just ignore that for now. I will be getting to it in a later part of the video. Okay, and I'm gonna leave these in between movement sections for later, and you'll see why. So now let's start on our dark mode and light mode toggle. So I'm back in index.html, and I'm gonna come above my page wrapper because this is gonna be translating. And I'm gonna start on the HTML. So I want a div wrapper for my entire toggle bar, and I also want a sun wrapper. So sun wrapper, and I'll multiply by 2. And for the second one, I'll call it moon wrapper. And this will just wrap our SVGs. And I want to give spaces to them, and we'll put our SVGs in there later. Then I want the button itself, so I'm going to do button and call it toggle button. And inside this toggle button, we want that little circle moving, so I'll call it toggle circle. Okay, now let's grab our SVG. So I'm going to go to my browser here, and I'm going to go to fonts.google.com and go to icons up here. And let's search for a sun for our light mode. And it looks like they have a light mode icon, but let me select sunny. And before we download it, let's put it at 24 pixels. And now we can select it again and download the SVG. Now let's go to and look for a moon. And it looks like dark mode is pretty good, so I'm going to select dark mode and make sure it's at 24 pixels as well. It is, so let's download that as well. Okay, so now I'm going to navigate to my SVGs where I saved them. I'm going to right click, open with Visual Studio Code, and then I'm just going to Control A to select everything, Control C to copy everything, and Control W to quickly close the tab. And then I'll put the sun wrapper here. Let's go back and do the same thing with the moon as well. So I accidentally got it backwards. Let me just alt arrow down until it gets to the moon wrapper. And now let's do it for the sunny. So I'm going to open with Visual Studio Code, Control A, Control C, Control W, and let's put it in the sun wrapper. Okay, so that's our index.html to style.css, and let's put it under page itself. So I'm going to copy and paste this, and I'll call it toggle bar, and then I'll select the toggle bar itself. And of course, we want it position fixed so it doesn't go anywhere. It stays on the screen at all times. And let's make it display flex direct. And I think flex direction is default row, but I'm going to set it anyway because I can't remember. And I'll just justify content center as usual and align item center. Pretty cool. So that just aligns everything vertically and horizontal within the toggle bar container. And let's just put it at like top 48 pixels and the right 48 pixels. And let's just give it a z index of something crazy. And we also have to do this stuff for our wrappers. So I'm going to call .sunWrapper as well as .moonWrapper. And whoops, this should be comma here. And I want to give it some hierarchy. And let's also just copy and paste this stuff from toggle bar and put it here. Okay, now let's work on our toggle button. So I'm going to do toggle button. And this is going to be the background that our white circle is moving between. And I'm going to make it cursor pointer. So whenever I hover over it, it's pointer. It shows a clicker thingy. And I'm going to position it relative so within this container. And I'll just give it a width of like 56 pixels and a height of like 28 pixels. Then let's copy this stuff again. And we don't really need this, so let me just get rid of that. Then I'm gonna do its background color, and I'll put primary pink that we had before. Then let's give it a border radius of like 999 pixels. Give a margin of 0 pixels on the top and bottom, but 16 pixels left and right. Let's get rid of its border, and let's give it a box shadow. So we could manually do this, or we can go to our browser again and type in beautiful CSS box shadows. And you can go right here and click on the first one, and you can just copy one. So I'm going to copy, yeah, this looks good. I'm going to copy the first one, and I'm just going to paste it in there. And oh, it looks like they already gave us box shadow, so we don't have to do it. Then I want to start creating our circle, so I'm going to do this.toggle.circle, which is that center div, which is that circular div. I want to position it absolute, so absolute within the toggle button container, and I'll set its default at left 6 pixels and its border radius at 50%. So it becomes a circle, and then I'll put its width and height at the same amount, so width and height both at 20 pixels. And then let's set its background color, so primary color, and that's our slightly beige, slightly white color. Just gonna give a transition, and I'll put all 0.2 seconds, and I'll put an ease in, out. And it looks like there's an error here, and I forgot the semicolon. Now, when we want to hover this, we want the ball to get smaller. So let's go to our toggle button. So I'm going to call it toggle button. Whoops. Toggle button. And on hover of the toggle button, on hover, we want to go to the toggle. We want to change the size of the circle. And let's set its width to, what was its original width? 20 and 20. So I'm gonna set its new width and height to like 16 pixels and height to 16 pixels. Let's just give that a try and see what we get. And it's working. And it feels kind of off for some reason. Let's see. Let me zoom in. Oh yeah, that's cause it's transforming. Okay, that's because it's transforming to the left instead of on the center. So what we can do instead of setting the height and width, let's do transform and let's use scale instead. So let's do scale 0.9 and let's save that and see if it works now. Yeah, now it's scaling from the center of itself rather than what it was doing previously. Okay, so let's create a new theme class. I'm gonna head to world and I'll create a new file called theme.js. Then let's go to utils and I'm just gonna go to sizes and Control A to copy it so we don't have to type stuff out and copy it into theme. Let's get rid of all this stuff because we don't need it. And let's rename this to theme. Okay, so I want to set the theme variable to light first because it will start at light. And I'll grab the toggle button and I'll set it to this variable. I'll do document.querySelector toggle button, and that's it. Whoops, toggle button. And let's do the same thing for the toggle circle. So I'm going to call this toggle circle instead. Circle and circle. And I will make a function called this.set event listeners, even though we only have one, and I'm just going to name it that anyway. And let's give the toggle button a, whoa, that was a, oh yeah, that was right. And we want to give it an add event listener and click. And let's do this. And on click of the button, we wanted to translate 24 pixels. So what we can do is just toggle a class to the element. And I'm going to come back to styles.css. And here I'll call this slide class. And I'll do transform, and I'll translate X, and I'll type in like 24 pixels, and don't forget that semicolon. And let's save that. So now let's go back to theme.js, and on click, so we want to this.sliders, this.toggle circle, we want to give it that slide class and take it away after we click again. So I'm going to do targets its class list, and I'll toggle that class, which is slide. Okay, so let's set up a ternary operator to set the theme based on the click. So if this.theme equals, if this.theme equals light, question mark, then set it to dark. Otherwise, if it's dark, then set it to light. And let's just save that. And let's just console.log this.theme, and let's see how it works. So let's go to our browser now. And when I click, nothing's happening, and that's because we never instantiated this anywhere. So I don't know how many times I'm going to forget that. Let's actually move this out of world and back into experience. So I'm just going to move it. And let's go to experience and import theme. So I'm going to come up here, shift alt down arrow, and change this to theme. And let's create a new theme right here. This.theme equals new theme. And save that. So now it should work. Let's go back to our browser and click on it. And yeah, well, it looks to be glitching. When I hover over it without clicking, it's moving backwards. And let me check the CSS. I think when we hovering it, this transform is like replacing this transform. So I'm not actually sure, but what we can do instead is but I think what we can do instead is set the absolute position instead of transforming it. So let's just do left, and I'm gonna put it at like 28 pixels. So now what we're doing is we're animating the position rather than a translation. Okay, so maybe this will work. Let's just save and see it. So I'm gonna click, Yeah, now when I hover it, it's not going back. I think there's something wonky with translations in CSS that I don't know about. But okay, so now it works. Okay, so now we want to emit this event. So let's do this.emit from our parent class event emitter. And we want to pass this argument theme. So I'm going to call the event called switch, and I'll pass in an argument called this.theme. Then let's come to world.js, and I'll set the theme here. So this.theme equals this.experience.theme. And let's grab this.theme dot on switch. We want to grab that theme that we passed in and pass it to a function. And I'll do this.switch theme, switch theme, and I'll pass in the theme to that function. And let's create that function now. And let's grab the theme. Really, I think we only are changing this.environment and nothing else, because this holds our lights. So it might be a little overkill just to have a complete separate thing for it, but it should be fine if we ever need to adjust something else related to the theme. So let's just do if this.environment and this.environment, and let's just create a new method for it called switch theme, and let's pass in the theme there. Okay, so let's copy and paste this function, switch theme, and I'm going to control P to let's find environment and go there. And I'm just going to copy and paste this function and create it. Okay, now let's import GSAP. So I'm going to import GSAP from GSAP. Whoops, GSAP. So we can use GSAP to translate the color here. So let's just do if theme equals dark, and do this, otherwise do this, and we need to grab that parameter in here. So let's just do some dummy testing right now, and I'll do this.sunlight. Okay, so let's animate the color of this.sunlight, and I'm going to do gsap.to, and let's do this.sunlight and .color. And let's set its RGBA values to R. Let's just set it to black. So 255, 55, A 255. And this is just the RGBA values for black. Okay, yeah, and let's just see if that works. So I'm going to go to the browser. And let's control log to see. Cannot read properties of undefined switch theme. Let's see what's the error here. Switch theme. Let's go back to world.js and see what the problem is. If it's undefined, I probably misspelled something. ENVIRON. ENVIRO. Yeah, oh wow, I misspelled the original one. That's embarrassing. So yeah, let's just change these to environment and like spell it correctly. So now it should work, right? And yeah, nice. So something changed, but it's not what we're expecting. Invalid property A set to 255, missing plugin. And yeah, I don't know why I put A here. That's alpha channel. It should be RGB. I was just thinking too fast. So now let's try it. And that's not what we're expecting. Yeah, that's definitely not right. So let's go to Three.js and take a look at their documentation. Let's go to color. Actually, let's console.log. And let's see what's the problem here. Constructor, color. Oh, so they have a scale between 0 and 1. Let's just make sure this is the same thing. Let's do console.log this.sunlight, and I want to put it up here. And let's go back and let's click this, and our directional light dot color, and yeah, it's a color, And okay, so it has to be between 0 and 1. So let's divide these, and let's put in 0 here, and save that and see what we get. And yeah, okay, so let's also put it back to 1 here as well, 255. And it looks kind of weird because our ambient light isn't changing either. So let's just copy and paste this, Shift Alt down arrow, and let's also get our ambient light here as well. And let's just change it along with how it's supposed to be. And let's just check that out. So we go completely black to completely light. Okay, so let's find some good light colors such that it kind of works a little bit better. It would be kind of a pain to find a color on the internet and then keep on copying and pasting it in here until we find something that we like. So we can use a tool to allow us to quickly change colors, and that's called LilGui. And let's type it in and find its npm package. And so basically all you do is you just put in something, you know, kind of like GSAP, but instead of like a timeline, you just give values and then you can adjust those values. So let's go to examples and see if we can find something. So yeah, here you can see you can slide values around, and same with colors here, so you can choose up colors. So let's just select this and it'll copy it automatically for you. Okay, so let's go back, control back tick, and open this, and then copy and paste this and save -dev. Cool, let's check our package.json, make sure it's in here, and indeed it is. Okay, so let's go back to the doc and import GUI from LilGui. And then let's create a new GUI, so like so. And I'm just gonna put it in here. And let's just do this.gui equals new GUI. Then let's create an object, and this will just hold our parameters that we're gonna be changing. And I'll call, whoops, and inside here I'll make a color object, and I'll make it an object, and I'll do R0, GB0, B0, like so. And then we had an intensity of 3, so I'm going to put an intensity of 3 as well in here. Now let's create a function called setGui. So I'm going to put it after setSunlight, this.setGui. And let's put setGui here. Then we can do this.gui.addColor, which is a method from the package in the docs. And let's do this.obj. And we want to select the color object inside, so we'll pass it in like that. So let's go to our browser and take a look. Yeah, so now we can pick our color, but it's not changing the light. So what we can do is use another LilGui method called onChange. And it takes a callback, and we want to make it an arrow function to keep the context. And what we'll do is this.sunlight.color, and we want to copy, which is a Three.js method. We want to copy this.object and the color object. And let's do the same thing for the ambient light. So let's do ambient light. Ambient light, like so. And so let's get the ambient light. And we also want to change the intensity, so let's do this.gui.add this.object. And we want to select intensity this time. And let's set a minimum value of 0 because 0 would be pitch black. And let's set a max value of 10. And the same thing here on change. We'll provide the callback. And let's just do this.sunlight.intensity. And this time we can't use copy because it doesn't work on the intensity. So we have to do this.object.intensity. And let's do the same thing for ambient light, like here. So I also want to console.log this.object.color.object on change. So let's go to our browser. Oh, and by the way, if you don't understand any of this syntax, the docs for LilGui are actually amazing. So I just pretty much just copied this one right here, and you can see exactly what we get here. So let's go back to our app and let's change this. And notice how our thing is changing and we see the RGBA values as we're moving. Pretty cool. So this thing is in the way. We could comment this out, but then our event listener would break, so we would have to comment that out. But luckily for us, LilGui, you can move it. So you can do that by providing a container. And I'm just going to copy that as a parameter. And what I'm going to do is come back up here and paste this in. And then I'm just going to select any random index.html element. So let's just select hero main. And let me just put it in here. And I want document.query selector. And let's do .hero/main and save that. And now this will be our container. So it should be moved. And yeah, now it's here. So we can play around with these settings. Okay, so, and let's make sure intensity works. Yeah, intensity works as well. So I'm just going to play around with the settings until I get something. Okay, so I found some values that I like. So I'm just going to open the console.log and copy this. And let's put it in right here. And it's already 0 to 1 for us, so that's convenient. And let's just put some commas and save that. And then let's just organize this RGB. And let's do the same thing for this here as well. And we're just resetting it back to 1. So let's also do our intensity. So I'm going to do gsap.to, and I'll do this dot sunlight. And let's grab its intensity property, intensity, and set it to 0.78. Save that. And we also want to do that for the ambient light as well. Let's do ambient light. And when we go back, let's set it back to 1. So let's do this and set it back to 1. Okay, and I'm just going to get rid of my little GI because we don't need that anymore. Like so. Okay, so let's go back and take a look. And let me just get rid of this instantiation as well. And there we have it. We have our light theme and we have our dark theme. Pretty cool. Okay, so now I want to put a small light here so I can see my fish tank in the dark. And you could use a point light for the lamp as well, but then that would be kind of like 3 areas of light in the night theme. And I kind of just want them to focus here, so I'll just give a light here. Bogo's got a nice position because it's kind of in the center, his lamp, so it kind of draws everything there, and it's near his computer, so he's got one major point of focus, and that's his work and his light. Okay, so let's go to room.js, and I'm going to be lazy, and I'm just going to put it in set model and not even bother formatting it. So let's go to the docs. Let's go to rect area light. And I'm just going to copy and paste their code here and paste it into here. And so it looks like they gave us a helper already. So, and we don't want to add it to the entire scene. We only want to add it to the actual room scene. So it rotates on our mouse move that we added. So let's do this dot actual room. And that's already the scene. If you take a look up here, this dot actual room equals this dot room dot scene. So we can just do that. And let's get rid of look at because we don't want it to look at there. And let's just put this at 0, 0 so we can take a look at how it looks. And let's reduce this size to like 1, 1. Okay, let's go to our browser. Let's go back to our app and take a look. Reference area, rect area, light helper is not defined, so we probably have to import it. I'm just gonna go to their examples and hopefully they have it imported for us so we don't have to find the path. And yeah, they do, so I'm just gonna copy that, go up, and paste it in here. And we're working from the 3 folder and they're working from the examples folder, so we have to go back and start from 3 and then examples and just fix that path. And now our error should be solved, and indeed it is. And we can see we have our rect area light helper there, and it's cool. So that's actually a pretty cool effect already. Imagine we could use like a flashlight effect, but we're not going to do that for this video. Okay, so there are lots of ways to get this into position that you want it to be. You could find this mesh name and console.log it and find its position and copy its position. You could put the position parameters into a little GUI, like we did with the color. Or there's like another hack trick sort of a thing, and you just come up here into Blender and you click on your mesh that you want to locate. And as long as you didn't apply the location, you can hit N to open this, and you can find the location here. So it's X in 7.6. So I'm going to copy that in the X here, backspace that. And of course the Y isn't going to be accurate because we want this top one and not this bottom one, and this is the entire mesh. But the Z and the X should be accurate, or pretty much accurate. So I'm going to copy, and remember the Z axis in Three.js is the Y, so I'm copying the Y from Blender, and I'm going to put it in for the 3 here. And let's take a look. Yeah, so it's definitely pretty accurate. So let's just increase the Y value to like 7 or something, and let's take a look at that. Yeah, pretty cool. So now we just need to rotate it. I'm gonna do rect light and .rotation.x, and I'll make it math.pi divided by 2, and this will rotate it -90 degrees on the x-axis. And then let's rotate it on the z-axis a little bit as well. And I'm just going to do math pi 4. And let's see if that works out. So let's check. And yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm just going to adjust its width, maybe like cut down the width and cut down the height a little bit so it's more rectangular. Maybe that's just the rect area light helper, so let me just comment this out just to see it better. And no, I don't like how it's super bright there, so I'll just move it a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is just move it a little bit. So let's just move it a little bit up in the Z direction and see if that fixes it. And yeah, that looks reasonable. So no one can tell because of our camera position, but they can expect there's like a tiny light in there. And let's take a look at day mode. Yeah, in day mode you can't even tell. But if you wanted to transition this light and give it a delay, you could do the same thing for world. You know, you would call this .switch theme and update the room's light. But I'm not going to do that because I think it looks good as is. So I'm just going to comment out the rect light helper and just leave that. Okay, so let's start working on our styles.css. I'm gonna get rid of this and start refactoring our variables to actually be organized. So I'm gonna make a light theme variables, and I'll make dark theme variables as well. And light theme, I want to call it color text light, and I'll set it to this black one because we want it to be slightly black when it's light, and let's get rid of that. And we want the background color for the sections to be this primary color, so I'm gonna call it color and background and light for light theme. And I'm just gonna copy this, X, paste it here, and Control X to get rid of it. And this should be background light. Let's set our color pink. So any element that's gonna have pink, we want to give it this pink color, and it should be right here. So let's just copy and paste this. And let's get rid of that. Now we haven't added it yet, but we also want a green. So I'm gonna call this green and light. And I also want a blue as well. So let's do blue. If you're wondering where I got these colors, I just copied them from Vercel site. So you can copy those if you want. So now let's set our dark theme variables. And I'll do color, text, and dark for dark theme. And we don't want our text to be completely white. And instead we can just use this as our color. And our color background is actually going to be this one. So let's just do color and background and dark and just paste that in there. Okay, so now let's make a dark theme and a light theme class that we're going to toggle on and off on the body element that will propagate to or pass down to all our child elements. So I'm going to do light theme, and I also do dark theme. Let's just go to index.html and give the body a class name of light theme. I'll call light theme. Now our elements are going to use the variables in light theme, and the variables in light theme are going to use the variables from root. So let's make color text, and let's do dash dash and color text / light and save that. Now if you're in VS Code, you can just type in dash dash. Out of force of habit, I just type var, but you can just do dash dash and it'll figure it out for you. So let's do color background, and I'll call it text. And then let's do dash dash color background light, and do that. And if it doesn't complete, you can just backspace and type in the letter, and it will auto-complete for you. Okay, and now every element that uses color pink, we want to give it dash dash color pink light. So color pink light. And for every element that uses color green, we want to give it dash dash color dash green light. And for every element that uses color blue, let's do the same thing, and var color blue light. Pretty cool. So all our elements are going to be using these variables, and these variables are going to be using the ones in the root. And let's copy and paste this for dark theme as well. So we want the same variable names because we're going to be using them. And instead of color text light, we want to do color text dark. Similarly, we also want to change this to dark as well. And instead of giving all these colors their dark version, we just want to make all the text dark. So let's just copy and paste it in here as well. And whoops, sorry, these shouldn't be text. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just going to get rid of that. And it should, I just want it to be color background. Okay, now let's find all instances of things that were using our stuff previously. So I'm gonna highlight this and do Control-Shift-L, or on Mac it's probably Command-Shift-L. And this will select all instances of primary pink. And instead of primary pink, I want to do dash dash and color pink. Whoops, color pink. So let's find it, and it's right here. And let's find all instances of primary color, and let's highlight that. Control-Shift-L to select all of them. And I want to give this dot dash dash color, and we want to do color background instead. So let's save that. Okay, so now let's go back to theme.js, and we want to add those classes to the body and toggle them. So I'm going to do document.body.classlist and toggle dark theme and toggle dark theme. Now you don't actually need this second line here to toggle the light theme either, but I'm just going to leave it there so we can get rid of it from the list of classes. So let's go to our browser and take a look. Let's refresh, and let's make sure things are working. And yeah, so it works. Okay, and we just need to give the colors to these as well. So I'm gonna take a look at the names: section text, section heading, and hero main, hero section. Okay, yeah. So let's just do that. I'm gonna go to the styles.css and hero second subheading, and let's do color dash dash color text, and let's just copy this and paste it in. Let's do hero main as well. Hero main description, hero main title, and hero second subheading. And let's go, I think we got everything. Oh yeah, let's put it here as well, section title text. And let's put it in section text as well, and section heading. And let's just save that, and hopefully we got everything. Let's take a look. And yeah, it seems like we got everything. So our SVGs aren't changing color. And let's paste that in here as well. And let's see, and they're still not changing because we forgot to, it didn't come with, we need to go in the path and do fill equals current color. And this will now take colors of our text. So let's take a look. Yeah, and there we have it. So let's make sure we got everything. Pretty cool. So something's wrong with this one. This one's way too black. So what did I span section title text? So section title text. And yeah, let's give it color pink instead of color text. Yeah, now that's better. And we don't want it to change instantly, so you could give each individual element the transition property you want. But I'm just going to be lazy and select everything at the top and their default HTML elements. Just target the native HTML elements. So I'm going to do h1, the section, and let's also do, wow, the p tag and span tags. So let's do span tags, and let's also do SVG. Sorry, my auto census keeps on going. And in here, let's just give it a transition. And I'm just going to do all because I'm lazy. And let's put 0.2 seconds. And let's take a look. So let's refresh, make sure it's hot reloaded. And yeah, now instead of instantly changing, it's smoothly changing. Now you can match it up a little more with the transition in our environment. I think the default duration for these is 1 second. But if you want to put a custom duration or delay here, you can if you want. Let's just make this a little bit longer, like 0.5 seconds. So it's a little more in tune with the theme switch. And yeah, that seems fine. That seems good enough. You can always tweak the seating. And I just realized we can't use transition all because then this will start bugging out because it's transitioning the border radius property as well. So what we need to do is just select the background color and the color. So I'm going to do background color, which is 0.5 seconds. And let's do comma and do color and also put it at 0.5 seconds. And let's save that and see what we get now. And yeah, we get the same behavior, but it's not messing up with our border radius. Pretty cool. Okay, and since we're on the topic of HTML and CSS, let's just finalize our HTML and CSS and never look back. So I'm gonna go to my index.html and I'm just gonna copy this first section and I'll paste it after this one right here. And instead of first move, I'll call it third and third. And let's change this to 3. And let's change this to contact me. Then let's change this to 2. And let's add a class here called second move. Okay, so what I'm about to do is probably not the best way to do it, but I'm just going to give new classes for each color. So I'll call it green text, and every text that I want green, I'll just give this class to. And I also call green border for every class that I want a green border. And I'll do green background for every element that I want a green background. And we also want to give this one green text as well. And let's do the same thing except for blue. So I'm going to come up to the second section called my work. And here I want to do blue text. And let's copy that here and here and here as well. So space and then paste. And instead of typing out the rest of the stuff, let's get from the green border here. And let's paste it right here. Let's put our cursors here, hit Alt and click to add a new cursor, and then just space and then paste it, and then Control D to select the next 2 instances, and I'll change it to blue instead. Okay, then let's just drag the style.css so we can see, and I'm just gonna put it up here, and I'll do .blue text, and I'll set its color and -- color / blue. Then let's go for the blue border. So .blue border, and I'll do border color, and I'll set that to dash dash color blue. And for the blue background, I want to set the same thing, but for the background color. So let's call it background color. And I want to do the same exact thing except for green. So I'm just going to copy paste that, put it here, select the next instances of blue, and change it to green. And I just realized we also want to give this a blue border. And let's do that for here, except let's give this one a green border. And I forgot, let's also give this one a blue border as well. So let's give the section title and the background a blue border. So like this, H1 blue border for these. And let's do the same thing for this one. So let's do a green border for the style 3. And let's also do a green border for the H1 right here. So we have that. You can pause the video if you want to copy those, or you can do it in a more optimal way than what I'm doing. But this is a really quick way to do it, just to get it. And let's just make sure it's done. So I'm going to scroll down, and yeah, default is pink, so that's pink. And this is still pink, and that's because in order for the classes to override, this has to come after. So I'm going to cut the blue text and green text stuff and go to the bottom of my CSS. So let me just scroll to the bottom, and I'm just going to name this other colors override and just paste it down here. And save that. Make sure to save both files. And yeah, now this is blue and this is green. We also need to update this line here as well, this bottom border here and the progress bar. So let's copy blue border and let's give it to the section intro wrapper, which has that bottom border. So blue border to that one. And for the right progress bar, let's do blue background. And similarly, let's copy this and let's copy blue border like so. And then let's put 2 cursors here and here and paste that and then save, but this time we want to change this to green. Okay, now everything should be working. Let's take a look. We have pink, then we have blue, pretty cool. Then we have green. Okay, and the last thing we need to do in styles.css is add a media query. So I'm just going to come down to the bottom and type in media queries, and this is to make our scene responsive. Remember, we gave each section 50% width and a margin of auto. So let's just set one breakpoint, and I'll do at media, max width, and I'll just do 968 pixels for memory, and I'll target the section class, and I'll just give it a width of 100%. So by making the section take up 100% instead of 50%, the margin auto will automatically adjust. And I'm going to go into Control-Shift-I to go into mobile view and take a look. And yeah, it's working on mobile. So in this section, what I'm going to be doing is adding this cube into our Blender file. Now you could just make this in Three.js if you wanted to, but I'm just going to put it as part of my Blender export. And notice when his intro animation plays, certain objects are animating together. So what I'm going to do is start joining things. For example, currently our screen is a separate mesh from the computer body. So what I'm going to do is select both of them, hit Ctrl-J to join them, and then in Three.js we'll get a group. Now we'll have to alter our code so we can attach the video texture to the screen material instead of what we have now. Now you can also join objects straight in JavaScript. You know, we can loop through all the meshes, and depending on their name, like if you named all your rocks 1, rocks 2, you can put all of those in a group, you know, match it to a regex expression. But I'm just going to make the groups straight in Blender and export it, so all our groups will become a single group. Now you can also do this animation in Blender and just play it once. Honestly, that might be easier, but I think he just did it straight in JavaScript. So I'm just going to do all the animations in JavaScript as well. Okay, so I'm back in Blender, and before we start joining objects together, let's select everything. And let's Shift D to duplicate, right click to cancel the movement, and then M and new collection, and let's call this modifiers. And this is because it will keep all our modifiers in this collection, but you can name it whatever you want. Then I'm going to come here and click this, as well as these other things, so we can't destroy it at all. Now, if you 100% don't trust yourself, you can come up to File and save a copy, and it'll be all this stuff will be in a completely new file, and you won't have to be worrying about messing up your original model. Okay, so I have one collection with my entire model here called dupes, and modifiers is our original one. So before we start joining objects to make single objects, we need to apply all the modifiers. And you can see the wrench on which meshes have modifiers. And it'd be kind of tedious to apply each one for each mesh. So there's a really fast way to do it. There are several ways actually, but a really simple way that works for us is if you highlight everything and come up to Object, Convert, and Convert to Mesh. You can also just hit F3 on your keyboard and do Convert, type Convert, and then select Mesh. And now you can see all our wrenches are gone and all our modifiers are applied. So when I move this, you can see there are now single meshes. Okay, so basically what I want to do now is select the meshes that I want to animate as a single object and hit Control J to join them. And so I'm going to start with all the shelf items. So I'm just going to select all of these. And I'm going to hit Control J to join them. Now notice our shading kind of get messed up. And make sure to check those resource links for other ways to fix the shading problem. I'm just going to show you one way, and that's to go into edit mode. And let's hit 3 on your to enter face select, and select the faces that you want to give flat shading. So I'm going to Shift Alt and those. I also want to give this flat shading, and then you can come up here and go to Mesh, Shading, and Flat Faces. And now you can see our shading is fixed there. Okay, so that's one object and we fixed the shading. So let's hit numpad. Let's hit the period key on our numpad to focus on the object in this viewer here. And let's rename this to shelves. And I'm going to hit H to hide it. Now let's select the body and select the window and hit Control J. And let's hit the period key and let's name this body as well. And then let's hit H to hide it. Next, I want all the floor items, so I'm going to select the floor items like so, like this, and then I'm going to hit Control J to join them. And then I'll hit period key over here, and let's call this floor items. And let's hit H to hide that. Next, I want to select my desks, and so I'm going to select all the desk stuff, or the mini table, and then I'm going to hit Control J to join them. And looks like there's some messed up shading here, so I'm going to enter a tab. I'm going to select these two faces. I'm going to come up to Mesh, Shading, and Flat Faces. And those are solved. Okay, so let's period key to go find it, and let's call this desks. I'll call them desks, and let's hide that. Then let's select everything. Except the computer, so all the desk stuff except the computer. So I'm just using box select and holding down Shift to select everything. And let's have any random thing as the active object, Control J to join. Let's go back to solid to make sure there's no messed up stuff, and it seems like there are. So I'm going to Alt to select this loop here, and Shift to select this face. And it seems like this mug is also messed up, so I'm going to do the same thing. Shift Alt to get that loop, and then Shift to get that. And let's do Mesh, Shading, Flat Faces, and those look resolved. Not too bad. And yeah, so let's focus it and call it table stuff, and I'll hide that. Okay, now let's join our screen. So I'm gonna hit Control J to join that. So though it's a singular object, let's focus on this, and I'm gonna name it computer. And let's hide that. And I'll leave this separate, and I'll call this chair. And let's hide that. Let's highlight this, and I'm gonna hit Control J. So make sure you have an active object, and I'll call this clock. And I'm gonna hide that. Then for this aquarium here, I'm gonna temporarily hide this. So it's called Aquaglass, just remember that. And we can't select our fish and join it to anything because we'll lose our animation. So just make sure you don't select it. You can shift click on it twice to deselect it. And I'm just gonna unhide my Aquaglass and select the Aquaglass and then hit Control J to join it. So that's everything, and I'll call it aquarium, and let's hide that. Then let's make sure this has the name of fish. Yeah, let's just name it fish, and let's hide that. And here I want to let's do the mailbox. So I'll Control J, and I'll call this mailbox. And let's hide that. And I'll call this mini floor. Now you can name these whatever you want, and you can group them however you like, depending on what you want to do. And I'm just going to give these each name. Floor first, floor second, floor second. Let's just ignore the space. And floor third. And let's hide those. I'll call this dirt. And let's call this flower 1. Flower 1. Let's call this flower 2. Flower 2. And let's select this stuff. Control J, and I'll call this lamp. So let's focus on that. And I'll call it lamp. Okay. And it looks like we got everything. So you can hit Alt H on your keyboard to bring back all the hidden items. Or instead you can just click and drag and hold your mouse button down to activate all these eyeballs. Okay, and there we have it. Okay, and before we export, let's do Shift A and add a cube. Let's go into rendered mode so we can take a look at what we're doing. And I'm going to delete this bottom face real quick. And I'm going to give this 2 materials, and this is going to be our intro cube for the preloader. And you could just make this in Three.js, but you know, it's whatever. And we're just going to make it as part of our Blender. So I'm going to give it wall, and let's give it a second material, and I'll call it wall 2. And I'm going to select this face and assign wall 2 to this face. Now I don't think we're going to need this back one either, so I'm going to delete that. And yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to move it down here, and we can adjust its position in Three.js, but it would be nice if we got it on our first try here. So I'm just going to move it back and here in GUI, and hopefully that works out. Okay, so let's make sure to highlight everything, go into File, Export GLTF, and I'm going to call this Finale version 2, and all the same settings that we had previously, and export it. Okay, so navigate to where you saved it, and I have it right here. So I'm going to click and drag that into my public models folder, right where our other one is. Then let's go to assets.js. And instead of finale, we want to type in finale version 2 or whatever you named it. And let's save that and run your dev server if you canceled it. And let's see. And yeah, so we get no errors. Well, we do get an error because we need to set the screen and the glass material now, since they are now grouped. So let's go to room.js and let's fix this stuff. So let me just console.log the children for each child. And now instead of seeing those 200 meshes that we had originally, we should see the groups and the meshes that we had that we created. And you can see we do. we have cube, shelves, body, mini floor, computer, fish, desks, and these are all the names that we gave them in Blender. So if I come to the computer class and then go into children, I see two meshes, and one of them has the material of screen applied to it. So let's go to material and let's check for the name. And this is name computer material. So that's not the one we want. If we go to one, let's go to material and let's go to name. Let me zoom in here so you can actually see it. So I went from the children from the name computer that we named in Blender, and I went to check its mesh, which are meshes created from the materials within that group. So let's find name, and you can see this is screen. And you can see when I come into Blender and select my screen, I have two materials named computer and screen, and that's why we have two materials here, two meshes with two materials called computer and screen. Okay, so we want to set the screen material to use the video texture. So let's go back to our code, and if child name equals computer, which is the name of the group, then we want to get the child, its children, and we want to get the first, the index 1 child. So index 1, because that has the material screen. And let's save that, and let's take a look. And let's take a look. And yeah, now you can see our screen is here. So what if you put 0? I'm just kind of curious how that looked. And yeah, now you can see our computer has the screen mapped to it based on its UVs. So yeah. Okay, now we need to do the same thing for this aqua glass. So I forgot what I called it. And we can just check in JavaScript, but I'm just going to click here. And yeah, so I called it aquarium. And I'm just going to copy it. And I think I misspelled aquarium, but you know, it's unfortunate consequence. So I'm going to paste it in here. And let me just console.log the child. And let's comment this one out because I don't want to see all of them. Oh, and by the way, just ignore this error because this is something that I was playing with, but we'll get to that later. Okay, so let's go back, and if child name equals aquarium, we want to log it. So like we got it right here, and you can open it. And now you can see we have 7 meshes, and they should all have a material name associated with it. So let's go to our Blender, and if we click on this, if you count, we have 7 materials here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's find water 0.001. Now we could loop through these and find it, or we can just open it and take a look. So I'm gonna go for the first one. I think it should be number 1 because it's number 1 at the top in Blender, and yeah, it is. So right here, so it's right at the top, it's the first mesh. So that's really handy. And so instead of child.material, we'll want to do, let's put some cursors here. We want to grab its children, and we want to select the first index and .material. So let's save that. Let's get rid of this console.log, and let's go back to our scene. And yeah, you can see it works just like previous, and we just now have it in a group. Pretty cool. Now, like I said, you could have made these groups in JavaScript yourself, but we made it through Blender. Okay, so let's go back to controls.js, and you might have seen some code here previously because of the progress bar and that border radius thing, but we're going to be doing that now. So just get rid of everything and reset it to this. Now I'm going to actually make some more adjustments. I'm going to rename this function, and I'll call it set ScrollTrigger. And I also want to just clear this stuff out because we'll be starting from scratch. So if you notice, when you go from desktop view to mobile view in Boco's website, it adjusts how it moves. So here you can see the first move, it scales up basically, or the camera zooms, I don't know which one, but they get the same exact effect anyway. But when you're moving in this first empty section on desktop, it goes to the right instead. So essentially it's using a different GSAP timeline depending on the width of your screen. So how do you do that? Well, And if you know about the window API match media, it's kind of the same thing, but ScrollTrigger has a built-in one. So if I do ScrollTrigger match media, you'll see that it does exactly the same thing as window match media, except it's made for ScrollTrigger. So if you want to learn more, definitely watch this video. It's only 8 minutes and it explains it pretty well. Okay, so yeah, let's set up ScrollTrigger. So I'm going to come to this URL and I'm just going to copy this stuff. And I'm going to go back to controls.js and put it in here. Now I'm just going to get rid of all their commented code. So like so, like so, like so. And save that. Let's get rid of this as well here. So this first one is going to be our desktop. So this is going to be the timelines that we activate when we're in desktop. So I also want to change this to max width. And I don't want 960. I'm going to put 969 instead. And then let's just copy and paste this, Shift Alt down arrow. And what I want to do is change this to max width instead. And I'll do this at 968 pixels, which matches up to our media query in style.css. If you come back down here, you can see that's what this is here. So we have our desktop and we have our mobile timelines. So if you want to check this, all you can do is console.log fired desktop, and then I'll copy and paste this and fired mobile. And let's go to our browser and you can see it says fired desktop, and now you can see it says fired mobile when it hits that breakpoint, and so on and so forth. Pretty cool. Okay, so let's start our animation. Now we want to access these class variables, and if we use a regular function, we lose that context. So we want to use an arrow function for both of these so we can keep that context. So I'm going to backspace out function, move here, and just do this. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to come down here. I'll call it this.firstMoveTimeline, and I'll create a new gsap.timeline. And inside here, I'll put a scroll trigger. So I'll put scroll trigger. And let's set the trigger to be first move, which is that first empty area. So I'll just select that. And I want it to start at the top. So let's do top, set our marker and our start point at the top. And I also want it to end at the bottom. So it'll hit end when we hit the bottom. I also want to scrub it. So 0.6 and whoops, there seems to be an error. And yeah, I forgot the comma here. Now we also want that invalidate on refresh because we need to provide that responsive size that we did previously. So I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of it because we're just redoing it here. And if you remember, this.firstMoveTimeline .to this.room.position, and the same thing as last time, x. And we need to provide that functional value, return this.sizes.width, and I'm going to adjust it a little bit from what we had previously to 0.14. Okay, so let's go back and let's make sure we're on desktop. And yeah, it works just how we planned it to be. Pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to put a comment here and call it first section. And let's start on our second section. Okay, so for the second section, I'm just going to copy this and put it down here. And instead of first move timeline, I'm going to call it second move timeline. And of course, we also want to change this to second move, which is that second margin empty area between our sections. For X, let's just return a hard-coded value of 1. And for Z, let's return a functional value this time. And I'll do this.sizes.height. And I'll multiply that by 0.0032. Now I will copy this, but this time I also want to animate the scale. So I want to do scale. I don't need functional values here, so I'm going to do X, and I'll put 0.4, Y 0.4, and Z to 0.4. So remember the current scale of this .room, if we go to room.js real quick, you will see it's 0.1. So I'm probably increasing it by 4 times its size by setting this here. Okay, so let's go to our browser and take a look. So this is the first section. We're just moving to the right. And now we're scrolling and then we zoom in. So this is not what we want. We don't want it to scroll. We don't want it to move and then expand its size. That's kind of weird. We want it to happen at the same time. So what we can do is use GSAP's position parameter and just give them the same exact label so they happen at the same exact time. So I'm just going to come here and I'll just call it same. So because they have the same position parameter or label in this case, they should play at the same time. So let's go back and take a look. And now you can see they do indeed play at the same exact time. They're moving and scaling at the same exact time. Pretty cool, right? So we have that computer focused when we're on the My Work section, which is exactly what we wanted. Now, there is a problem that we can't tell from this screen, and that's if I go into night mode. Take a look at this light here. When I scroll, you can see we lose that light. And the reason is you can't scale lights like you can scale meshes. And there is a scale property for lights, but unfortunately, it does not work like a mesh. What we need to do is grab that rectangular thing that we added to it. So it was called rect light here. We added this to the scene. So let's just come up into the constructor and loop through this dot room, which is actually the actual room. I probably should label this actual room for consistency. But so I'll do this dot room dot children as we've seen before, and for each child, I just want to go through and assign a variable if the child dot type equals rect area light. And if it does, I'll do this dot rect light equals child. So dot type is just something that Three.js provides for us for all their asset things, and this is just the type of that. Okay, so now we can animate the width and height of this property. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this. And what I'm going to do here, instead of this dot room, I want to do this dot rect light, and I want to set its width and height properties. So I'll set its width, and originally, if we come to room.js, you can see its width is 0.5. So I'll set it to 0.5 times 4, and that's because we scaled it up by a factor of 4. And then I'm going to do height, and I'll do the same exact thing, so 0.7, and I'll do it times 4. And of course, we need that same label. So let's take a look. Let's go to night mode, take a look at this light, and now you can see it scales perfectly with our mesh here. Pretty cool. So to clean this up a little bit, you can use method chaining with GSAP. So I'm just going to highlight these, and I'm actually going to go back up one level. And I'm going to backspace and then backspace. And so this way, you don't have to actually type this out each time. You can just attach this stuff to the timeline itself. So it should still work exactly how we expected. And indeed it does. If you prefer to write this each time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I actually prefer that, but in this case, I'm just going to use method chaining here. Okay, so for this third section, let's just come up here and copy the first section again. And I'm going to put it right here below that parenthesis, and I'll call this third section. Now, at any point, by the way, if you don't know where these triggers are starting, top, bottom, what they actually mean, you can always do markers true, and you can see where they start and where they end. So yeah. Okay, so I want this to be third move, and I'll call this a third move timeline. And I'm going to get rid of that markers true. For this third section, what I actually want to do is I don't want to animate the room's position. I actually want to animate the camera's position. Now, there's no real reason why I'm doing this. It's just to show you that you can get the same exact effects by moving the camera versus moving the room. Now there is a slight difference, and that's because if you move the room too much or scale it too much, you also have to adjust your light. Because your light, it's somewhere here. So if you scale your mesh too large or you move your mesh outside a different shadow camera, your shadows are gonna look a little different, or it's not gonna get the light and stuff. So definitely be aware of that. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Instead of room.position, I want to grab the camera, and then I want to grab that orthographic camera. And if you don't remember, you can just go to camera.js, and it's right here. We created our orthographic camera. We're just pretty much just grabbing this here, except we're doing it through the camera variable that we got from experiences.js. Okay, and I'll just hard code these values. So I'm going to do y, and I'll set it to like 1.5, and for the x, I'll hard code it to -4.1, and let's save that and take a look at how it looks. And there we have that focus on that section. So if we resize our window, it looks pretty good. I don't think we need to provide a functional responsive value. The mailbox is getting a little chopped off, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. If you want, you can play around and provide a functional value for this one. But that's all for now that I want to do for the desktop version. Okay, so let's move on to our mobile section. And all I'm going to do is just copy third move.timeline and second move.timeline and first move.timeline. And I'm just going to copy this. And I also want this stuff as well. Let me just get the comments as well. So I'm going to copy that and I'll just paste it right in mobile. And let's save that. And luckily for me, my prettier is still working. Okay, so for this first section, what I want to do is I just want to increase its scale. I don't want to move it anywhere. So I'll do this.room.scale, and I'll set it to, whoops, I forgot the comma there. Let's just set it to 0.1. Let's set the y to 0.1 as well, and the z to 0.1. And yeah, there seems to be a double bracket there. Okay, so let's go to our browser and take a look. I'm just going to enter mobile view by just opening the console so it's smaller. And now you can see that it's working. We're scrolling, but it's getting smaller. And the reason it's getting smaller is because, remember, in room.js, our scale is 0.11. So it's actually getting smaller by setting it to 0.1. So what we can do is when it's firing mobile, we can just set a different scale for the room. So I'm going to come up here and call this resets. And I'll do this.room.scale.set, and I'll do like 0.07 for all of them instead. So 0.07, 0.07, and just save that. So now when we're in mobile view, we have a smaller scale, and now we're increasing up to 0.1, just like that. Pretty cool. Now I also want to do that for a rect light. If you turn this off, you can see how big my rect area light right now is. Now maybe you like that when it's smaller. Maybe it's a stylistic choice to have it brighter when it's smaller, but I'm going to adjust that. So I'll do this .rect light .width equals 0.3, and I'll do the same exact thing for its height. So I'll do height and 0.4. So let's go back into mobile view and turn it on, and now you can see it's about the same size as we had when we were doing in the desktop, except relative to the mobile scale. Okay, so for this next section, what I want to do is increase the scale again. So I'll do this .room.scale, and this time I'll set it to something larger. So I'm going to do x 0.25, I'll do y 0.25, and I'll also do z 0.25 as well. I also need to adjust the rect area light like we did for the desktop. So I'm going to do this .rect light, and let's get the width and height. So width, and we set it to 0.3, and I'm just going to multiply it by the factor that we increased it, so 3.4, and I'll do the height as well, so 0.4 times 3.4. Lastly, I also want to move the house so we can focus on the desktop. So I'm going to do .2, and I'll do this .room.position, And I'll hard code this value. I think it'll work out. If we just hard code it, we might need to provide a functional component. As you can see, we have the same exact issue. One thing is playing and the other thing is playing again. And this is not the behavior that we want. So can you think of how to solve this? And if you did mention about the GSAP position parameter, you are absolutely correct. Let's just give them all the same exact label. So I'll just call it same, but you can name it whatever you want. So let's go back into the second section and you can see it works appropriately. Let's just check night mode and take a look. And yeah, that works as well. Now it seems to work all in tablet. And so I don't think we actually have to hard code any of this. I don't think anyone's phone is going to be any smaller than this here. So looks like we can save some time and just hard code a value here. Okay, so if you remember, we put all of this into ScrollTrigger's triggers match media. So it will match to these media queries and then choose one based on window width. Let's go to our desktop and let's try our desktop version. So I'm going to scroll about halfway of this animation playing, and then I'm going to resize my browser to go to mobile view. And what should happen is that it goes back big, and indeed it does. How cool is that? Exactly the behavior that we expect. But now let's try going back to desktop. And we're back in desktop, and you can see that the animation is playing, but the room has not adjusted to its scale. So we have to provide some hard-coded resets when we come into desktop. So that will be our light. So I'll do this .rect light.width. I'm going to set it back to 0.5, as well as the height. So this .rect height, and I'll set that to 0.7. Now what we also need to do is this .room.scale, and we have to set it back to that 0.11, 0.11, and 0.11. So now when we go back into mobile and desktop versions, they are working appropriately. So let's just make sure everything is working. Let's go halfway into this animation, and now we're back into mobile. Pretty cool. Here we're on mobile. Let's go back to desktop, and now you can see it's on the left as we focus in my work. Let's focus here, and let's go into mobile, and yep, now it's centered. Pretty cool. Now we actually still have one problem. If I come to the bottom here and go into mobile view, and let's go back to desktop view actually, and let's just scroll up, and let's go into mobile view here. Now let's scroll up, and you can see when we get to the top, the room is no longer centered as we expect it to be. So what we can do is go into mobile version and provide that reset. So I'll do this .room.position, and I'll just set its position to 0, 0, 0, which is the default location. Okay, so now we shouldn't have that error anymore. I'm going to come to the bottom. Let's go to desktop, and then let's go to mobile. Let's go to desktop, and let's go to mobile. Yeah, and now everything is working as we expect it to work because we provided those resets. Okay, before I animate this section, I just want to make sure it's actually in the frame. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-I, and let's actually just pick, let's just pick iPhone 12 Pro, and let's just do auto adjust zoom, fit to window so we can see it a little bit better. And yeah, it seems to be exactly where I want it if they're viewing on like an iPhone or something. Yeah, and every focus element that we want is kind of in the middle, and all the phones are going to be about the same height and width, so it's not really a big deal at all. So for example, if it's a little smaller, we're just going to get some more clipping here. And if it's a little bigger, they'll see a little more of the room. But leaving it centered like this is completely fine. So we don't have to make any functional requirement changes, functional values to the scroll trigger. Now your scene might require that, but for mine, I don't think it needs to at all. Okay, so in this all section, let's go to the all section. And in the all section in match media, what it does is it will play for all window sizes. So this second animation here, when we animate this tiny little platform here, we want it to play the same for both desktop and mobile versions. unless you want them different for some reason. But for us, we're going to keep the animation exactly the same. So I'm just going to put it into all. And of course, we also need this to be an arrow function so we can use our variables and not lose our context. So let's come in here and I'll call this mini platform animations. And let's just copy the third move timeline here from up here. Whoops, I should start from here and let's just put it down here. Instead of top, I want to set the starting point and the marker starting point both to the center. Okay, so how are we going to individually animate each one of these? Now, your first instinct is probably correct if you said console.log this.room.children and just loop through the children. So if you can see, we have the array of children that we gave names to. Remember the lamp, the floor first, the floor second, and so on and so forth. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to loop through all the children. So let me just copy and paste this. And for each of these children, we're going to assign it a tween. So for each child. So right now we're looping through and grabbing all the child. So let me get rid of this console.log here. And let's just check its name. So if child.name equals mini floor, I think I called it mini floor, I'll just assign it a general tween. So gsap.to child.position, and I'll set its x and z values. Its x and its z values, and I'll give it a duration of like 0.3 seconds. And in gsap, you don't need that s there, so I'm just gonna leave this empty for now. So I'm back in Blender, and this floor right here is called mini floor, as you can see right here. And what I wanted to do, let me just move it, is to start from here and go to here. So currently it's at its ending position, and so all I have to do is, the Blender hack, to come up here and just copy and paste the location. You can select your object, hit N, come up to item, and just take a look at the location. Now you could also just log the position in Three.js. You could also put its position in LilGui and just tweak that until you get a position you like we did for the color. The other thing you can do, I think, is like transform controls Three.js or something. And I actually never used this, but it's like something to use. Yeah, and you can just like adjust meshes with these controls like we kind of do in Blender. I've actually never used this, but it might be helpful if you want to use this instead. Okay, so let's just go back to Blender, and I'm just going to copy these values. So I'll copy the x value and put it in for the x value. And remember, let's also copy the y-axis for the z, because there are different axes from Blender and Three.js. And I also want to make this positive instead of negative because it's flipped. If we play this animation now, it's not actually going to do anything. And that's because it's already in this position, right? So nothing's going to happen. So we have to set its default position, and we can set it in here, or we can set it, let's come back to room and set up our initial positions here, because this is where we are setting up everything anyway. So back in room.js, if child.name equals mini floor, I want to set its position to an initial state. So let's come back to Blender, and I'm just going to move this GYY to log on the local y-axis and just put it here. And I'm just going to copy these values. So let's just do child.position.x equals this, and child.position.z equals the y-axis but flipped. So let's go back to Blender and let's just copy this and do that. So we have a default position, and then we are animating to this final position. So let's go back to our browser and let's refresh the page, and now you can see it's animating. Pretty cool, right? It's animating exactly how we want. The next thing I want to animate is this little mailbox here. So I just want to adjust its scale actually, and I called it mailbox, so I'm just going to copy and paste that, and I'll call it mailbox. mailbox. And for the X, and I'll also make a Y, I want to set these all to 1, 1, 1, and let's put this to Y. Now you might be saying that, oh, well, sorry, this should be scale. Now you might be saying this scale is going to be extremely big because our entire scene scale is only 0.25, so this would be 4 times bigger. But that's actually not how it works. Because this is inside this entire scene, its scale is relative to the scene, and this is like relative to the world. So what this does basically, it just pretty much just takes the full scale that's allowed in the entire scene. So of course we also need to reset this. So let's go back to room.js and let's come here. If a child.name equals mailbox, we want to set its scale. So I'll do child.name.scale, child.scale.set and 0, 0, 0. So let's save that and play. And let's go back to our browser and take a look. And you can see that it's actually working exactly how we want it to work. Now, if I go to controls.js real quick, and let's actually turn up this duration, and let me show you an error here. So take a look at how it's animating. It's animating from up here and down here, but we want it to animate from the ground up. So why is this happening? Well, if you remember from Blender, it's because of the origin point. If I click on this mailbox, you can see the origin point is right there. So if I scale this in object mode, you can see what happens. This is exactly what's happening in Three.js right now. So what we actually need to do is go into edit mode. Let's go into wireframe and adjust the origin point. So you can just move it in edit mode and like so, and then go into object mode and then move it back down. Or you can just highlight this like we did before, Shift S and cursor to selected, and then let's go back into object mode, set origin to 3D cursor. So now if we scale this, you can see what happens, and this is the behavior that we want in Three.js as well. So I'm just going to make sure and check these origin points as well to make sure they're all fine, and this one's fine, this is good, and up looks like this one is also not fine. So I'm going to do the same thing, Shift S, cursor to selected, tab object, set origin to 3D cursor, and let's do the same thing for this flower as well. Tab, select these, Shift S, cursor to selected, object mode, set origin to 3D cursor. So now all of these have the same exact behavior that I want in Three.js. Okay, and actually, for all of these, we're going to be pretty much doing the same thing. So I want to go back to room and just look for all of them. If the child name, if child.name equals lamp. Okay, so what I did is I just looked for the meshes with these names that we gave them into Blender. So flower 1, you can see dirt and all these other names as well when I click on them. Now just remember, in Blender, there's a space, but in Three.js I'll add an underscore where there is a space. And let's go back to controls.js. I'm just gonna shift alt down arrow it a few times. So let's do it again, and let's change this to let's actually come to room.js and just drag it to the side so we can see. Flower 1, flower 2. Okay, so let's go to our browser and take a look. And wow, so it's working. Now the problem is we don't want these to play at the same exact time. We want them to come into an order. So the floor first, and then let's say the mailbox, lamp, and then these two, and then the dirt and the flower last. So you might be wondering, why didn't I just use a timeline and add tweens to that timeline, or basically animations to that timeline, instead of the default GSAP imported object? And the reason for that is because if we loop through all the children, the children aren't always going to be in the same exact order. So if we add a tween to a timeline, the order might be added differently each time. And to prove this, if I do this.room.children, and I'm just gonna get an arbitrary, I'm just gonna pick a random index, and let me just console.log this, like so. And I'm gonna go back to my browser, and let's go in here. And his is not defined. Oh yeah, this. I also want to change the name just so we can see it easier. And I'm just going to refresh. Keep your eyes on computer. And now you can see it says shelves, computer, computer, shelves, computer. And you can see it's different. Most of the time it's the same, but sometimes it's not. So if we added tweens directly to the timeline, what would happen is, for example, one time the lamp animation would be added to the tween first, and another time this will come after. So that's one reason we can't add it directly to the timeline. So let's give each of these a variable name. There's definitely a lot of other ways as well, but I'm just going to assign each tween a variable and then add it to the timeline in the order I want. So I'll call it this.first, and I'll just set it to that tween. This.second, and I'll just set it to that tween. And this.third equals set it to that tween. This.fourth. And let's come back up to this, and let's rename this to second part timeline. And let's add all our tweens or all our animations to this timeline in the order that we want. So I'm just going to come down here and let's paste this. And I can use the built-in gsap add method, and let's just do this.first. But there is a shortcut, so I'm just gonna alt down arrow 8 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm gonna place cursors here. So I'm gonna place 8 cursors to come up here, like so. And then I'm going to shift alt left arrow to copy these. And then I'm just going to hit hold down alt and click again to add multiple cursors. And if you accidentally have one less or one more cursor, what's going to happen if you paste it is it's going to paste all your highlighted things at each of your cursors. So make sure you have the same amount of cursors as you did when you copied stuff. So now I have 8, and if I highlight and paste, you can see it pastes to their respective cursors instead of at each cursor. Okay, so let's refresh our browser and take a look. And it seems like, oh yeah, so it's scrubbing, and we don't want it to scrub, but that's still a kind of a cool effect. Maybe you want it to scrub, but now you can see it's playing in order that we want. So the mailbox comes in, and then the lamp, and then the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, and then the dirt, and then the first flower, and then the second flower. So let's come back up here, and let's get rid, we don't need this anymore, we don't want scrub, and we don't need an endpoint. So now when we get here, yeah, it should just automatically play, and that's exactly what we want. Now we want some stylized easing. We don't want it to just scale in, so we can go to the gsap ease visualizer, and let's come here. And the one we're looking for is back, and it kind of goes back up and then comes down. And you can make your own custom ease. I'm actually going to tweak this and put it at like 2 to make the back a little more exaggerated. Then I'm just going to copy and paste this. And for each of these, actually, I'm just going to paste them. So I'm going to hold Alt and click for each of these. And I'll just paste the ease and then a comma and then save. So let's take a look at how that looks. And now you can see it gets a little bigger and then it comes back to scale. Pretty cool. Now I actually want some of these to play a little bit earlier, so we can just use the gsap timing functions, and I'll just do -=0.2 so these play a little bit sooner. And same thing for this last flower. I wanted to play it a little bit earlier, so let's say 0.1 seconds earlier on the timeline, and let's just save that. And yeah, so that looks a little cooler. So these things kind of come in at the same time, but we still get that like order. Maybe we want this floor to work a little bit better, so I'm actually going to get rid of it for these. And let's save that. Yeah, so the floor comes out, then these animate. Pretty cool. Now, of course, we need to fix that origin point. So let's go back to Blender and let's actually export this stuff. So we fixed our origin points. And let's just go back into wireframe. Let's select everything. Whoops, not the camera. And let's do File, Export, same thing. Same thing as usual. Finale version 3. Export. And of course, you know the drill. Let's drag that into our public models folder. Let's go to assets.js, and let's change this to Finale version 3 instead. And now let's play our animation, and now you can see it's animating correctly. It's animating from that origin point instead of from that other origin point. Pretty cool. Okay, so now let's start on the progress bar and the border radius thing. If you saw those stuff moving earlier in the video, I did mess up that part, so I have to redo it, and I'm going to be redoing it now. So hopefully you ignored the code for whenever it's mentioning the progress bar or the CSS, because I got rid of them. And let's start now. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is put up the index.html markup for the progress bars. And so we're going to have to do this for each section, so I might as well just put it here. And I'll give this a progress wrapper, and this will wrap our progress bar. And I also want to give it another class, and I'll call this progress dash bar dash wrapper, and it'll be positioned to the left. So that's what this class is for. And inside this class, I want the progress bar, so dash progress bar, and I also want to give it that green background that we did when we were setting the theme. So I'll give it the green background class. And then let's just copy and paste this. Actually, let's give it a little enter there first, and then let's come into the section here. And instead of progress bar wrapper left, let's do right, and instead of green background, let's give it that blue background that we wanted. So we pretty much made a design system, you know, like Tailwind CSS, just with normal CSS. And let's come to our first section, and let's do the same thing, but let's make this left. And we don't need this class because our default is pink, so we can just get rid of it. Now it would probably make more sense to also create a separate class just for this, but we already set a default, so we don't need that. Okay, so let's come up to style.css, and this is going to be our section, so our left section and our right section, and I want to give it a border radius. Now I think Boko used a clip path to achieve the effect, but it's just easier just to use border radius to get the same exact effect. So I'm going to target the top right the top right radius if it's on the left section, and I'm just going to set that to like 700 pixels, and I'll also target the border bottom right radius. And we don't actually need to set this, but I'm just going to set it for explicit purposes, and I'm just going to set that to 0 pixels. Now I'm going to copy and paste that, but instead of right, I'll do it for the left on the right. So let's go back to our CSS, and you can see what happens. So if it's on the right, we're editing the left border top left radius, which is right here. Let's work on our progress bars. And I'll do the progress wrapper, and I'll set its height to 0. We actually don't even need to set this property, but I'm just going to put it at 0. I'll set its width to like 12 pixels, and I'll just put its z index to some crazy number, so 9999. And for the left one, so progress bar wrapper left, let's do position absolute, and we want the top to be 0 and left to be 0 within our section. And for the right one, let's do the same thing except change it to right, and let's change this to right. And for the progress bar itself, Let's do progress bar. I'll set its height to 100 viewport height. I'll give its width to 100%. Set its default background color to var -- color pink. And I'll put its transform origin. So we're going to be animating its scale Y value. So transform origin, and we'll put it to top and center. And I'll put its transform to scale Y, and I'll set it to 1. Let's go to our browser and take a look. And you can see we have a progress bar that starts in the top left, and it's exactly 100% of the viewport height. Okay, and what we also need to do is adjust the size, because in Boco's site, when you go into mobile view, this actually goes onto the right side. All left progress bars goes to the right. So we need to copy and paste this into our media query. So let's come down to our media query and paste this here, and let's save that. And I'll set this to right, and we don't need this other stuff here. And yeah, and it's still not working because this is not overriding our left sign. Our left cause still being set. So what we can just do is change it to left auto instead. And now you can see it's on the right. And there is a problem here, so we need to put section overflow hidden. So let's go to section and good, it's position relative, and let's just do overflow hidden. Okay, so now its overflow is hidden and we can't see it off the match. Okay, so let's go back to controls.js, and I'm going to come above the mini platform actions, and we want to be in all because we want the same behavior on all screen sizes. So I'm going to grab all the sections and loop through each of these sections. So I'll do document.querySelectorAll, and this is the class of section that we gave to each section. So let's loop through each of them, and for each of these sections, for each section, I want to assign a variable called progress wrapper, and I'll do section.querySelector, and I'll select that progress wrapper within that section. So essentially, we're looping through all these sections, and then we're just using a query selector to select this class within the section there. So let's go there, and we also want to do the same exact thing for the progress bar as well. So let's just change this, and let's change this to progress bar, and let's change this to progress bar as well. Okay, so now we want to assign different behaviors if we're on the right or the left. So if the section is on the left, if it has a left class, we want to animate the top right radius. And if it's on the left, if it's on the right, if the section is on the right, we want to animate the border left radius here. So if section.classList, and if it contains the class, let's just do right first. If it contains the class right, we want to animate that border radius. So remember, we gave each section a left or a right class. We're just checking for that if it exists in the class list. I'm just going to make a basic tween, and I'll do section. And we want to use camel case here. You can also use string values if you want, but I'll just do border left radius 10. And I'll just put the scroll trigger directly in here because it's an individual tween, so we're not creating any logical errors. So I want the trigger to be the section itself, and I want to start, I want the starting point to be at the top, and I want my starting marker to be at the bottom of my viewport, and I'll put the end at the top and the top. And let's also activate scrub, and I'm just going to put that at like 0.6. And I forgot the commas here. So that tooltip is a little buggy. And let's just put markers true so you can see what's happening here. So this is for the right section, so let's go to the right section. And you can see our scroller start is here. and our marker start is here. So our marker to start is at the bottom, which is right here, and it's at the top of the section for the starting point, which is right there. So as soon as I hit here, it starts animating, and you can see the end is at the top of the section, which is right here, and the marker is at the end marker is at the top of the viewport. So it animates in just like that. Okay, so I'm not gonna bore you with any more markers true. If you want to, you can take a look. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Let's shift alt down arrow. And this time I want to do the border bottom left radius, and I'm gonna set it to 700. Put both of these at bottom, and I'll put this at the bottom, and I'll leave this at the top. Okay, so for all the right sections, do this. Now else, if it's a left section, I want to do pretty much the same thing, except I want to change left to right. So I'm just going to put two cursors here, backspace, and change it to right. So let's just save that and take a look at what happens. So here I have a right section, it's working, and here I have a left section, and it's also working. And notice the bottom right radius here, what's happening here, it's going up and it's going down instead. So pretty cool. The same behavior that we wanted. Okay, and outside of this else statement, we want to give all the sections, like still inside the for each loop, we want to animate its progress bar. Yeah, so I'm going to come outside of this else statement, but still within the section loop. And I'll do gsap.from. We want to animate the scale y of the progress bar, so this dot progress bar. And we want to do it from scale y of 0. And we wanted to, whoops. So we want to animate from a scale of y. And let's add a scroll trigger. And let's do trigger, and we want it to be the section. We also want the start to be top, and the end to be bottom. And let's make the scrub like 0.4 this time. And we want to pin this dot progress wrapper. And I'll set the pin spacing to false. Pin spacing to false. And let's save that. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have here. And take a look. We have a working progress bar on all our sections. How cool is that? And let's take a look on resize. Pretty cool. So let's just move it up. Okay, so if you didn't understand what we did, we set the starting markers to be at the top of the section and the bottom of the section. And imagine this is our viewport, but for now we're seeing the entire section. Essentially what I'm doing is, imagine we're scrolling, and what we did was pin the progress bar wrapper, which is this gray container, but it has a height of 0, so it's actually kind of like this. But we pinned that so it scrolls along with our viewport when we scroll. So when we scroll, let's so when we scroll, the progress bar, since the progress bar is inside that pinned element, it's also moving with our viewport as well. And it's animating to the Windows height, so it's also going to this, which is the Windows height, while we scroll. So up here, as soon as it starts, the progress bar would be like this, and then as we scroll, it would be animating down here while we scroll down and move down here. So that's what we did. Basically, we created a ratio for this animation here, without needing to do any mathematical calculations. Now there is a drawback to this shortcut, and it won't matter for visitors on the site. You know, it will always work on resize, but there is a problem. There is an exception to this shortcut. If you go to Control-Shift-I, and if depending on how you move it, it will break and it will not work anymore. And the reason for that is I contacted the GSAP officials, and basically it's just the way the browser works. They don't really have a good answer. So that is a downside of this shortcut. But for our purposes, it's going to be more than enough, and no one's ever going to notice. Now, there are tons of videos on progress bars on YouTube, and they do use mathematical calculations. You know, they get like window offset from the top, and then to create a ratio like that and so forth. So you can look that up if you want to do it that way. But I wanted to show this really cool shortcut way to do it. Of course, all shortcuts come with trade-offs. Okay, and now I want to implement some AskScroll. So I'm gonna go here and let's go to AskScroll, and let's find it. And it should be this first one right here. And yeah, it is. So I'm just going to, let's copy this. Let's go Control backtick. Let's create a new terminal. And I'll just put it here, and let's do to, I think save is already dev, but I'm just gonna put dev here just to be safe, because I don't actually know. I don't remember the syntax. And now that we have it, let's just copy their documentation. So right here, and let's just come to the top and paste it here. Now, if you remember my demonstration from earlier in the video, we need to provide that AskScroll container to the page wrapper, because the page is going to remain stagnant while the page wrapper is sliding back and forth across the page. So let's come to our page wrapper and give it this HTML attribute here. So let's just paste it right here. Now that we put the container here, let's go to controls.js and let's do this.set smooth scroll. And let's just copy and paste this as a new function here. Now to use AskScroll with GSAP, we need to do some extra steps. Now there is a paid GSAP native scroll, smooth scroll thing that just released, I think this year. But because it's paid, I'm not going to be using that. And it would be a lot easier than now. But we can use what we call a GSAP scroller proxy. So let's do GSAP scroller proxy, and let's take a look. And yeah, right here. You can read this if you want. Basically what it does is just recalculates the markers for us when we use a library that hijacks it. So if we come down here, there's actually one strictly for AskScroll. So we can just go to edit on CodePen. And I'm just going to come and do view compile JavaScript. So it's compiled. I'm just going to look for this setup AskScroll function and just copy that stuff. So it's right here. And I'm actually going to copy this function and put it in my own class. So I'm just going to come all the way down here and just copy it like so. And let's just paste it here as well. And let's just save that. And let's leave the credit here. And let me just minimize this for now. And I'll do this.AskScroll equals this.setup AskScroll. And there's actually one more thing we need to do, and we need to give AskScroll container to the parent element of the one that is moving. So let's copy that as well and give it to page right here. Now if we go to Vite and refresh the page, hopefully it works, but we're getting error, says GSAP is not defined. And if we go to controls.js, let's look in here. Yeah, we named it GSAP with all capitals instead of lowercase. So let's just fix that and let's make sure there's no more errors. Okay, so let's go to our browser and take a look. And it doesn't seem to be working. Let's go back to index.html and take a look. And alright, this should be just AskScroll, not AskScroll container. And now you can see we have smooth scrolling. Wow, that is so smooth. How cool is that? We have that nice smooth scrolling. But on Boco's site, it's not actually this smooth of scroll. So what we can do is let's go to check the parameters right here. Yeah, parameters is a type of object. And let's see ease. Yeah, so we can adjust the ease in the parameters. So let's go to controls, and as a parameter, let's adjust its ease. So if you know lerping, that's pretty much the same thing. You know, the higher the number, the less the ease. Actually, we could have implemented smooth scrolling ourselves. It's actually not that difficult, and it would have been native as well. But we will do that in future videos. This one, we're just going to be using AskScroll because Boco did as well. So now you can see it's only a little bit smooth. It's not as smooth as it used to be. Pretty cool. And now when we resize, you can see it's still, the markers are still working. Okay, now let's start working on those circle things. Now you could go into Blender and add the circles there and animate those circles as part of the GLB file. But I'm just going to go to floor.js and create the circle geometries straight inside floor, but I'm actually going to make a new function. I'll call it set circles, and let's just copy and paste this, and I'll just put it here. So I'm just going to go to the Three.js docs. Let's just type that in. Let's go to circle geometry, and I'm just going to copy and paste this, their example here. And now if you want to know what these numbers do, you can take a look at the constructor right here. The first one is the number of segments, and the other one is radius, and you can actually play around with in their tiny demo right here as well. So that's pretty cool. And let's just paste it in here. Now we want it to be able to receive shadows, so we want to use mesh standard material instead of mesh basic material. Let's just shift alt down arrow this twice, and I'll call this material 2, material 3. And really I'm going to shift alt down arrow this, and I'm going to change this to this variables. So this dot circle, and I'll call it circle first, circle second, circle third. And let's change up these colors. So I'm going to go back into style.css, and let's go to root.root and just copy and paste these colors here. So I'll copy that for this one, like here. I want the blue one in the middle, so I'm going to put the blue one there, and let's put the green one last. Okay, let's close style.css. Then I just want to put material 2 here and material 3 here. And we want these to be above each other. So this one is at negative 0.3. So I want to set this dot circle. Actually, what we can do easy is just put our cursors here, copy and paste this, and let's also have our cursors here. I'll put some dots, and I'll do dot position and dot y equals. And let's save that. And I'm going to set the first one to 0.29, and this one will be negative 0.28, and this one will be negative 0.27, so they're not on top of each other. Next, I'll set their scales to 0, so I'm just going to shift alt down arrow here and add some cursors here. And let's do scale and dot set, and I'll set it to 0, 0, 0. And let's just delete this stuff here. Remember, it's going to be straight up and down, and we want it to be horizontal instead of vertical, so we have to flip it. And if you remember, when we flipped it this way, we needed to activate 3 backside because it was flipped and showing the back of the mesh. But the other alternative we talked about was just flipping it negative the other way. So let's just use that different way this time, just to show you that you do indeed have a bunch of options. So I'll do this dot circle dot first, dot rotation dot x equals this dot circle dot second equals this dot circle dot third dot rotation dot x, and I'll do negative math dot pi divided by 2. Then we also need to do it one more time, so I'm actually going to break these up so we can see it a little bit easier. And let's do the same exact thing. So I'm going to shift alt down arrow, and here I want to change this to let me just backspace this, and I want to change it to receive shadow, and I'll set it to true right here. Then what I'll do is change this to this dot scene, and let's add the circle. So shift alt down arrow twice, and let's just put this dot second circle, this dot circle third, and this dot circle first. Okay, so we just created a bunch of circles. Okay, so let's go back to controls.js. What I'm gonna do is just assign some variables here. So I'll do this dot circle first equals this dot world dot so we access them through the world this time. So this dot world, and we want dot floor, so dot floor, and then we want circle first. And yeah, we need to make sure floor comes before room, otherwise we'll get an error that it's undefined. And let's just do the same thing, but let's change this to circle second, and this one should be circle third. So let's see if we get any errors. Undefined reading floor. So oh yeah, I forgot we need to access world through experience. And let's save that. Okay, now we don't get any errors. Okay, cool. So let's animate each one of these. Let's just go into let's just go and copy from the desktop so we don't have to type things out again. And I'm just gonna copy this up to here, and let's just copy that. And I want to go into the all because we wanted to have the same exact behavior whether we're on desktop or mobile. And I'll just post it after the progress bar stuff and before the second part timeline, so I'll call it circle animations and just put a line there. And I'll just paste that, and let's just clean this up a little bit. So I'm just gonna get rid of some of this stuff. Actually, let's just get rid of all the animations. So I'm just gonna get rid of all of these animations. Okay, so let's animate. I'll go on my first one, use method chaining, this dot circle first, and we want to target its scale, and let's just set all of them to 3. So 3 and z to 3 as well. And I'm just gonna copy and paste this for these other timelines as well. So let's just paste that there and there, but we need to change this to circle second, and this should be circle third as well. So let's go to our browser and take a look. And it seems to be working, but there are no shadows. And this one is weird because we have its origin at 0, 0, but our house moved, so we can fix that as well. But why are there no shadows? Let's take a look. Let's go back to floor.js. Something's probably wrong here, and let's just see. To receive shadow. Maybe we. Oh wait, I think no. Yeah, this is just misspelled. Let's just go back one and then put e there instead. So flip the I and the e. So hopefully this works. And yeah, you can see now it's casting shadow onto this new geometry here. And it looks like on the edges, they're a little jaggedy, and it's just because our things are a little here. So maybe if we change this to 64, it'll be smoother. And yeah, now you can see it's really smooth on the edges. Honestly, if no one can tell, you'd probably want to leave it lower just for better performances. But I don't think we're going to be taking, it's not that big of a deal here. So yeah, there we have it. And oh yeah, let's also fix the position of this blue circle. So it's here. And honestly, depending on the screen size, it might be messed up a little bit. So maybe we should have just added it to the scene so it would move with the scene. But I think if you just hard code it in a general area, sometimes it might start from here or here. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it matters too much. I don't think anyone's gonna pay attention that much. So that's gonna be the second position. And let me just split this. So I'll just move it on the X direction like a few units. So maybe like 1.5. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels a little off. Honestly, that's like an attention to detail thing. If you want to play around with that, you can make it responsive or add it to the scene instead, so you don't have to hard code it. But I think that's good, like for all intended purposes. I don't think anyone's gonna pay that much attention, but let's just make sure it's fine on mobile. And yeah, see, now it gets awkward on mobile because it's over here on mobile. So we could like listen to a mobile event and change that. But honestly, I think it looks fine on mobile as well. As long as we have that circle animation, so I'm not gonna be too picky about it. There is another problem that I do want to fix, and it's the scale of this room. And take a look at the shadows. What's happening to the shadows on the bottom of the floor? They're actually going away. And if you want to know why that's happening, basically we're just scaling this up so it's getting closer to the floor. And if we scale it too much, it's actually going to clip inside the floor. But you can see when we do this, what happens, the shadow is going away. And that's just what's happening right now in Three.js. Just move the house up a little bit when it's scaling. And I think that's what I'm just going to do. Okay, so let's go back to controls. And I guess these aren't really circle animations anymore. I'll just call them all animations, just to be a little more organized. And let's just come to the second timeline and do .2, and I'll do .2. This dot room dot position. So let's grab the position and let's just move it up on the y-axis. So y, and I'm just gonna put it up to 0.7. And remember, we need to provide an identical label if we want to set them at the same time, and I'm just going to name it same, so they play at the same time. And let's take a look. And yeah, so it's kind of consistent. The house is actually moving up while it's scaling, but no one actually can tell. And let's just make sure that looks fine in mobile as well. So I'm just gonna go to mobile view real quick. Yeah, and that's also fine in mobile. So we still get that computer focus. Well, in this part, we're gonna be working on this preloader, this little animation here, and that hop in, that move to the left, that text, and then the one wheel event down, and then this sort of animation here, and then the activation of the controls after. So let's come over into experience, and let's create a new file called preloader.js, and this will hold all our intro animations. Now you probably could, have one just for the preloader and then another separate class for the intro animations, but I'm just gonna shove everything into preloader.js. So I'm going to let's go to sizes.js and let's just copy this stuff into preloader.js. And let's just get rid of some of this stuff so we don't need any of this. And let's rename this preloader. Let's also go to controls.js, so we can just grab some stuff from here and we don't have to type it out. Yeah, like that. And let's put it in here. Like so. I don't think we need any of that stuff. So I want the preloader to fade out when the world is ready. So what I want to do is go into world.js, and I wanted to also extend the event emitter. So I'm going to let's go to preloader and just copy this stuff and put it in here as well. Extends event emitter. So when everything is instantiated, I can emit an event and tell my preloader to start playing those intro animations and that fade out animation on that original screen with the circles and stuff. So I'll do this dot emit and I'll just call it world. So yeah, and let's just put it down here. So when everything is instantiated, emit world ready. So we can listen to this event in Preloader, but we need to instantiate it in experience.js. So let's come in here and import Preloader from Preloader. So just change this Preloader, and let's just this dot preloader equals new preloader after world loader equals new preloader. Pretty cool. Let's head up back to Preloader, and what we can do here is this dot world equals this dot experience dot world, and this dot world on this dot world dot on world ready. Then we can start calling a function and playing that animation. So I'm just going to use an arrow function. I'll just call this dot play intro, and let's make this function. So this will play our initial intro animation. Okay, and before we start moving on to grabbing our assets for the preloader, let's just make sure we don't have any errors. And it looks like, oh right, we need to go to world and add super. And we still have an error, so let's just click on that and see what's up. Equals new experience. Yeah, that's because I never imported it. So let's do import experience from /experience.js. And hopefully no more errors. And that's just a bug with orbit controls. And yeah, no more errors. So like we did for that mini part here for controls.js, that little platform thing, we need to set the initial states of these elements. Let's go back into room.js. And need this anymore. We actually want all of the childs to be set a scale of 0, 0. So in this loop here, let's just set the scale to 0, 0. And let's comment this out, since it's going to be setting the scale anyway. Now if you go back to Blender, remember I have this intro cube here. Oh, I didn't even put it with the other stuff, but I called it cube, and we want to be able to see that at least initially so we can position it in a good place. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll just do if child.name equals cube. Then let's just set its scale. So child.scale.set. Let's just set it to 111. And let's go to our browser and take a look. Yeah, so now we can see our cube. So right now it's not really rotating appropriately. So it's like rotating around the group's origin point, which is like somewhere here or something. Now we could make separate code just for this one to rotate it along itself, but I think that's actually really unnecessary. What we can do instead is just move the cube closer to the origin point of the group. So I'll come in here and I'll just do child.position.set, and it looks a little too far from the ground right now because the shadow is so far. So what I want to do is for the X position, I don't want to touch that one, so I just set it to 0. And for the Y position, I want to move it down a little bit, so maybe like -1.5 would work. And for the Z, I actually don't want that to touch either. In Blender, our stuff is a little back here, so I actually want to move it closer to, you know, the center of wherever this is rotating. So let's just go back and let's just try 0. Maybe the 0, 0, 0 is good enough, except for the Y, but that just moves it down. So let's just save. Yeah, it seems to be rotating appropriately. Now, his is 45 degrees. So you could come back into Blender and just rotate this 45 degrees and then re-export if you wanted to, or you can just hard code it. So that's what I want to do. So I'll just set the child.rotation.y, and I'll set it to math.pi divided by 4. So let's take a look. Yeah, now it looks like it's rotating along its local axis. Okay, now there's a big problem, and that's because this cube is actually in the center of this thing, but right here, ours is down here. So if we move it right, like if we change this back, to like -1.5 to put it in the center, the rotation's already going to be off. So what we can do instead is actually move the camera down. And I think that's actually what Boko did, because if you can tell, when I scroll after here, it actually goes slightly curved up. And I think the result of that is because the camera is moving to adjust later. And I'll show you what I mean when we actually animate the camera. So let's go back to camera.js. And all we have to do is just move it down on the Y position and it'll go up a little bit. And now you can see it's centered right here. So in the preloader, when the cube is spinning, we'll animate this back to 6.5, which is our original thing. So let's start assigning tweens like we did in controls.js. Now, if you remember what we did for that mini floor, guess what? We're not going to be using this methodology. This is actually a really inefficient way, both in terms of development time as well as code performance. And the reason is because every time you want to assign a tween to your asset, you have to loop through this object in order to get it. If you go to room.js, we already have a loop here. So what we can do instead is create an object, and as this loop here, we can just add all the children into that object, and every time we need to locate an asset within our GeoBiff file, we can just point to that object. So you might be wondering, why did I even include this bad code in the first place? Why did we have to go through this pain? And the main reason is because it's actually a really good problem-solving exercise. For example, we showed that your GLB children aren't always going to be in the same order, so you have to check for the name to give a tween. But then you can't just give the tween directly to a timeline because different if statements will execute. So what we did was assign the tween to a variable and then added it later. It's got a really good, a lot of debugging going on there. And the third reason is because it helps you identify what less efficient code looks like. And that's just the main reason why I left it in here. But I'm not going to be refactoring it, but I just want to point that out. So let's go back into room.js and create that reference object. It's pretty much exactly what we did in resources.js. So let's go to room.js and create that reference object. Let's come up here, and this dot room children equals just an empty object. And since we already have our loop here, all we have to do is add it. So let's grab this dot room dot children, and I'll just come down. Let's just come down here and put it here. And I just want to grab the child's name, and then I'll just set it equal to the child and save that. And we also want to add this rect light, so I'm going to copy that and I'll put it here, and I'll just hard code this key value. So I'll just call it rect light, and I'll pass the rect light here. So let's save that. So now what we can do is we can go to preloader.js and just reference that object. So let's go back to preloader.js and let's create a new function called this.setAssets. Now remember, we can't just put it straight up here. We want to wait until the world is ready. So let's set our assets. Let's make a new function right here. And what we can do is set this.room equals this.experience.world.room.actualRoom like we did before. Now we could also add the actual room, like the entire scene, our entire GLB file, to the object as well. But we already have a variable for that, so I'm just going to grab that from room. And then we can do this dot room children equals this dot experience dot world dot room children. Remember, this is the object that we provided right here, room children. And if I console.log this, so let's just console.log this dot room dot children. Let's go to our browser and take a look, and you can see what we get. All the names are now their key value pairs, and all the meshes are right here. So we don't have to create another loop. We don't have to do anything fancy. Anytime we want to animate something, we can just do this.room.children.cube, to grab the cube, and so on and so forth. And I actually prefer it lowercase, so I'm going to come to room.js, And inside I'll add .to lowercase JavaScript. So let's save that and take a look. Yeah, now everything is lowercase. Pretty cool. And inside of play intro, what I want to do is just do this dot first intro. And let's create this. So I'll do this. And now inside of first intro, we can start creating our animations. So let's create a new timeline. I'll do this dot timeline equals new gsap dot timeline. And let's make sure we didn't import gsap. That real quick. Import gsap from gsap. Let's save that. Okay, so let's do this dot timeline dot to, and we want to target the intro cube. So this dot room children, and the name of that is cube. So that's the key that we can access. And we want to target its scale, and let's just set x, and let's just set its x to like 1.4, its y to 1.4, and its z to 1.4 as well. And whoops, it should be semicolon. And of course, we need to go back into room.js and also allow this to, let's just comment this out so we can't see it initially. Now let's adjust its ease. So I want to give it that back out that we used for our mini platform area. So I'll give it a more exaggerated back out, and let's adjust its duration to like 3 seconds just so we can see it better initially. Yeah, pretty cool. So let's just leave it at like 0.7. I forgot the default. I think it's 1 second on gsap. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, let's just use some method chaining here. And I'll just grab run.position. And let's set its x value to like -1. And of course we need an ease. So I want to give it the power 1 out ease. And that's just like an ease out. And let's just put a duration of like 0.7 as well. And something's, yeah, I forgot the comma here. So let's take a look. Yeah, and you can see our rotation is still looking good. And our cube is still working. Okay, so if you go to Boko's site, and you go to his mobile version, you can see he actually has a completely separate animation for the one on mobile. It goes up instead. Play a different animation for the mobile as well as the desktop versions. So how do we do that? Well, if you remember window match media, we could use this. We could probably also, use that ScrollTrigger match media and just trick it by having our scroll at the top. But that would be kind of hacky and not a good solution. We could also come into resize and call it, so resize here, and call it and check for the window width directly in here. We already have a dedicated class for this, and that's sizes.js. So we can just set a device variable here, just emit an event if the device ever changes. So let's check initially if this dot width is less than, let's say, 968. Then let's set a variable called mobile. Otherwise, set it to desktop. Now you can have, 3 if you want something separate for, like tablet or whatever. So let's just set it to desktop. And on resize, if we want to resize, and let's just put it down here. And if this dot width is less than 968, we want to set this device equal mobile. And let's also this dot emit switch device. And let's pass in this dot device. And let's do the same exact thing down here as well. Okay, so let's go back into preloader.js, and let's listen to this on sizes. So this dot sizes dot on switch device. We want to grab that device parameter, and then we can set this device equals device. Now currently this will only fire when we resize, so we need the initial state as well. So this dot device equals this dot sizes dot device. And let's save that and take a look. So yeah. Okay, so let's go back to size.js and console.log this stuff out just to make sure. Console.log mobile, and I'll console.log desktop for this one right here. So we're on desktop, and then we're on mobile. Now this is a problem because every time we're resizing, this is being called and an event is being emitted. We only wanted to listen to the event when it changes from mobile to desktop or vice versa, instead of every single time. Let's do else if this dot width is greater than or equal to 968, and this dot device does not equal desktop. And of course we need the same thing here except for mobile. So let's do mobile. The variable is already desktop, it's no longer going to fire this. So let's check. Let's go from desktop, mobile, desktop, mobile, and you can see it's only firing once each time. So let's get rid of these console.logs. We don't need those anymore. Now let's go back to Preloader.js. Adjust our timeline depending on the device. So let's come into first intro. If this.device equals, let's say desktop for this one. Let's just wrap it in an if statement and play this animation. Otherwise, what we want to do is play a completely different animation, and I'm just going to copy and paste this timeline here. Instead of moving on the X direction, I want to go back on the Z direction, -1. So let's just take a look at this. Yeah, and you can see now we have our mobile animation, and let's refresh, and here we have our desktop animation. So for this next part, you can't do anything unless you use your mouse wheel to scroll down, or I guess if you're on your laptop, 2 fingers or however you scroll down. And so if I scroll up, nothing happens. So we have to listen to this event. And so when I scroll down, then play another animation. So let's add an event listener here. So after the first intro, let's do window.add event listener, and I'll make it a wheel event. I'll just call it this.onScroll, and I want to bind this so we don't lose our context. I want to bind this onto that, and let's make this method right now. And sorry, I don't know why I put that there. So okay, so on scroll, and we want to grab that event object and check for the event. So if the event delta y is greater than 0, it means they scroll downwards, and we can just say console.log added event, and yeah, now you can see it says we added event. Now there is a problem here. This bar is still being shown, so that's probably with our CSS. Let's go fix that real quick. And let's go to page. Let's check page because that wraps everything. So overflow is hidden for everything. Oh yeah, let's just give it to the body. So I'll just do body, and I'll do overflow hidden. So hopefully this gets rid of the bar now, and you can see added event. Now let's also go back to the preloader, and we don't want this event to keep playing after we scroll, so let's just remove it, and I'll do this, and I'll do window.remove event listener, remove event listener. So let's make sure that it no longer logs after we scroll, and it seems like it's still playing even after we removed it, and the reason for that is because it's not actually removing the same function that we have here. So what we have to do is provide a pointer variable to that instance of that function, and then we can just add and remove that pointer or that reference instead. So let's do this.scroll once event, and I'll set it equal to this. So let's do this, and now this points to this function, so we can add it here. And when we want to remove it, we just remove the pointer to that function. So now it should only log this once, even when I scroll down multiple times. And yeah, you can see I'm scrolling down as many times, but it only added once because as soon as this is true, this removed that event. Okay, so when this event is played, we want to create another function. I'll call this.play second intro. Now, my naming conventions are, pretty sus. So definitely come up with your own names for these and structure your code how you want. So I'll put it down here. And I'll call this dot second intro. And let's actually, I'll just put it up here. So I'm going to copy first intro and I'll put it here instead. And I'll call it second intro. And I'll just call this second timeline. So in this second timeline, let's just get rid of everything except the position so far. And yeah, let's change this as well. So for both of these, what we want to do is make the room position go back to 0, 0, 0. So I'm gonna set 0. Let's go up and let's set X to 0 and Y to 0 as well. And let's actually also put, let's just copy and paste this up here as well. Yeah, we could probably put it out of the if statement, but I'm just gonna leave it in the if statement in case we want to alter it later. Okay, yeah, so let's take a look. I'm gonna refresh my page. First animation is playing. I wheel down, and that is playing. Pretty cool. Now there is a problem. If I refresh and I mouse down right away, you can see what happens. The timeline on this timeline is immediately being called second intro, right? From play second intro from here. It's immediately playing right after. And I don't want that. If you go to Boco's site, his is not like that. Right now I'm scrolling down, but you can see it's still playing the animation and nothing's happening. We have to use some JavaScript asynchronous programming, and let's go up to first intro. In here, I want to return a new promise, and let's set that resolve status in there, and like so. Oops, like so. And I'll just copy and paste all this code in here. I think that's it. And let's just put it inside this promise. And wow, I misspelled promise. So let's save that. And at the end of each of these animations, I'll do onComplete. So this is a GSEP thing that calls something when your animation is completed. I'll just call it resolved. So the promise is resolved. And I also want to do it for the mobile version as well. And because that is now a promise, what I can do in play intro, let's just create an async. Let's just make it asynchronous and do await. Let's save that. So now you can see when I try scrolling down, it's not going to be playing that animation anymore. So if you're not familiar with JavaScript asynchronous, I mean, basically all it does is just says wait for this before moving on to anything below here. Let's actually just take a look in action. So I'll just do console.log and continuing. And let's just see. Look, continuing doesn't play right away until the animation is completed. But if I get rid of this, let's just save it. You can see it activates automatically. Continuing is automatically playing. It's not waiting for the animation to complete. So we're just waiting for that. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to that explanation. I mean, you can get more technical, but I don't really like technical explanations. Yeah, of course, we also want to do it for the second intro as well. So let's await that, and let's adjust this here. So let's do return new promise, and let's go here. Let's just put it here, and let's put I think we need a bracket and then parenthesis. Yeah, got it on my first try. So I'm not going to put a resolve just yet because I want to put that on the last tween. So let's just continue animating stuff. I'm just gonna kind of speed run through this since it's mainly just setting up GSEP timelines here. And let's remember we want to set our camera back to its original position. So this .camera.orthographic camera.position, and we want to set that back to Y 6.5 like we had originally. Then let's adjust the cube position. So this dot room children dot cube dot position. And if we go back into Blender real quick, let's enter our camera. Actually, let me select this first. Let's enter a camera, and I'll just GY, move it on the Y, and just kind of move it up and scale it up. And find like a good place, RZ45. Yeah, so I accidentally deleted this face when we actually needed it because it's going to be rotating a full rotation, so we'll see the back face there. So we actually need to export one last time. But let me just find a good position first. So let's just move it. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. So I'm going to put this, as the Y position. So Y will be this. And Z will be this. Z will be this. And X will be this. And remember, we need to flip the Z sign. Let's put X equal this. And let's just undo those changes and let's just fill this stuff up. So let's do this. And let me just quickly fill that up. Let's go wireframe and let's just export everything again. File, export, gltf.js, and change this to Finale version 12 or whatever you named it. And let's go back to our preloader. Close that with Control B, and let's take a look at what we got so far. So let's scroll down, goes back up, and like so. Now we actually want all of these to play at the same time, so I'm gonna go right here. And let's comment, give it a same label, so they all play at the same time. And let's take a look at what we got. Pretty cool. Adjust this duration for a little bit. And it looks like there's some slight sliding after, and that's because the position is actually less. So let's just get rid of this so it's all the same duration of 1 second. So I'm just going to be showing you what Boko did with his model. I'm not going to be actually saving any of these changes, so you can just watch in case you wanted to do what Boko did instead. He never actually had an intro cube. What he did instead was he came to this thing here, right? And let me just make it real quick. So yeah, like this. Now, obviously he's more precise, but you get the idea. So this is what he kind of did. And I'm just going to select this face and just fill it. And then he selected these faces and P separate by selection. So this is its entire mesh now. If I go to my camera and scale it down, this is not the behavior that he has on his site. Instead, what he did, he went into wireframe, edit mode, selected one of these vertices here, Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's go back into object mode, and let's select this and do object set origin to 3D cursor, and let's go back. And now you can see it's the exact same behavior that Boko had on his website. Now this actually makes a lot of sense because we could just rotate the building. Yeah, so we never would have had to adjust an intro cube's position, and this is actually exactly precise because if you lined it up, no one could actually tell. And in order to fill out the hole in the back here when the entire room is rotating, what he did, if you actually go back and watch the animation, is he had a bunch of meshes here that filled up the screen. So let me just make it real quick. Let's select them and do object set origin to geometry. And now if I switch this to individual origins, like it would scale in Blender, this is what he did. So he scaled them down like this after the animation. So this is just a GSAP scale down to 0 after. So this actually would have been a lot easier and a lot more precise if we just did this instead of making that intro cube. So I'm not going to be actually making any of these adjustments in code. Now, if you noticed on Boko's site, he never actually joined these into several groups. He left them individual, kind of just what we did here. But I just wanted to join them to save time. Now, if you wanted to do them individually, what I would do is give them a name like book 1, book 2, book 3, and then if a name contains a book, then I would put it in a group, and then I would use like a for each loop for all the books and assign them tweens, or whatever order you want them to play. Assign each group a certain tween. That way you won't have to do 157 different tweens for each individual item. You just do a for each loop for certain types of meshes that you want to animate, or certain groups that you want to animate. But I only have like 6 groups, I think, so I'm just gonna make 6 tweens for each group, and yeah, that'll be it. Yeah, pretty cool. Now I actually want the chair rotation to play at the same exact time as this one, so I'll just give it the same label and I'll just call it chair. Oops, chair. Yeah, pretty cool. And actually, I don't think we need a mobile version for this. So I'm just gonna actually get rid of the mobile version. And for this one, let's just on complete, resolve. I think I want the same thing for both the stuff. So I'm gonna get rid of this if statement as well. And let's make sure I'm not getting errors. Yeah, let's backspace. I think both the mobile version and the desktop version should be exactly the same here. So let's take a look on desktop. Yeah, that's fine. Now let's go to mobile version. Yeah, pretty cool. Managing some mobile events. So we just need 2. We need the initial touch and we need the touch move. So I'll call it touch start and touch move here. Then I'll do on touch and on touch move. Create these functions, so I'll just put them right up here like so, and let's do this one as well. Yeah, so we want to grab that event object for both of these, so I'm just going to put E for event, and I want to set the initial Y value to E.touches 0, and we want the client Y. By the way, if you don't know where this stuff is from, you can just log E. You can just log the event objects and take a look at that. Then on touch move, we want to set the current one. So current Y equals E.touches, the first touch, and client Y. And we want to calculate the difference equals this dot initial Y minus current Y. And if the difference is greater than 0, we can just console.log for now, just to make sure, console.log swiped up. So you know that the y-axis starts from 0 on the top. So imagine you tap in the middle of your screen, it'll be at like 200 pixels. So if you swipe up, then it would be a positive, you'd get like 200. And let's say you swiped up 100 pixels. Then this would be like 100, so you get 200 minus 100. The difference is greater than 0, which means you swiped up. So likewise, let's just do this dot play second intro here as well. And I forgot to add these, so let me just add it. And I want touch start, as well as touch move. And let's also reset the initial value. I don't think we actually need this, but let's just be safe and reset it. So let me just copy touch start, this dot touch start, and this dot touch move. And let's do a separate function, and I'll just call it remove event listeners, like so here. And in this function, I'm just going to copy and paste this stuff, except I'm going to remove them. So, and let's just change this stuff to remove. So This tooltip is kind of getting in my way. I should probably remove it. But yeah, okay, so let's just do remove. And here I want to do this dot remove event listeners like so. And I also want to do the same thing for this one. Let's just get rid of this line and paste this here. Okay, so let's go into mobile version and hopefully we can see the swiped up. And add remove listener is not a function. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. This is obviously not right. It should be remove event listener. I don't know where I got that. I must be really tired today. And I also, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's check. Yeah, and we get swiped up. Cool. Okay, so when the second intro is done, let's emit an event to enable our controls. So I'll just do this .emit, and I'll just call it enable controls. And let's go into experience.js, and let's import controls here. So we could probably move controls outside of world since we're not declaring it in world anymore. And it's not really part of the world, but I'm just going to leave it in there. So let's go to experience and let's shift alt down arrow this line and let's just change this to controls. And let's listen to that event. So this .preloader .on enable controls, yada. Let's do an arrow function and let's just do this controls equal new controls like so. And let's just save that. So it should be working. And I'm going to swipe up. And yeah, fired mobile. So we should be able to scroll, but we can't. Let me see what the issue is. So it looks like we can scroll in desktop, but mobile is kind of. Oh, actually, this is completely broken. So let's see what the issue seems to be here. Huh. Oh, now it works on mobile. So something's wrong. Something's very wrong here. And let's just check our CSS. So let's go to CSS. Oh, yeah, this is I probably shouldn't be doing this. I think this actually targets the HTML element instead of the body. So let's get rid of that. But then this bar is here, so I mean, why is that there? So our page has everything. So overflow hidden, it should get rid of the bar. So let's see. Yeah, this should be viewport height, not 100%. Yeah, so that bar is gone now. So let's just wait for it. And let's see. Oh yeah, does that work already? Let me just wait. So I swiped up. Okay, and for some reason mobile is still not working. So desktop is working, but mobile is not. What seems to be an issue? Let's go to controls.js and take a look. Let's just minimize this stuff. Min width 969, max width 968. I think maybe it's because the data attribute that we provide to the page is already doing some stuff with the CSS, so maybe we can get rid of overflow hidden here. Let's just see. Yeah, but then the scroll bar is back. So what if we just temporarily, have it to disable the scroll, and then in controls.js we can reinstantiate it. So maybe let's just do document.query selector, and let's select, what did I call it? Yeah, page. And let's set its style. So .style, whoops, dot style and dot overflow, and let's set it to visible. And hopefully this will solve our issues. So I'm going to start into mobile and swipe up. Yeah, now it's working on mobile. So it's probably something with AskScroll or something. So this feels pretty hacky. There's probably some other thing I don't know about with AskScroll and GZAP, but I guess it works. So if I do figure out a different solution, I will put it on that document link below. Okay, so before we animate the text and some other SVGs, let's put in those final details. So this one is, if you go to mobile view and desktop view, you can see the cube is switching. Of course, this is just a media query from CSS, but we want to be able to adjust that cube position as well. So let's go back to Preloader and let's create a function called move. And if this.device equals desktop, let's set its position, this.room.position.set -1 0 0. Otherwise, let's set it to -1, but in the z direction. So -1. And these are the same values that we provided in GSAP. -1 for the desktop tween and -1 in the z direction for the mobile tween. And let's also create the update function that will be called on every frame, this.move. Okay, yeah, so now we have to call this update function on every frame. So let's go to experience, and in update, let's do this.preloader.update, like so. Well, it looks like we have another problem. Let's just check the issue. Cannot read properties of undefined reading position. Oh, right, so when we go back, let's go back to the preloader. This is being called before this room is even initiated. Remember, we waited to set our assets until the world was ready. So conveniently, we don't even actually want this to be activated on every single frame. We just want it to be activated between the first and second intro. So let's come up here, and after the first intro is done playing, let's do this .move flag, and let's set it to true. So now it can move. And before the second intro, we can set it to false, so it won't interrupt anything. So it'll only allowed to be played between the first intro when that's done, and it won't be any more after that. So let's do if this.move flag, then we can do this.move. So this should solve our error as well. So let's just do responsive, and this isn't big enough. Yeah, now you can see it's working. So it's still playing our animation, and if we resize it during the animation, it's not going to be playing. Just like Boko's site, it's not going to be playing during the animation. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so let's just make sure everything is working fine before we go on. So yada yada yada. Yeah, so let's just scroll through and make sure everything's fine. And yeah, this is not fine because we never set the scale of that mini floor thing. So let's go up here and to our second. And I'm just, you can actually just put this anywhere, honestly. So I'll just put it here. .set we want to, and then this .room children. And I think I called it mini floor. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. And I just want to set its scale. I don't want it to do an animation, I just want to set it. And I'll just set its X to 1, its Y to 1, and Z to 1 as well. Now we can see the floor there. So the next thing I think we should do is adjust the scale of the room depending on its size. So we honestly could have probably made a completely separate class to manage this because we've been doing it, I think, several times now. So we're kind of repeating ourselves a bunch, but let's just create a new function here. And I'll just call it scale. Let's just copy this right here. And let's do room.scale.set and 0.11. This is our default. 0.11. 0.1. If we ever want to change this stuff later, it's going to be a lot of technical debt, shotgun surgery, basically. But I don't think we're ever going to have to touch this again. So it's fine just hard coding the values for now, instead of using like a manager class. And similarly, let's just create a new flag. So if this dot scale flag, then we want to do this dot scale. And so we wanted to play here, so let's do this dot scale flag equals true. And here, let's do this dot scale flag equals false after the animation is done. So now let's play our second animation. And yeah, you can see it's sizing. And that's the exact behavior that Boco's site has. And if we take a look at Boco's site, you can see the same thing. It's playing and I can resize it like so, just like that. Let's start working on these text animation things here. And if I go into inspect mode and just hover over it, you can see each of these are individual spans. Now, if you wanted to, you could manually wrap each letter into a span, but I'm just going to do it automatically with a function in JavaScript. Now, there are a lot of packages and libraries that do this, but we'll just create our own. So I'm going to come into utils and let's create a new function, and I'll call it convert divs to spans.js. Okay, so let's do export default function, and let's grab an element. This is going to be a DOM element that we pass in here. So normally this is just one DOM element, you know, like a H2, but he converted the inner text to each spans. So we also need to set the element.style.overflow hidden. And this is how we hide the stuff when it goes from a translation of 100% to a translation of 0 on the y-axis. And let's do element.innerHTML, and we're going to set it equal to all those spans that we created. So let's grab the inner text, element.inner text, and we want to split it. And then let's map. So map returns a new array. Car for a character, I'll just call it character. And let's save that so I can get some formatting. And we just want to return a span, so I'll just use some backticks, span, string literal, span, and I want to give it a class of, let's just call it animate this. So this is going to be the spans that this is going to be the class that we pass into GSAP to use stagger. Also have to make sure to join it at the end, and we don't want any spaces, so we can just do join like this. And then we can just return this element. So let's just return this element. And let's save that. Intro text in the center here. So I'm going to go to index.html. And inside of hero wrapper, I'm just going to create another div here. So I'll call it intro text. And I'll say welcome to my portfolio. Like so. Then let's go to styles.css and add the styles. So we should put it... So I'll just come up here and just put it right here. So I'll do preloader stuff. And we want to target that animate this. We want to translate all the spans 100% on the y-axis, so down. So transform, translate y, and 100%. Now we also have to change this display to inline block, so it can actually be moved. I think the default is inline element and it can't be transformed. Then let's just center the intro text. So I'll just do position absolute, top 50%, left 50%. And then let's just transform it. Transform, translate, and this will subtract 50% of its width and 50% of its height, so it gets into the center. Yeah, so let's just give it a font weight of like weight 500 and font size 16 pixels. And let's just align our cube. I think what I'm gonna do is go into camera and just move the camera a little bit up, so 0.65 or something like that. Let's take a look. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, then let's go back to preloader.js and import this function so we can use it. And I'll just call it convert instead of whatever we called it because it's shorter. Import convert, and I'll do it from, let's do /utils/ convert divs to span.js. And yeah, let's just put it in here. So I'm going to use convert and document.query selector. And I want to grab that intro text. So let's shift alt down arrow 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, you know, one for this one, one for this one, one for this one, and one for this one. So let's go to index.html so I can just drag it. Let's find it and just put it on the side here. So let's see. So we want hero main title, so let's put that here. We also want the hero main description, so let's grab that. Whoops. And the hero second subheading. Now this will just grab the first one. So I'm just gonna give another class name to this second one. You know, we could use, and let's just give this second sub and grab that here. Should have saved all files, and yeah, now you can't see anything. Okay, so let's start animating this stuff. This is our first intro. So we want to be outside of the timeline because we want it to play at the same thing. So yeah, let's just copy this .timeline.2 and put it outside of the if statements. And here I just want to do the intro text. So I'll do intro text. And we want to target the animate dis inside the intro text. So animate dis. And like so, let's also close this here so we don't get any errors. And we want to do the y% and set it to -100. And we want to stagger all the children. So let's just set like a 0.7 stagger. And we want that same exact backout ease. So ease, but we don't want it as exaggerated. So I'll just like do backout 1.2 or something like that. And here we can put the onComplete resolve. And let's remove it from these else if statements here. And let's take a look at what we got. And nothing seems to be showing, but we're getting no errors. Yeah, so let's take a look. And yeah, I forgot to put in the character here. I don't know what I'm doing. So let's use that string literal and put in the character here. Okay, now let's take a look. And now you can see what happens. Okay, and yeah, so now it's working. I just forgot to put the character here. Now, there is an issue. There's no space between the words anymore. And there's a lot of solutions we could do for that. But I think the easiest one is just to check if it's a space and then assign and just return a span with a space, but we don't want to animate it. So let's just check if char equals a space, then return just a span. So just return a span with that space. So just like this. And let's do that string literal stuff again. And it'll just be a space. So this should work. Let's take a look. Yeah, now we have a space between the words. Okay, so let's start animating it in the second intro part. So I'm going to copy this .2. And I don't want that semicolon. And I'm just going to paste it right here. And I want to set the y% back to 100. And you can use back in out, but I think just back in is fine. And maybe let's just save that and see what we get. So let's take a look. And oh yeah, we should get rid of onComplete resolve. So let's take a look. And then let's scroll down. Yeah, and then we get that effect. Maybe I just want to change the stagger and let's exaggerate this a little bit. Yeah, so I want to do the same thing here. Let's just exaggerate the backout, but make it a little faster. Okay, so let's animate the other ones. Okay, so let's animate the other texts. So I actually want to copy this one because this has the backout and that's what we want. And let's just put it where the cube goes back to 0. So right here, we'll just paste this and let's get rid of onComplete. Maybe let's change the stagger back to 0.7 or something. And I'm just going to paste this 4 times. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, to make it 4 times for the 4 titles. And then let's grab the hero main title. So like here. Let's grab this one, and I'm just going to put another class here called Vercel just to be consistent. So I'm going to grab first sub, and I want to grab second sub. And I want all of these to play at the same time, so I'm just going to click here, like so. And including this cube scale, we want it to play at the same time as well. And I'll just call it intro text or whatever. So it does look like we have a slight problem, and that's because everything's waiting to animate in when these titles are animating. So I'm just going to play with the gsap position parameter. So I'm just going to play around with the gsap position parameter and just speed some values. And just speed code some values until I get something that I like. So let's take a look. And yeah, that looks a lot better. It's a lot faster and the user doesn't have to wait as long. Okay, now I want to create this bouncing arrow thing. So I'm going to go to fonts.go.com. Let's go to icons. Let's make sure to select rounded, and I'll search for an arrow. And yeah, this looks pretty good. So I'm going to select this. Wait, let me adjust the size real quick. Let's put it to 24, and let's select that again, and let's download the SVG. Let's open with Visual Studio Code. Let's copy and paste that, Control W to close that. Then let's go to index.html, and let's just put it anywhere. So I'm just gonna put it back here, and I'll just call this Preloader stuff, even though it's inside the hero section. Arrow SVG wrapper, and then let's just paste that SVG in there. Yeah, and let's also change that path thing to color, current color. Color equals current color. So take the color of our font. Style.css and just position this so it's part of the preloader stuff. Let's come down here and let's call that arrow SVG wrapper. And we can just copy and paste this stuff here. So I'm just going to copy this, and I don't want any of this. And let's set its top at like 90%. We can also do bottom 10%. I think the same exact result would happen. And we just want to give it an CSS animation. I don't think there's any reason to do that animation in JavaScript. So animation, I'll call it bounce. And I'll make it last 0.5 seconds. I'll do ease in. And I'll alternate. And let's set it to infinite. So let's create that. I'll do add keyframes. I'll call it bounce, like we did up there. And at 0%, whoa, where's my, 0%. I want to transform, it's translate y to 0. And at 100%, let me just copy this. Let's set it, translate y to, I don't know, like 8 pixels. Yeah, so hopefully this looks good. Let's refresh our page, and that's still stuck there. So let's see, what did I mess up? Yeah, I forgot that this should be dashed. Yeah, and we get that bouncy arrow effect. Now, you could probably play around with this to get it a little more bouncy, but, you know, fake it till you make it, I guess. That's pretty close. So we want to hide it when this animation is playing, and then re-show it again when everything is done. So let's go to preloader.js. Let's come down here after first intro. When the text is done animating, let's just copy this, and I'll just select the arrow SVG wrapper. So arrow SVG wrapper, and let's set its opacity to 1, and we don't need an ease, and let's get rid of on complete resolve. And I also want to grab the header as well, so this toggle bar thing, and do the same exact thing. So I'm just going to copy this as well and paste it here. And let's get the toggle bar and on complete resolve here. And we want these to play at the same time, so I'll just give it a label called same. And we need to set their initial states, so I'm going to go into arrow SVG, opacity 0. And let's do the same thing for toggle bar. So toggle bar and opacity 0. Let's save that. Let's make sure we saved everything. Let's take a look at what we got. So it plays, text comes in, and then that stuff fades in. And we want to hide this when the second intro is playing. So let's go to, let's see, arrow SVG wrapper. Let's come here. And yeah, so right here. And let's give it the same label. So I'll just call it fade out or whatever you want to call it. And I want to put it at the same as when this text is animating out. So yeah, let's save that. And we want to set its opacity to 0. And then when the entire animation is done completed, we want to fade it back in again. So we could wait until the controls are done to play it, or we can just, put it here instead at the end. I think nothing's going to happen if we put it at the end here instead of like waiting till the animation actually completes and the controls are done. But let's actually just take a look. So let's scroll. So it comes. Now when we scroll, it goes away, and this plays. And this arrow comes in, and then so there's no problem with that at all. Go back to index.html, and this is actually not preloader stuff, this is intro stuff, but we shoved everything into preloader.js, so I got confused. So let's actually come outside of page and create a completely separate field for the preloader. So let's call it preloader. And I want a preloader, and then of course inside I want a preloader wrapper. And then inside I want a div container, and I'll just call it loading. And inside of this loading wrapper, I want to create 3 circles. So I'll just call circle times 3. And these will be our little animated circle thingies. Let's go up to style.css. And let's come before page since it's the preloader. So let's do preloader. And let's create our circles. So I'm just gonna grab all the circles with their class nigger, and let's set a width of like 10 pixels and a height of like 10 pixels. Border radius of 50, so 50%, so it becomes a circle. And let's set a background color, and it'll be our pink color. So dash. Let's see, color pink light. Yeah, this one. And let's create a new animation, and I'll call it load. And let's give 1 second ease in and out, and I'll make it repeat infinitely. So let's create load. So I'll do at keyframes load, and at 0% I want the transform form to be translate y, and I'll set it to 0. Let's move it up. So I'm gonna do 50 and 100. So let's do 100, and let's do 50. Let's enter here for some formatting. And whoops, this should be translate, not trans, whatever I put there, translie. And let's just move this up. So yeah, -12 pixels. Let's save everything, all the files. Okay, so we got balls moving, but we need some margin between there. So I'm just gonna put margin in like 6 pixels. Yeah, put some animation delay between the childs. So I'll just use those pseudo selectors, and I want to do the nth child. Grab that one, and I'll set an animation delay of like 0.1 seconds. And let's set another one of 0.2 seconds. And let's change this to 3 instead. Yeah, now we have something like that. So if we actually take a look at Boco's site, well, my computer's loading real quick, so let me just throttle my network real quick. I'm just going to do fast 3G, which is actually pretty slow. You can see there's a delay between the actual animations here. So there's no way to do that in CSS, like like a property. So what we have to do is actually change this to like 20% and this to like 40%. So what's happening between 40 and 100% is just standing here. So it adds that delay. Yeah, and you can see we have that slight little delay there. Let's make sure to turn off throttling again. And we have another issue. It seems like, yeah, our preloader stuff is not acting properly. So what we can do is just do position fixed. So position fixed. Yeah, now it's covering over our stuff. So let's go to preloader.js and let's animate this out. And let's see, yeah, let's just put it in first intro. And yeah, I'm just gonna copy this and put it out here. And I just want to grab the preloader, so the entire preloader. And opacity, I'll set it to 0. And on complete, I also want to hide it. So I want to, opacity 0 still allows it to be selected. So I want to put a hidden class on it. So I'm just going to put it up here, .hidden. And I want it to be display none. So we could set the inline CSS as well, but I'm just going to add a class to it so we can use it later. So document.querySelector, let's grab the preloader, and we want to grab its class list, and we want to add that hidden class. And we also need to set the original style of the preloader to be an opacity of 0. An opacity of 1. And, oh, whoops, yeah. This should be semicolon. So let's take a look. And if we refresh our page, it looks like it's going a little too fast. So what we can do is either add a delay. So yeah, actually, let's just add a delay. And I'll set a delay of 1 second. So we'll see it for 1 second regardless of how fast our stuff is loading. And then we have our portfolio here. So let's add some responsive styling. I'm in iPhone 12 Pro. And it looks like intro text here. Yeah, it's not taking up the full width. So we can just use a cliche, the display, the usual display flex. So I'm just going to copy that and put it into intro text, and that should solve our problems. And no, it looks like we are losing our spaces, and that's probably because of this here. So let me just Google how to put spaces in spans. Let's just click here, accept all cookies. Yeah, right here. So I'm just going to copy this hex code or whatever they called it. And let's do that. And let's make sure, let's check if that's saved our white space there. Yeah, now that's solved our issue there. Okay, let's go do styles.css and just start putting in some animations and some responsive styling. So let me find my bar and just go to the bottom. And we only have one breakpoint. Obviously you can add more if you want, but I'm just going to stick with one. Yeah, and that looks good. So let's just make sure it works on responsive. And it doesn't. And it doesn't work responsively because the translation Y is only doing it to its original container Y or whatever, and it's not adjusting on resize. So what we can do is go into preloader.js, and I think we can just choose any timeline actually. So I'm just gonna pick this .timeline, and you need to set CSS transform with GSAP, otherwise you'll get like buggy results. So I'll do set, and we called it animate this, and let's set Y to 0 and Y% to 100. Okay, now let's just change all the Y% to 0. So I'm just going to change all of these to 0. Let's just copy this line with Control-C, and I'll just be pasting it wherever I see a negative 100. So right here. Whoops. So let's just paste it over there. Let's paste it over here. Let's paste it over here and over here. Let's save that. And hopefully this is responsive now. Yeah, so we have our desktop, so we have our mobile version, and we have our desktop, and we don't have that unnecessary clipping. So I actually want to make this go up a little more. So let's just go back to style. I mean, it's just CSS, so, you know, play around until you get like some styling that you like. But there is a small issue with the rect area light because we never actually animated that. So let's take a look. You can see it's right there on mobile version. I don't think on desktop version you can tell that much. But what I can do actually to get a really nice stylistic choice is just come into scale and set its width and height to 0. So I'm just going to do this .roomChildren.rectHeight, which is the name we gave it for the key. And let's just get its width and set it to 0. And let's also set its height to 0 as well. So it's off. And it doesn't actually turn on until we enable our controls. So when our controls are fired, if you remember, so fire desktop, actually let's comment this out. The width and height are going to be automatically set here. So it gives like a nice turning on light effect, and we don't actually have to animate this. So let's take a look. I'm going to turn off the light, and let me scroll down. Yeah, and you can see it turns on. We got like a light switch effect, which is pretty cool. We forgot to set the text colors for these, so they turn white, or I mean that close to white when we turn it off. So let's go to style. Let's find our arrow. So arrow, and let's do color, and we want to set that to text, color text, which is that responsive thing that switches. And we also want intro text, and yeah, we also want to set its color to -- color text. So this one right here, and make sure I get those semicolons in there. And it looks like this isn't changing. So did we give current color? We did. Oh yeah, yeah, it should be. Whoops, it should be fill, not whatever I put there. Okay. So let's take a look. Let's turn off the lights. Yeah, now everything is white. Yeah, pretty cool. So before we go and build out for production, I just wanted to talk a little bit briefly about bad code smells. So if you don't know what a code smell is, basically it's bad coding practices. They just call it code smells. And we made quite a few of these. Well, sorry, I mean I made quite a few of these. For example, this one, shotgun surgery, probably the most one right here. And basically it's just, if you make one small change in one area, you have to make small changes in many different classes, and that's kind of what would happen if we had to make changes. I think I briefly mentioned this, but like, for example, if I decided I want to scale it like 0.09 instead, I would also have to go to controls.js and set the scale here too and everything. So what you should do is like have a manager class for this kind of stuff, so you can just change it in one class and it'll update in your entire system, almost like a reference object like we did for room.js, and as well as resources. Same thing with the color. So, you know, if I go to floor.js, you can see I have a bunch of these colors. Now if I use this throughout my application, it would just be kind of weird to have to change each one of these. I know you can use Control-Shift-F to search and replace, but that's just not a good practice because sometimes you want to change it here, but not in other areas. And there's some places where we repeated ourselves a bunch when we could just use loops. For example, this one is like that as well. But I'm going to be honest, if there's just a few, and you know there are only going to be a few, there's nothing wrong with hard coding it. And sometimes it's just faster because of all the hotkeys you have in VS Code. Major infraction is having extra loops when it wasn't necessary. .js, we have an extra loop here, and you know, we have an extra loop here as well. So we could just point to our reference object instead of having to loop through each time we need it. If you want to, I highly recommend you to go through this sort of thing and see how to refactor some of our bad code. Now, these are just common code smells. Just because they're on here doesn't mean you shouldn't ever do it. For example, like a long method. Sometimes long methods, sometimes long methods are fine, and so on and so forth. So, that's what that is. Okay, so let's build for production. Before we cancel our development server, I just wanted to show you what its network tab looks like compared to the built one. So let's go into our browser, and I'm going to go to the network tab, and let's just take a look at what's the biggest, and that's our Three.js chunk that we're using. So now let's exit this, and let's go to npm run build. Oh yeah, I should also point out, take a look at this. It says 3.8 megabytes of resources. Now yours might be higher if you have a bunch of extensions, because they're going to be showing up here as well. But anyway, let's do npm run build. And it says building for production right there. And if we go to our dist folder, you can see, let's go to assets. All of our JavaScript files have been compiled into this single massive JavaScript file. Same thing with the CSS. You can see all the CSS we wrote is right into here, into one single line with no white space. Pretty insane, right? And now we can run npm run preview, which previews our build files. So everything in the dist folder. So let's do npm run preview. And let's go to this URL. And let's go to this URL. Take a look at this network tab. So I'm going to hit Control R and refresh the page. Take a look at this. It's only 2.0 in megabyte resources, which is a lot. That's 1.8 less, and that's a lot. Okay, so let's finally push to deployment. So I'm going to go to repositories, and I'll click new on GitHub. And I'll just call this Abigail Bloom portfolio. And I also want to credit Boko, so I'll add Boko's name here as well. And actually, I want to get this accurate. Yeah, so I'm going to put that as well. So let's put this. Let's just put this, and I don't want the dot there. And let's create this repository. Then let's git init. I'm going to assume you already have git installed, so git init. And then we just do git remote add this origin. So let's do that. Let's git add everything. Let's git commit -m. Insane epic website. Let's get hype about it. And then let's do git push -u for upload origin master. And there, let's refresh our page. And yeah, there we have our thing. Okay, let's go to vercel.com. Okay, so just sign up for Vercel and you should get to a overview tab like this. You might not see anything here. I don't think you will. So let's just go to new project and connect to GitHub if you didn't already. So you can click add GitHub and connect to your GitHub. So they automatically found mine. So I'm just going to click import here. Yeah, so they automatically detected our bundler. And if you open this here, you can see they run npm run build for us already. And we can override it just to see it better. But yeah, they already run this command. So we don't actually have to touch any of this. And then we can just hit deploy. And let's wait for that. Okay, let's return to our dashboard. Okay, so now's the moment of truth. Hopefully nothing breaks. Yes. And alas, we have successfully deployed it to the web, just like that. And if you take a look at the network tab, just take a look at how small our assets are. 1.8 megabytes resources. For a website like this, that's absolutely incredible. Now, there are going to be performance issues on mobile devices because we're using real-time lighting. So just like Boko's site, this site is also really laggy on my cheap phone. But on desktop, you should be, for the most part, not too laggy, that it would take away from the aesthetic. We just launched an Awwwards level site. We just deployed it, and you can share this with the entire world. How insanely awesome is that? That is one of the best feelings in the entire world. And congratulations, and thank you very much if you stuck to the end. Hopefully you've learned a lot of new things, and hopefully I didn't explain things poorly. Now I want to talk about some mandatory steps before you want to use this exact idea as your portfolio. First and most important one is to put some credit to Boko for his idea. So, like a div or something, and just say original idea by Boko, and like link to his site or his Twitter. So this is absolutely mandatory if you want to use this exact idea. If you want to use a slight modification, I'll do inspired instead. And usually sometimes people think that this takes credit away from your abilities, but that couldn't be further from the truth. So, don't be scared of giving credit where credit is due. In fact, it actually makes you look a lot better. So we actually missed quite a few details from Boko's site. So if you want to recreate those, you could definitely go for it. Additionally, his clock is also working. If you go to his site, you'll notice that his clock actually works according to your time. So we have enough knowledge to do that. And if you're wondering why I didn't do this effect here that expands the screen, or this other one right here, it's because these use shaders, and that uses a completely different language called GLSL. So I didn't want to cover that in this video. I want to make a completely separate course on that. And it's just way too complicated to cram into a single course. I wanted to look into shaders to achieve these effects. Definitely look into that. And of course, if you haven't heard about this by now, there is an amazing Three.js course by Bruno Simon, the most famous WebGL developer in the entire world currently. And he has an absolutely phenomenal course here. So yeah, definitely check it out. I know 95 is a little expensive, but Bruno Simon answers questions himself every single day. So it's well worth the money. You can talk to Bruno Simon himself, and I would say that's already worth more than $95. Additionally, it's such a great Discord community of creative developers, and honestly, it's just the best course on the planet. Yeah, so definitely consider buying this course. I'm not sponsored by him in any way to say it. It's just really worth the $95 in my opinion. Yeah, so, and if you want to support the channel, you can go to my Gumroad and linked below and buy the source code and the Blender file. That would mean a lot. Of course, just by watching me, you are already supporting me a lot. I never thought I would get, so many subscribers. So, yeah, thank you for sticking around, and I hope to see you in my next video. Take care.